For centuries, Portugal was at the forefront of discovery. Explorers navigated the 7 seas in search of new territories, trade routes, and riches around the globe. Today, surfers descend on Portugal's coast to find some of the best waves in Europe.
Esta terra vai viver.
Here, underwater canyons funnel Atlantic energy into windswept dunes and rugged cliffs to form heaving barrels and high-performance ramps. The world's elite return to the old continent, the third in as many months on the 2025 campaign. Italo Ferreira and Caitlin Simmers are back in the familiar yellow jersey at Super Tubos, where each has won before.
I'm really hungry to win again.
I don't turn up ever to lose. I want to win a world title.
I've given it my all, and I am coming out of it with no regrets.
Won this before. Can you win this again? Yes.
The search for the final 5 continues at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Cero.
Stop 3 on the Championship Tour welcomes the foremost wave artists from around the planet to the coast of Portugal. The Atlantic had plenty to say yesterday. The morning faces pretty stoked this morning, hoping things a little more shreddable. This guy won the day yesterday. The man of the moment, he got thick and he got into it. Robbo got deeply tunneled and some juice out. That's Super 2, boss. It's what we expect. And we're hoping for more energy performances. Jake Marshall, he was getting ready for a heat yesterday before it got called, and it's crunching out there. And it will take its toll on equipment. Guess what? This guy picking up yet more tube vision. The world #1, Italo, out there this morning. Hammered some lifts, got some tubes. And we're looking forward to a really fun morning this morning here in Peniche, Portugal. I'm Paul Evans, joined this morning by Jesse Mendes from the vision we're seeing, looks nice and clean out there, Jesse.
It really does. Obviously, once again, we're coming in not expecting much because the forecast didn't look the greatest, but it's actually kind of like almost not even west winds right now. It's like blowing a little offshore, and we've seen some barrels from Italo, we've seen some broken boards, and it's still pretty big, but the period kind of is on the lower side, so you can see the more A-framey and more opportunities for the surfers.
Yeah, after the drama yesterday, the waves are really big, but opportunities, well, they weren't there really. That's why we called it off. And it looks like this morning is just a day where we're going to see a lot more surfing, more turns, more opportunity for everybody.
Yeah, I don't expect to see that many barrels as much as we saw Italo's barrel just this morning, but it's still more on the rippable side. This wave really likes the strong offshore, mostly when it's bigger to hold that barrel open, but I expect some big ramps and some massive turns, mostly from the bigger guys, you know, like I think they're going to thrive today. Like the Cole Hauschmans, the Conor O'Learys, you know, like those heavy-footed surfers are going to be very stoked.
Let's see it. Time to say good morning to AJ McCord.
Good morning, Paul. I grabbed Marco MEO as he came in out of the free surf today. Marco, we saw Leo come in with a broken board. Describe the power out in the ocean right now.
Yeah, there's definitely power still out there, but definitely way smaller, way cleaner, and like more like opportunity. So which is good. I like everybody can have this equal like waves, and it's fun.
You told us a few days ago that you had to change your mindset to going up against your heroes. You got Griffin Colapinto today. How are you approaching it?
I mean, like I'm ready. I've worked hard. Now time to enjoy, you know. So yeah, I mean Griffin is a hero, but you know your heroes end up being your rivals. So it's on. It's time to eat.
Good luck. Thanks, Marco.
Thank you. Thank you.
Love that energy from Marco MEO. Beautiful scenes here in the sunshine this morning. Light breezes as well. Set up the first matchup. Jake Marshall from the USA taking on Imai DeVault from Hawaii. And this was a heat yesterday that would have been ready to go and looking quite pensively out to a very muscled up ocean, which picked up quicker, I think, than we've ever seen it. It's actually dropped and cleaned up plenty, as we're seeing out there now, Jesse. In first heat of the morning, I mean, it's going to be on your mind. Yesterday, obviously, when they called it, you're already thinking, what's it going to be like? And there just is that element here with a little bit more thought about conditions, because obviously it's crucial to how you're going to go, how you're going to approach your heat.
Yeah, definitely is, and mostly going like this match here that we have on paper in front of us with Jake and Imai. They're pretty both solid surfers. Like Jake on one side a little bit more predictable, but doesn't barely commit any mistakes, reads the ocean very well, and you have like the Imai Kalani that is just a freak of a talent, you know, that everyone knows how good he can do, but a little bit less consistent on the heats. It's going to be an interesting one, but both very good friends, so it's tough for them to just draw themselves in such a early stages of the event. They always are traveling together, and let's see what Imai can bring to us and maybe try and shake it off Jake, because he's in a very good rhythm so far this year.
Parking the friendships on the beach and restoring hostilities out in the lineup at Super 2 Bus. We'll keep with the overlapping format this morning here. It'll allow us to get through some heats and just see exactly what's coming through. I mean, we've been chatting about this forecast changing quite a lot throughout. It has been consistent, and the surprises that it's bringing, and a bit of weather. And absolutely plenty of swell washing through our path down the beach here this morning. You can see where the white water have been surging up through the night, but right now things much calmer, more composed. In the warm-up waves that we saw, bunch of turns, we saw surfers 3-4 maneuvers, so plenty out there in terms of scoring potential, pockets to hit.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, those guys are the guinea pigs. We're probably, like, sometimes we see it like that first heat being a little bit more on the slower side because you're still trying to figure it out what's happening today. And the next looks like Imai's up and riding already.
Smooth off the bottom. That super composed style, and then just disengaging, really. Not quite the section he was looking for. He might get involved inside the first couple of minutes there with just a quick wave.
But I like what I see here. Like, I don't feel like Imai needs to play the Jake Marshall's game. Like, he reads the ocean so well. He might be one of the best, like, together maybe with Jack Robbo, Ethan Ewing. He knows how to be selective and when to pull the trigger. So Imai just needs to put himself in opportunities. Such a freak of talent, and the more waves he catch, I think the more dangerous he will be and be a threat for someone like Jake, because he's most likely just going to play a very smart heat.
Stack lines much cleaner. Almost ruler edged if you ruler. It's just ever so slightly wonky, but look at that bend in it as well. We've been talking about that here and focusing that energy rather than the closeouts. Having that apex of the peak and then tapering shoulders and some still powerful pockets. We saw that board broken pretty much in front of the fins from Leo as he made his way in. And there's so much power out there. I mean, it's smaller today, but there's still a bit of size and energy. A little look of a paddle. And again, a decision. Not exactly the wave you want to commit to.
Yeah, this is like still pretty solid. Like even the set that just broke right there, that's still double overhead for those surfers, and they're usually pretty big. You can see a little bit of that crispiness from the onshore just starting to hit, and it's going to happen throughout the morning, and maybe it's going to swing a little bit more to the south and get a bit stronger later on in the day. Hopefully we can have some, as you can see right there, like the ocean's to your right, so you can see the flags blowing all onshore. And what that's going to do, it's going to not be favorable for the surfers trying to get barreled, but it's going to make that crisp little coping on the lip. And if you can match the power of the wave today, you're going to be very happy. But you do need some weight on top of your board for you to be able to push that, because the water is very heavy still.
In terms of surfboards this morning, thinking step up type stuff, pintails?
Yeah, I would say so. You can't really ride a short board out there. Like, you can have a freak of nature, maybe like John Florence, that it's just so used to the heavy waters and small boards that maybe would ride something like maybe on the short board dimensions, but definitely not gravel dimensions today or any size. And I would say most surfers are actually going probably 1 inch or even 2 inches bigger than they usually ride on a daily basis on their normal shore break wave or more normal beach break. You can see that wave from that board from Griff right there with the round thumb tail. A little bit more pulled back and tied in. That's just gonna, like, you know, you're gonna see most of the surfers actually riding that, and that's what they do ride most. I feel like 90% of the surfers ride most like rounded tails on tour, because just the waves have so much juice and power. And that's going to give you a little bit more traction, a little bit more drive down the line, and sustain your bottom turns better. Little airdrop right there from Imai.
Let's check in and say hi to Strider Wasilewski.
Yeah, how's it going, guys? It's chilly this morning. That little bit of that onshore wind kind of coming up and really kind of cuts through you. So all the surfers really staying warm inside, hitting that hot tub area and into that sauna, boy. It's chilly out here, that's for sure, boys. Just wanted to touch on the tide, what's happening right now. It's going to go down at 10:45 to a low, and with that, it's going to make the waves, obviously a little hollower, a little faster. So these guys are going to have a really quick reaction time, and then in the afternoon, the tide will come back up. I think it goes up to about 9.9 feet or something like that. It's a big tide change, but the reality is it's going to get tougher for them. So they're going to have to be really fast in transition, and these early morning heats, you got to be ready to go.
Yeah, a bit of a slow one so far, this one, Strider. The ocean not quite had its coffee yet. What's going on?
You know what? We all got to get the coffee in us and get us going really early, because it is on out there right now. I mean, the power of the water. We saw Leo Fioravanti with a broken board. He just said he felt a little off this morning on his session. Jack Hammer just walked by, Jack Robinson, and he looked like he was ready to rock. So, everybody's got a different volume and a different kind of temperature and energy in the morning. And, well, some of these guys are going to have it and some of them aren't.
Thanks, mates. You stay rugged up out there. It is kind of chilly this morning. I mean, by European standards, it's not that cold, around about 10 degrees, probably 50 Fahrenheit, something like that. It's fresh. Things will warm up throughout the day. That south wind will help as well. There's a little speculative prod into a wave and then easing out of it. You might realise it again. Quite the wave he was after. He's had a couple of rolls of it now. So in terms of the tactic, just paddle into waves and just checking them out. By contrast, Jake is out there with a bit more of a stoic position, waiting with prio.
The only issue for him is like taking off on those waves before the set. Like we just saw it right there, and you're kind of getting worked on. Like sometimes it could take you up to maybe 5 minutes on a day like today to paddle back out if you really get unlucky, you know. So right there, like as much as I want him to approach it the way he is right now and put himself in opportunities, I would love to see that from him, but you got to be a little bit selective and make sure you capitalize. Like that's already the third wave with less than a point, and that just takes your energy off, you know, sometimes, and also could put your mindset into more of a negative space. So on the other hand, just as we planned, Jake Marshall playing a way more just mellower heat and just being way more selective, waiting for that good wave to approach his way.
Warming up here, Gatien Delay out of Guadeloupe. Coming up next, in about 11 minutes time, his heat and paddle out. That's with Ethan Ewing. Marco Mignot making use of facilities in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. And on a chilly morning, the sauna will help warm things up. Look at that matchup. Be interesting to see how Ethan goes out here. Meanwhile, Jake Marshall makes a decision to go and gives it the full swing. Gets marooned up high and goes down.
Yeah, he kind of had to go big. That was a one turn wonder type of wave. You're going to see him bottom turn beautifully here. Gets up and vertical. Get that nose pick in, but he noticed he just sticked a little bit too much time on top of that lip, and he was going to airdrop with the lip, which is kind of sketchy on a day like today with that much water moving. You can break your board, get hurt pretty easy, and probably felt like he was going to be very hard for him to land. So he just pressed the eject button there and made sure he was safe and sound for the next wave instead of trying to force something through that might have been too risky.
10 minutes off the clock in our opening heat of the morning. We've picked up heat 4 of the round of 32 for the men. Kicked off this round yesterday in conditions that sort of doubled and tripled in size. Went beyond that. Got real big quick yesterday. Basically closed the place out entirely. And then with much more manageable conditions out so far this morning from the warm-ups, which offered waves up and down. Not a lot of surfing so far in this one. He's in no hurry, just a measured pace to his paddle, just to stay in position. A little look round as well, to see if the rip's tugging him. Either way, thinking about the panel of the judges, this is what they're into. What particularly today, as a surfer, would you be looking at to try and display from this criteria to get scores?
I mean, I feel like combination of major maneuvers would be a huge task on a day like today. It's hard to find those waves that are going to be steep enough for you to actually combine those. So I'm looking for one big turn and maybe something else. As you see it right there, those waves that are tapering off, like they lose a lot of power just as we saw it on that wave. So combination of major maneuvers today is kind of a gift from the skies, you know? Like you're going to have to find that wave that it's very steep and it's not closing out. And with the little onshore and how this bank functions, it's a very fast wave, so it's hard for you to match the speed of a wave that is that big. Look how big that wave is that he's just about to duck dive. So I'll think the surfers will be focusing on one big maneuver, and maybe if they can add something extra, they'll be very happy with it. And the innovation too is a big factor today. Like if you can be progressive and go to the air, one big turn, one big air, you're gonna get a massive reward today, because there's so much power and speed out there that is gonna help you with the score. If you try and go that big, the judges are gonna reward you.
Ethan Ewing getting prepared. They'll be hitting the water soon. It'll be the non-priority heat. And we're still really looking for a bit of interest in this one. No one connecting at all so far. A couple of mistakes for Jake Marshall. Not sure exactly what happened on that wave for him, but you think you got your plan set, you go out, you've got a map in your mind of exactly what you want to do, and it doesn't quite go that way. Do you get mad? Do you use that kind of disappointment and turn it into positive aggression? How do you deal with this when nothing's really clicking?
I mean, it's really going to be a different scenario for each person. I feel like everyone kind of gets bummed no matter what, but some people are just able to reset it pretty quickly, and that's what the best in the world do. And that's what differentiates them. Like, I feel like in the heat like yesterday with Diago and Sammy, it's just such a bummer that they had to deal with the situation with the onshore coming in their heat. But there's always going to be someone taking a win. And those ones that are able to adapt and put that to the side and go to work are going to be the ones to usually deal it with better. And you're going to have to go with those type of heats throughout the year. You know, you're surfing a bunch of events in different scenarios, and it's just a matter of time when you have to go through it. So yeah, like, it is a bummer. Like, you may commit a mistake, you put yourself in a bad situation, but you just got to reset it right away. And this guy's pretty good at that.
Seems pretty unflappable, doesn't he? And part of that's just his connection with the ocean, his read on it. Really looking forward to seeing Gatien go at it here as well. He'll be feeling a little bit nervous, I reckon. But what an opportunity for him to make his mark here and make a statement against one of the very best on the planet. Meanwhile, Imai hits it real hard and taking a big risk. He opened up into that turn, and that lip is pretty hard to hit this morning.
It's bouncy. Like for you guys that are watching, like, I don't know where you live, but I mean, for my personal experience, for most of the waves I've seen around the world, like the type of energy that we have here, and waves usually on tour are much harder and much more powerful. So you're gonna see this guy that is about 82 kilos, I would say, hammer that section, but just gets buckled off like it's nothing. Didn't give him a chance. Like, he was trying to stick that wave on and be on top of the board, and the wave just destroyed him, demolished. Didn't give him a chance to ride out. Like, you couldn't even have a little glimpse of him coming out of that whitewash. It just took him down straight away. So it's hard to put in perspective how heavy the waters here are, but yeah, these are the best in the world, having a lot of trouble to land in one single turn.
Priority back with Jake Marshall. There's some lines coming through. Let's see if he can connect with anything. So far, just a couple of swings for him. It's been 4 ways for Imai. Hasn't got anything over than a 1 so far. And you can see still plenty of height and power to this swell. It's the corners that we're really looking for in terms of a lot of up and down vertical touch surfing is what we've seen as well, trying to belt the lip. I just wonder if you can maybe get one of those and carve it up. Thinking about Ethan, maybe looking at some of these rights, using that speed to open up on the wave face. Maybe not the risk factor, but just showing the flow, joining things up.
Yeah, that could be definitely a more stable approach, and maybe something for you to build on it. Like, because obviously hitting the lip today is going to be the toughest task, and we've been talking about how sticky the lip is here, and it's sticky because it's just crunchy, like comes in a little wobbly, like it has a lot of power, so it's hard for you to project and go throughout it. So like you mentioned, if you keep your rails clean and maybe try and avoid that lip and come in early, it's going to help you make the turn look bigger, and it's going to help you stay on top of the board, like, because so far we haven't seen that in this morning. But they're the guinea pigs. Like, those guys are taking notes of that. The coaches are taking notes of that and telling the opponent. So maybe we're going to see a little readjustment for Ethan Gatien.
Just under 24 to go in this. Strider, what do you got?
Oh, just on the stairs here, and right behind me, you can see there's, the coach's corner, Luke Egan with the big rig up there with Cole, and you got, it's just, and Reynos, he's got so much knowledge over there. He's keeping the kind of lid on the top of Italo, and all the knowledge that these guys get from their coaches. You saw Ethan earlier with Jake Patterson, that just go, they've got a whole game plan. You listen to what they're saying about going out there, sitting in a certain spot to get the job done, and then go wander around to find, something else that maybe will surprise the judges. And with Reynos, he's just got this. He's got the lid over the top of Italo. He said on the beach, you just gotta kind of keep him contained. And then once he goes into the water, obviously, he's uncontainable, which is awesome. He was saying that this is one of his favorite, if not his favorite event on tour. The people know the language for him. They love him. He's got all this, happiness around him, and the opportunities come one after the other here, and he's that high fire kind of surfing, and that's what he loves about this wave, is that he's got so many opportunities. So a lot going on over here in the competitors area. Coaches loving all the information, and we'll just be sticking around to hear everything.
Thanks, Strider. The energy from the ocean, we're still waiting for it to wake up, really. Not loads happening out there at the moment. Not a lot of scores either. Let's hope this thing fires up. Time for a quick break. We'll be back with more live action from Peniche, Portugal, right after this.
Surface time call now, 21 minutes and 30 seconds. Priority blue, Jake Marshall, second priority blue, right. You might go on with the vault. Riding blue, moved by your North American, Jake Marshall. Bientôt, le champion Portugal.
Denise, welcome.
Let's go!
Welcome back to live action. Here's Jake Marshall off the bottom. And once again going down, still looking for that connection and not finding it. Both Jake Marshall and Imai DeVault on struggle street here so far this morning. And nothing of significance at all on the scoreboard. Here's a good looking section though for Imai. Deals with the drop with a ton of speed and then gets a hook to snap in the pocket. Great flow from him towards an inside section. The Whitewater just grabbed the board. He wanted to get a hit to finish. Actually making it look quite hard to surf out there.
Yeah, I feel like they're a bit lost. They're looking for waves that are maybe a little bit too critical. I feel like they just kind of just that on that last run of waves that we had. You see Jake Marshall getting more wave that was like losing a little bit more of energy, but he took a little too long on the bottom turn, which is easy to do on a day like today with so much turbulence on the wave and so much power, but kind of want to avoid those lips. You can see how sticky it is. Like they've been getting caught, and Imai got that right. The wave got flattened out a bit. He was trying to probably build on something. Anything would have helped him, like a three-point ride, you know. It wouldn't be bad for the situation of the heat so far, but wasn't able to get around that second section and finish it off the wave, so probably going to get a pretty low score once again. I feel like the second heat's really going to adjust to the situation of like just noticing what happened in that first, what's been happening in this first heat so far. But as you see it here, this wave starts to taper off, loses energy, he carves it, and he just wants to get something on the board, but that little section just gets a little bit in front of him. He needed to be maybe a foot in front. And it carves it down right here, and he takes his time and gets a little glued to the whitewash there. Needed to kind of go down the line to be able to hit that closeout section, which, hey, I'm not telling you it was going to be a great score. It was still going to be a small score, but for the situation of a heat, a 3.5, a 4-point ride could be a decent backup, or even the best wave, you know, like you never know what's going to happen. They're kind of out of rhythm. They're the guinea pigs of the day. Felt like we saw some good waves before the event started, and maybe they had that expectation, you know, of finding those waves, and they're kind of lost out there right now. And let's see if the heat without priority, seen it a little bit to the left of the scaffolding right now, kind of far away from them. They might try and adjust and
red heat in the mix, and it will be Ethan Ewing on a left. That's much more like it. A couple of completed maneuvers. We needed a bit of that. Ewing just swing through here, making it all nice and smooth, as you might expect, and I get a finish as well. Bit of quality.
Yeah, that's definitely more likely, and I had a feeling that this was going to happen. Like, they already saw what's going on, so he's going for a much smaller wave, but way cleaner in the face, and you can see he avoid the lip on that first section, avoid the lip once again, like just trying to keep those rail cleans and get the spray and make the turn look big, and finish it off right there with an exclamation point, with a nice, just kind of a late hit to the lip right there. And this is a well-surfed put wave together, and this is going to build him confidence for actually afterwards going to the waves that the Jake Marshall and Imai are looking for right now, those waves of substance with big sections. But it's also easier for you to do that when you're in the under priority heat.
Marshall, nice floats, has a wobble but sticks it and goes up again. Much better from him, really nice combo, great amplitude to the surfing, a good deal of glide as he exits with the speed as well, and after stuttering, stumbling throughout the heat, he's into it now.
Yeah, do you notice the difference of size on waves that these guys are searching for right now? Beautiful floater there for him. Loses a little bit of balance with that back arm kind of going in a weird angle as he was landing, but regains the traction on the bottom turn and finish it off very strong with a lot of amplitude. Bit late right there to the party for Gatien Delay. Is that what you say his last name is?
Delay.
Delay, okay. I call it different, but that's just my Pinglish, you know?
He goes, he might. And again, finding a slightly smaller way, but with more open face. And again, it's a clean carve to open up. Reverses the tail out of the lip. Won't emerge from that.
Do you notice the adjustment that they just had in that heat? Like, they're looking for completely different waves. Like, they got stuck trying to find those 6s and 7s, and then all of a sudden they like realize it's very hard to surf those taller waves, so might as well build on something and find those smaller waves and be more critical. Right here goes for that tail blow, beautiful rotation. Somehow just as he was going around, that front arm kind of goes up in the air and it makes him lose balance a little bit and gets unglued.
Gatien, here he goes, the wire strength of the surfer out of Guadeloupe. The backhand is a weapon for him. Surfs a spot at Lumul there. Has a bit of wind blowing into it. He's got mad rotation on the backhand. But right now, not really looking for ramps, looking for sections to connect with. How did he do here?
Yeah, this is great from Gatien. You're going to see him carving it down, just eyeing it down this closeout section, but this is the most critical turn we've probably seen it so far this morning. It's going to be interesting to see how much the judges are going to pay attention into that finish. They've been kind of critical and riding it out pretty clean. I felt like he came out of that pretty clean. He had control to it, and then he got buckled off and fell to the corner. But that was a critical turn, and I think it's going to be a decent score for himself.
Numbers in for Marshall, 4.67. By far and away the best of the action in the priority heat. After a really slow start, they're getting into it now, and if Imai had been able to pull that last manoeuvre, I think his score would have been reasonable as well. It's interesting to see, while the approach to the waves maybe changed a bit, Imai, still creativity in everything he does. He's not nursing his turns, he's trying to put a little extra in. There's a lot of artistry to what he does. And with daylight today, it's kind of risky pushing it. You'd be forgiven for maybe playing a little safe.
Yeah, I think you just need to be one of those guys that are very good at being square off the bottom, you know, like just stock solid surfers are going to have a huge difference point today because they're not going to get buckled off so easy. Obviously, if Imai pulls off some of those turns that he's capable of, that we all know, it's going to be something into the excellent range. Not in the section that he did on the last wave, but you know, in a critical section, it's going to be something very impressive and technical. On a powerful day, it's very rewarding and refreshing to see, but it's not easy to land those. It's almost better going to work and playing it simple game, mostly in the situation that they sit right now at 13 minutes left, with the 4.67 as the best score of the heat so far.
Yeah, the battle of the big rigs. O'Leary taking on Cole. And talking about people that go square off the bottom and hit the lip, those two will be looking to displace plenty of water. He's looking to really put something of note on the board. He's got nothing, a 2 and a 1 so far from him. It's not a long way back though. Jake doesn't have a lot either. It's going to come down to the last 13 minutes or so for these two to try and find something. They've really struggled so far this morning. But in terms of Jake Marshall's point of view, after some incomplete backhand waves, how good does it feel to get that combo going? We almost saw in the replay there that little sort of smile just kind of appear on his face as he knew he pulled that second maneuver, and his confidence is going to rocket.
Yes, for sure. It's important for you to finish mostly the first few waves that you have it right there. You see it only getting a 1.6 on that last wave. It's important for you to finish it off a few waves before you start to build and try to go big, because it's a tricky day. It's going to be hard to find those diamonds in the rough, and you're most likely going to have one big section for you to hit it. And the less time on the clock, the less opportunity, the more the pressure builds in your heart, and it makes it trickier for you to commit to it.
Ethan Ewing's number 4.33. So the turns that he was able to do, backhands, interesting. Avoiding the lip. Normally you talk about lip dodging, that's something that you don't want to do, but when you're Ethan as well, you can avoid that lip, but he's able to put so much extra in as well, just the way he swings and rotates, everything he does, even the check turns, has so much in them that's dynamic, and because it's polished as well, you kind of almost walk into fours really without having to ever really look like he's trying at all. Here we go, good drop with speed, and a beautiful polished carve on a rail, and again, once again, the second turn isn't there for Imai.
Just looking very off right now, Imai, like very uncharacteristic. Like you see, I actually don't think he's the most consistent surfer on tour, but you don't see him committing that many mistakes.
Ewing with the combo there, pushing on the rail and then into the lip, giving it the back foot pressure.
Yeah, beautiful bottom turn, and once again, just getting that up and early. And then right here, just committing to that last section. That's impressive. How much he pushed that tail and how inverted he got in such a tight pocket. And here, Imai on a very easy section, just kind of pushing a little bit too much and losing balance, going over the heels. Nice first setup carve. Wasn't being anything massive, but was going to put him back in the game. I mean, he's still in the game because it's such a low-scoring heat, but he needs to apply something because, you know, I don't think Jake Marshall is going to be sitting on that 1-point ride for too long.
Marshall with a paddle trying to get on from up here. You could tell that wave was going to slip under him. He committed to it, so he's stuck with it. And he'll surrender priority pretty meekly there. Help Imai a little bit, but what Imai needs to do is ride out of his turns. It's the backhand that both of these are favoured. You see on the percentages there, it's a percentage of backside rides in Portugal. Both Imai, both Jake, mainly opting for the lefts.
That's interesting. Mostly that they're matching up together, but they're the only regular footers on this stats that we have here that are going more, riding more lefts than rights and going on their backhands. I mean, I expect a lot of that from Jake Marshall because his backhand, it really is a weapon. The way he bottom turns, it gives him so much speed and drive to be dynamic on top of the lip. But interesting to see that. You don't expect to see that so much from regular footers going left when they have the option to also go right. So.
Imai on the left again here. Nice vertical stab for a first turn. We'll just fling a bit of spray out the back. Definitely dialing it down, not trying to do too much at all. He just wanted a completion. He got one. He was getting in a bit of a rut.
And this is more like it, right? Like he didn't go too big. He probably went 50%, 60% of what he's capable of, and looks like Jake up and riding.
Real nice from Jake with the drift and the release. And it will be slopey on the face, but a really dynamic first turn. Looks like he'll snaffle back priority as well because that's Imai inside of him. First turn really cool from him.
Yeah, that was very nice from Jake, and that's why I mentioned like Imai needs to get going here and put the third gear because I don't expect Jake Marshall to be sitting on that 1-point ride for too long, and all of a sudden he takes off on this beautiful A-frame wave, beautiful bottom turn. That's what I was saying, like he's able to drive through the bottom turn of his backhand very nicely on the heels, and it just gives him a great angle and speed to apply beautiful turns off the lip. Gets a good drift to it, puts that front hand on the deck, adding a little bit of extra spice to it. And here's Imai's wave. Goes up in vertical right off the bat, and then right here, sticks to the rail surfing. Opens up and gets an extra turn right there. It's not gonna be a massive score, but it's something for him to build and maybe build his confidence. I think that's the most important thing for him in the heat so right now. He needed to finish a wave and then get back out there. Not a massive score, but he's gonna be back in the game now.
Yeah, first turn was nice and aggressive, wasn't it? Looked great on the replay, saw how vert he went on that backhand, said he needs to fire up. And the number will help him a bit with that. Gets a 4. And there's not a lot in between these two at the moment. Still waiting for a score for Jake, though. Will certainly improve on his 1 that he had. He will go back into the lead with just a small number. 6 minutes and 40 to go in our heat number 4, which He's really struggled to do a lot throughout the first part of it, and now surfers finding form and rhythm.
Here we have Marshall. Actually, I mean, in my personal opinion, that might have been a mistake. Just pulling the trigger a little bit too early. It seemed like that wave was whitewater already. You could tell probably by the takeoff, and he had priority on top of Imai, and now just leaving the door open for Imai to have the right of way on the next pick. He is going to better his score of a 1-point right on the previous wave, but
delay on a steep one, airdrops down from a whitewater section, did some pretty incisive work on the backhands. Fred Rubin looking on. It's quite a deep Euro contingent, particularly French contingent here at Super Tubes this year. Gatien delay, part of that generation, surfers like Jorgen Cousinet. He likes to hit lips as well, be well used to the power in these kind of conditions. Gatien will get a pretty modest number of 3-4, but the 6 that came in for Ethan Ewing has certainly been the best of it so far, and that's kind of what we were expecting, we were hoping was going to happen.
Yes.
And Ethan has really made it look like he's finding it quite easy to identify what ways he wants to go on. He's just ridden 2, they've both been pretty decent.
Yeah, he's been solid so far, and just attacking the wave a bit different than the opponents, the opponent that he has, and also the surfers on the previous heat, which is mutually in the water with him. Redirecting more, knifing it more aggressive. And it's making a difference. A 6-point ride, a big score. Mostly for a day like today. Looks like Imai there having a look.
Yeah, Shapely looking left from behind. Floats over the whitewater with the foam climb. How's that? Super technical. Drifts out that tail.
Thank you for coming, Imai. That's what I want. That's what everyone expects to see from him. And that's the type of surfing that it's so tricky to do and not many people are capable of, and he has that. If he can put together that in a few times on an event, he's going to be looking good to make a lot of heats.
Yeah, it's be interesting here, won't it? Because you picked it up. Jake didn't have use this priority on a wave before this. This would have been his wave, but how's this technical?
I mean, as he was bottom turn, I knew exactly he was going to do that. Just the type of surfer he is. He has the opportunity. It's going to be dangerous. You're going to see him going down the line, identifying that he has just one critical section. He's going to go put all that weight on the front foot right there to get the release and the fins out of it. It's very technical, very hard to do, to keep the momentum and stuck it. Like the board wants to go away from you, wants to keep swinging, and you have to put it on a break and stop.
We talk about surfing up the scoring potential of a wave. A bit of a crumbly wave, not looking great. What exactly is he doing? Is he aiming the apex of the turn just slightly above where the lip is? How do you get that release?
It's just a tricky turn. Like, it's a turn of shifting balance so much. You have to really get a good angle on your bottom turn, identify that lip, make sure you're going up and vertical, and you start pushing your back foot, getting that board nice and loose on top, and then you shift your weight all to the front foot.
Crucial moment in the heat, goes to the lead, 5-4-3 for Imai, and after catching, that was his 9th wave, and he's having a shocker for about the first 7 or 8 of those. He'll find some tube time now. Imai still traveling. The crumble will get him eventually, but pulling in.
And let's just talk how important it is for him to build on that 4-point ride and just finish it off a wave and to build the confidence. Maybe not even the score was that important, but just the fact that he was like, hey, I'm back in the game. I finished the wave, and now it's all clear for me a path ahead. Obviously, Jake Marshall not needing a big score still. It's still a lot of game. Here, just very crumbly with that onshore. It's going to be, the barrels are going to not be nice and open as we hope to see here at Super Tuba. So
crucial moment now for Jake Marshall, who will have the priority under 2 minutes on the clock here this morning. And the 4.77 is the requirement for Jake. Basically a 5 in your mind. There are ways like that out there. He's already had a couple of them. 4.67 his high. He needs a little better than that. You can see on his face, just feeling the strain, a little bit of scoreboard pressure. And that decision to go on that wave with the priority, which gave that quality left to Imai. It's not a big number for Jake, though. Time not on his side.
Yeah, not a big number, just a big task for a day like today. It's not easy to find those sections, but Jake is very good at that. Looks like, you know, there's waves everywhere. Every minute there's a wave breaking somewhere.
Gatien delay, some foam on the face. Little clip into a thick lip line with speed. And a nice hack to slide to finish, which will be incomplete for him, though. Not hurried in his approach. Nice maneuver selection, didn't quite get the finish, but I like what we're seeing from him.
Yeah, I do like, he's getting more critical, I feel like, than Ethan. The approach is different, obviously, a little, like, more flat. Obviously, Ethan relays on his rail so much, but he's identifying those big sections to finish it off, and he's gonna get rewarded if he sticks one of those. As you're gonna see, he's gonna extend on that last turn, but gets buckled off. And that's gonna keep his score on the low side, and Marshall on the wave behind, just very foamy wave once again, kind of pulling the trigger a little bit too early. Sitting with second priority now. Looks like he's gonna have another chance, but as a wave on the smaller side right now.
There goes Marshall, he needs this. 4.77 the number, it is a smaller wave, it's got some energy, it'll just drill into it a couple of times, he'll put it up again. So getting the combo done. And raising the arms almost as much in question as emphasizing the work that he did. And that was a toughie for him out there.
Hey, you guys got me in there?
Yeah, I do.
You want?
That looks like Marshall just getting a little bit sticky on that first turn. Second turn, just going down the line and finish it off with probably the best turn off that wave so far, but just wave lacked a little bit of energy and size and the commitment that Imai had on that 5.43. I don't see that coming in. I think Imai played like surfed better that heat, and that was a point of difference with that 5.43.
Let's see where the number goes here for Jake Marshall. 4.77 is that requirement. Got himself a couple of ways towards the end of that heat, but it was that last one. He stood up a couple of seconds before the horn. You think about his 4.67 that he already got, how that compares. The wave was smaller. There were crisp turns. They weren't super critical sections, is the thing. Kind of just looking at the visual impression of the wave.
I felt like that wave might have had a 4.77 if that first turn would have been timed better and he would have get more down the line and more projection and dynamics. But the type of surfing that Imai did on that 5.43, for me, it weighs it down too much for him to be losing this heat. In my personal opinion, that blowtail is something that we don't see it so much on the backhand. The commitment, how you have to shift the weight, and as you see it right here, once again, got a bit sticky on that turn. When he's coming out, you can see he's like kind of trying to chase it. The first turn was good though, and then finish it off strong.
Not quite there. Disappointment for Jake Marshall. Just feel like the wave just kept that score down, didn't it? Just not offer him quite enough, and a tight heat, those narrow margins. And we talk about taking risks and how it can pay off. That 5.43 worth its weight in gold for Imai de Volt. He'll get the win. He'll advance to the round of 16. Jake Marshall will be disappointed. He did have opportunities out there. It wasn't vintage stuff from him in terms of the quality of his backhand that we're used to seeing. We'll see him over in El Salvador. Time for a quick commercial break. When we come back, Ethan Ewing, Gatien delay in the water, and the big rigs of O'Leary and Hausman too. Warm-ups in the Red Bull athlete zone, bit of hacky sack. Getting loose and limber and getting ready to go to battle. Game face is on. Time to shine, time to perform. There are sections out there, there are lips to be hit. Surfers able to do that, curry the favor of the panel and advance to round of 16. It's what we're into right now. It's round of 32, overlapping Ewing with a lead over Gassi and Delay. It's been a little busier of the pair. Not quite as smooth with his surfing. As we'll have a look right now at the solid frame of Conor O'Leary. And you expect him to deliver power. Not quite getting it on the second maneuver. It's going to be interesting to see just how much water can be displaced by him and Cole. That's in the non-priority heat. We just watched Imai DeVault get the win over Jake Marshall. It did come down to a close call in the end, but in your mind, you were pretty clear it was never going to be the number.
Yeah, it was clear for me because the point of difference of the whole heat was the commitment that Imai had on that backside tail blow. It was like a nose big backside. It's a very technical maneuver. The way you have to shift the board, the angle that you get, it's very upside down, and not many people are capable of doing that specific turn. So I agree with the judges, which they gave a little bit of difference in room on that score, and that's what made the difference in the end. So important heat there for Imai, and that's what we expect from him. He has so much talent. He's such a freak of nature. If you can put together a few of those every heat, he can do some damage out here in Peniche.
All right, let's go hear from Imai. He's with AJ.
Imai, nothing like waiting until the final few minutes of the first heat to get the score that you need. How did you approach the first heat of the morning?
Stressful one, definitely. Man, there's a lot of waves out there, but it's really hard. Like, we had a 40-minute heat, and I didn't get at least like even a 4 until maybe 20-something minutes in. So definitely opportunity, but super, you got to find them. And yeah, luckily I found one that allowed 2 turns, which is kind of all you needed to find out there. And yeah, I needed 40 minutes to do it, but I got it done.
And third stop on tour, I know we're still a little bit away from the cut, but with the way you've started the year, just what is your mentality coming into Portugal?
Just a fresh start. I mean, yeah, it was a really bad start for me. So my year pretty much starts now, and it's kind of an uphill battle. So every heat's huge, and that was a big one to make for sure. Like, but yeah, this is basically like my first event, counting as my first event. So I gotta like be pretty consistent from now on, and yeah, just enjoy it.
On to the next one. Congrats.
Thank you.
Well done, Imai.
Imai DeVault through to round of 16. Trying to improve on a start that's been challenging for him so far this year. He's looking pretty good if he keeps surfing like that. Whatever conditions are like, he's got the ability, even on waves which maybe aren't the best looking waves we're seeing in the water, turn them into solid scores. It's great to have if you can do that. Good number in for Ethan. Was the 6 earlier on. This is Conor O'Leary on the backhand.
That's a nice aggressive turn for him to start. Gets a little tight right there, too tight, but then finish it off with a lot of flair. This is the left that we've seen it. Started off going down the line with a nice snap, but loses the back foot right there. Maybe a little bit more wax on top of that pad, or something happened there that made him lose that back foot and get stuck. Unfortunate for him, because he could have been a decent backup. He started off not in a bad note. 5.5 is a great start. He looks solid. He was timing the wave pretty well as well.
He looks busy as well, doesn't he? A clear tactic from him. Go out there and surf. Don't sit too long. Meanwhile, Ewing with speed, loading up, raking bottom turn. And that explosion of the white water doesn't care who you are. It takes him down. First minor misstep for Ethan. He's already built a reasonable total. He's into double figures quite early on in his heats. Conor swinging away. Got a 3.5 in for Cole as well in that non-priority heat.
That was pretty interesting from Ethan. I felt like he was surfing so sure-footed on the first 2 waves, and then all of a sudden, we'll get back to that later.
Here goes Gassi, and that was really dynamic. Go straight up in the really critical part of the wave. This is a great looking left delay onto a meaty inside. Won't get a final maneuver, but degree of difficulty. That was a tricky section. Check the speed. Hausman's sort of ran out of wave really there. Didn't have a lot on. Just kind of bunny hops to the kick out. Really good looking wave for Gatien.
Yeah, that first turn was damaged and very critical. Different approaches obviously from Ethan, but he really is having a point of difference, and I think it's smart of them. You don't want to try and match the rail surfing with someone like Ethan. You want to try and find your strength and play it to it, and identifying those big sections, and look how critical he gets up in vertical right off the bat. Keeps the speed and then goes back up once again, and then finish it off with a nice carve. This is going to put him back right in the heat. Coach really liking it right there, and he knows he did some damage. And looks like Ethan here, maybe on the previous wave that he felt at one point right, or is this bottom turns, gets up in vertical. Just that little buckle on the end, like he had to cut it that turn a little bit shorter because the lip was coming down. Probably didn't get the projection to go down the line as much as he wanted to, and looks like he's playing defense right now on this wave.
Ewan again here, loading up once again. Similar kind of maneuver. This time it's complete though. Emerges with the speed. It's nice and crisp. Smaller wave, but it's tight and steep on the face, which offers him opportunity to tag that lip.
Opting to kick off on that closeout right there. I thought that first turn was great, and I think the finish would have made a good difference on the 4.33. He maybe underestimated a little bit of that first turn, but it was very critical vertical, and obviously the in-between, there wasn't much, but that closeout could have put himself in a better spot of the heat because Gatien starting to catch up.
Yeah, significant score for delay right now. 5-7 for him. He's right back in this. He was getting away from him a touch, and he's connecting now. The 5-7 puts him not a long way back. Connor, bit of a bomb of a right, the low bottom turn, and the big hammer for him. Using his physical strength to try and match what's being provided from the ocean. Nice combo on the backhand.
And that's the importance here on a day like today of being a heavy-footed surfer that doesn't really play around so much, just straight into the game. Clean bottom turns, making sure he's squaring it up and getting very low on the bottom to get that drive and get the stability. You see a lot of backwashes going through, a lot of lump. You can see on the drone right there how much noise there is on the bottom of those waves. But he's making sure he's keeping himself low and driving through that rail on the fins nicely. Right there, gets a little bit loose on that bottom turn, but still able to reconnect with the lip, and two massive turns there for Connor, or at least the first one pretty big.
Cole getting involved here. Slightly smaller wave for him. Just tapered off pretty quick. It's pretty nimble for a big guy. Moves real fast in those tight sections. Would have been hoping for a bit more for a finish on the end there. Plenty of time left for those two in the non-priority heat though. Scores, they're heading in the right direction. Bit of momentum building for Cole as well. Be a second number for him.
Nice bottom turn, really opening up, and how he was able to arc that first turn and extend. Very hard, very underrated turn on the backhand, very hard to do. Here Ethan going left, backhand. Starts off with, yeah, gets some buckled again on the connection right there. If we look back with what I was mentioning about Ethan, opting not to hit that closeout section and opting to come out maybe a little bit earlier and get back out there, but 4.27, almost better to score. And he probably had, I would say with that closeout turn, another point to add to that wave. So maybe just misjudge himself. You know, sometimes you do turns and you have feelings and you think you underestimate the turn, but that was a great turn for him to start, basically getting a 4-point ride just for that first turn, and a little mix in the middle and kicked out before the closeout.
Cole again, a layback hammer tight in the pocket, and then swings once again. Really nice rhythm to the first two turns. The third one, he'll kick away. A little grimace from him. He would have wanted to complete, obviously, that last maneuver on the inside, but realizing he needs to get involved. Take these opportunities when they come through. Interesting tussle between big, powerful, goofy foots. Couple of solid fires in for Connor. This was Cole's last wave, Jesse.
I mean, how good and tight does a turn can get on a day like today? That first turn was a hammer from Cole Hausman. Beautiful deep bottom turn. Gatien, on the other hand, having the opportunity, getting ahead of himself, looking down the line, forgot about the nose. That happens a lot when your heart's beating a little bit too faster, you know, too fast.
Energy still pulsing through. Strider, where are you?
Down in the competitors area, and just, you know, looking at all this action in this area with everybody and everything that they have going on. This heat coming up with the all Brazilian affair. You know, Alejo, Muniz, and Toledo coming up against each other. They were warming up right next to each other, and they had all this energy. And you could see Toledo kind of looking over his shoulder a few times at Alejo. But you know what? Alejo just stone cold him. He's 35. He's got a little seniority on him. That hasn't had as much success as Toledo, obviously. But this is going to be a fun one to watch. It's going to be interesting. And Toledo looking over at him, kind of trying to almost get a little reaction from him. They got nothing out of it. And the fact is this friendly fire for Brazil, but there's no friends once they hit the water, let me tell you. And they made that very clear before here in the competitors area.
Looking forward to seeing what Toledo brings us out here. Muniz is going to try and use that power and just belt it. Ewing's been pretty smooth so far, but tell you what, he still probably needs number here to make this a little more safe in terms of facing the wild card delay. And he gets down a hole and goes incomplete. And after Gatien making a mistake, Ethan himself now will send priority back to Gatien. Might have an opportunity. What happened on this left?
I mean, this is a beautiful wave. First turn is massive. Lots of spray, very critical. Right here goes into the floater, but he's starts to identify the junction of the wave as he was on top of that lip. Might be able to see it here from this drone angle. He's going to put this board on the lip line, and that the whitewash coming in from the back of him starts to junction under, and it just gets so critical and sketchy, kind of like the same way it happened to Jake Marshall on that first wave he rode on the previous heat. So identifying was too risky, probably wasn't going to land in and pressing the eject button before.
Yeah, judges paying out 493 just for the first turn. That setup, so much speed to it, tons of spray. Gets the slight improvement, nudges up. I mean, it's a similar kind of wave that Gatien's after now. 3 on the clock, just over that. And Ethan Ewing, after just a couple of missteps, crucially adding some points to his total. And it'll be interesting to see how these last few minutes pay out here. Gatien, with that 5-7, got himself right back in the heat since then. Couple of throwaways for him, and we'll need to find a bit of quality. It probably will be maybe 1 or possibly 2 more opportunities for him, tops, in the time that's remaining in this one. Numbers for Cole in the non-priority heat, 417. Prior to that, he got a 517. So still Conor O'Leary in the lead there. Plenty of time left to go for that pair. We'll see Toledo hitting the water soon. Some glimpses of that warm-up. It looks ominous when he is as focused as he looks right now.
And I feel like this is the point of difference from this heat. Obviously, we had that with Imai on the previous one. Nice up and vertical right there, but this is where it's money for me. He's going to start to eye it down the closeout section. He's going to put that arm back to give him the stability to push that tail all the way around. You're going to see the front of his fins disengage. You can literally see it from the screen, and it's going to engage it again and come back around. That was so critical, so hard to do, technical, and this is the point of difference that we've seen it so far in this heat.
Yeah, it's weird. It's almost like an upside down heat. He used to serve as maybe making mistakes at the beginning and then getting into form. He actually came out looking really good, and has looked a little bit more shaky just in terms of mistakes since then.
And it's funny to see if it's a rhythm thing, because he started off with the first 2 waves, 4.33 and a 6, probably in a period of less than 5 minutes. And then he put on the anchor because he knew he already had something of substance. He wanted it better, but it took him like probably about 15 minutes to ride another wave. He rode a 0.5 right after the 6, but then the 1-point ride was on the priority heat. So it took him a while to actually get back up, and maybe he lost rhythm on that.
Interesting to see Jake with the signal there in terms of positioning, where to enter into the wave. This is the chance for Gatien Delay. That was a big turn and can't quite get that done. I tell you what, there was serious scoring opportunity on that section, Jesse.
Once again, looking ahead of himself. You can see it clearly on that wave. Huge opportunity missed for Gatien right there.
Ewing cleans it up with the combo, and he'll bring this in.
Hey, that could have been the score for him, because obviously Ethan's most likely going to better his situation, but this wave much cleaner from Gatien. Beautiful first turn right there. A lot of wobble. Gets up in vertical once again. You see the sense of urgency, a little bit more energetic from Ethan, knowing it was his last chance. As you're going to see it right there, I think if we have the replay from the front angle, it'll be more helpful to identify. As you see it right there, bottom turns. Up and vertical, beautiful turn, but he starts to look down the line. You see it right there, his face, and he forgets about the nose of the board. Just that split second. Same mistake the last two waves for him, unfortunately for Gatien. Just getting ahead of himself, maybe a little bit too excited. Knows the opportunity is right in front of him to beat one of the best in the world. Not able to hold himself and keep himself present in the moment right there. Huge opportunity miss for him.
It's unfortunate for Gatien Delay, but he did show us some of the flashes of his quality. But it was Ethan Ewing ultimately who did get the improvement as well on that last wave, the 5.57, and his numbers pretty healthy really in the context of the action that we're seeing so far this morning. Unfortunately, Delay will bow out. Ethan will keep going. Time for a quick break here at Super Tubus. More live action from the men's round of 32 when we come back.
The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by MEO, your official network connection in Portugal. By Rip Curl, live the search. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Yeti, built for the wild. And by Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL.
And welcome back to the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. Men's round of 32 out in the water, overlapping heat format. We got a new heat in the water, and we got a new team here on the set. I'm Kuiper Guerrero. This is Mitchell Salazar. And Mitch, we were pleasantly surprised on what we saw from Super Tubos this morning. I think we're going to get a lot of surfing done. But new heat in the water, and it's hard to avoid friendly fire between Brazilians just because there's so many on tour, but that's going to be the story of the new heat in the water with Alejo Muniz and Felipe Toledo.
And especially with the fantasy surfing teams too, but overall, Alejo Muniz savvy in these kind of conditions. He's been around a very long time, and Felipe, a former champion out here. I think this is kind of the performance that we're looking from him in these types of conditions. Heavier waves out there right now, Kaipo.
Yeah. Heavy beach break is on tap. There we go, a two-time world champ Felipe Toledo. Alejo Muniz with his return to the championship tour after 8 years of absence and grinding through that challenger and qualifying series, but it's good to see Alejo back in action. Meanwhile, in the priority heat out in the water, we have two big goofy foots, Connor O'Leary versus Cole Hauschman.
And it's been a close one so far. Here's Muniz.
Alejo finds a bubble, gets behind the curtain, up in the lip. Ooh, sacrificial finish there for the Alejo Muniz. See if that SRS surfboard stays in one piece. Looks like it's in one piece. And the leash held. This place breaks boards like nothing.
Well, Gatien Delahaye actually broke his board paddling in after his heat had ended. And on the IC replay right here, Kaipo, great technique. I mean, a lot of composure and just not enough speed for that final section. That's the convergence of the two peaks right there. So he tried to hop on over the second one. Seems like Haoshi in the other heat also up and riding. Love this combo, down carve, and then through the tail for the reverse. That was sick.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
and he knows it too.
How many times have we talked about the guys from San Clemente? You have a lot of similarities to Rivi's T Street. Obviously on steroids right now with how big it is out there at the moment, but that should be a solid wave and a good number for Haoshi.
Yeah, Cole Hausman, second year on the championship tour, sophomore year, achieved something that very few rookies do, is a CT win your first time around the globe. And he did that last year over in Bells.
A comeback win too against Griffin in that one.
Yeah. Take another look here. Oh, that's catching up with Connor O'Leary on the right.
Yeah, so just an incomplete turn right there for Connor. And this is Phil's opener. Actually, his second ride had a throwaway to start things off. Solid snap right there with a lot of speed on the backhand and great combination. I mean, we saw him get second place to Griffin a few years ago with the same style of surfing on those left-handers, Kaipo. Looks good so far.
Yeah, Felipe Toledo. Gosh, the speed that he's able to generate, incredible. Toledo taking a win out here in 2015.
Excellent final between him and Italo, by the way. That one in the afternoon, tough conditions.
O'Leary finds a peak there, a little bit of a tapered left. Oh my goodness.
Did the board make contact with either the face or the chest?
Only a surfer knows the feeling.
You mentioned that from multiple different perspectives at this event, and it's so true. Wipeouts, duck dives, everything, the ski assist.
Yeah, somehow, you know, most of the time you're going to get your hands up there and protect yourself. Just pure instinct. Let's see what happened.
Well, the first carve was nice, too. He was on his way to a strong score right here. Oh, yeah, I think the hand was able to block the board before it made contact, but still, anytime you get that rail, the nose of the board, anything.
Look at the react from the crowd.
Especially in cold water temperatures, Kaipo, those ones hurt, they sting.
And again, because all those guys are surfers and they know the feeling. Here we go. Off the bottom, slashed off the top. Patented maneuver for Alejo Moniz, but unable to keep the traction together and ride out.
And Alejo representing the Argentinian flag for the first time in the championship tour as well. Born in Mar del Plata over there in Argentina, raised for the majority of his life, and his brother Santi's in Bombiñas.
I didn't notice that. Did he switch to the Argentinian
Well,
flag?
he's got 1 and 1.
Yeah.
So it's
like his brother.
Cool. Yeah. It's really awesome. I mean, you see the heritage right there, and obviously growing up in Brazil and representing Brazil for his entire career, at least having that right now. I know a lot of people in South America are super.
But it's
super
interesting
proud.
because his brother Santiago,
he's always
just represented Argentina, has always represented Argentina.
Yeah, I found that interesting, and I haven't really asked Santi about that, but you know, personal preference, and of course,
dig into it and report back, Mitchell.
Obviously, the support that he probably has financially from the federation.
A lot of times that's the reason. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good call there. All right, 12 minutes 30 seconds. Cole Hausman. With that air, 5.8, his highest wave so far. He's in the lead over Connor O'Leary in the priority heat. And Felipe Toledo activated, going super vert on that first turn. Aggressive second turn.
He should love it.
Sharp.
Yeah.
Not only is it a sharp high surfboard, it's sharp surfing. Here we go with Haoshi, Cole Hausman. Power the goofy foot out of San Clemente. Punching the lip a couple of times. Flaring out the board. Flaring the hairdo. Just a whole lot of flair right there.
I know the spider webs are kind of throwing me off right now, but if anybody can rock it, it's definitely Rodman right there, Kipes. Rocking number 91, just like one of his sources of inspiration, Dennis.
Dennis, the worm Rodman.
Yeah. All-time great Hall of Famer in the NBA. And speaking of tall dudes, how's she one of the tallest on tour? One of the quickest on tour, though, if not the fastest. Philippe right here. How's the IC replay? Second turn as good as it gets.
I see a couple of good turns there.
It's just so excellent when you see that kind of timing, especially with the bottom turn. That's due to the size of the waves we have out there this morning, though. Strong stuff on the back end, and then Haoshi right here. I like the maneuver selection. Kaipo doesn't push too hard right here on the first one. More of an under the lip snap. But then the second one, how's the variation on the forehand? Sick little layback right there, just pushes a bit harder and make sure to get something going at the end with a little bit of a tail throw. Might improve on the 517, might not.
Spider web on the hair, leopard print on the Mayhem. It's got it going on as far as the overall kit.
Oh.
Wow, big gouge for Connor O'Leary on the comeback, but unable to hang on to a finish there. Rapid fire here in action. Overlapping heats providing us with a lot of surfing. Winding up off the bottom, Alejo Muniz, and a big, that was the patented Alejo Muniz turn right there.
And judges did say we're still going to reward single maneuvers on critical sections, Kaipo. We were talking about the degree of difficulty, a lot of these maneuvers on those big set waves. That's one of them right there from Alejo.
One more look at this.
Another angle. I mean, just the precision right there in the attack. But as you were saying, we've seen that turn for 15 years, whether it's on the QS, the Challenger at the CT level. The amount of speed going into it, though, and the aggression at the end. Love that kind of surfing from Muniz.
Yeah, exciting surfer.
But overlapping heats, how many waves have you had just in the 2 heats out there in the water right now?
A lot of waves being ridden. There's no waves getting ridden right now, so let's take that advantage to check in with the last heat winner, Ethan Ewing, AJ.
Yeah, Kaipo, Ethan, coming in, give me your analysis of your performance in that heat.
That was a bit of a grindy one. I made a few mistakes, fell more than I wanted to, and I felt like I started okay, but the wheels kind of fell off for a little bit in the middle, and then, yeah, I got the one in the end, kind of, yeah, got me through, but not super happy with that one, but yeah, something to work on in the next round.
And when you have a heat like that, how critical is it for you to sort of mentally reset, knowing that we could have a really long day today, excuse me?
Yeah, it's super important, especially just out there in the heat. I was like, knew I'd made a few mistakes, and it was kind of just like, take a little moment just to, I don't know, recenter myself and get back into it. But yeah, it's going to be probably another round, I'd say. So yeah, it'd be good to reset after that one.
Congratulations, see you in the next one.
Thank you.
Ethan Ewing, yeah, that is the plan today. This round of 32 overlapping, round of 16 also overlapping, and we're still on standby for possible quarterfinals today. Replay here, Connor O'Leary.
Yeah, the first car was sick, and then I was thinking right there, okay, just right out of that, you're probably changing the situation. Comes in as a 3.57, and at the moment still in second, needing a mid-5. Kaipo, close heat and a tight one with just under 9 minutes, 10.97 to 10.7 from O'Leary.
Yeah, and the needs column, you can see for Connor, 5.48 is what he needs to take the lead off of Cole Hauschman. The big rig right here, Jordy Smith. And Jordy on his way out is going to be coming up against, take it away, Mitchell.
Al Cleland Jr., Boca de Pascuales, Mexico. Should be a fun one, Kaipo. People's champ right there.
I'm hoping for a little bit more of a Mexican pump up right now. You got your boy on the screen. Let's go.
Arriba, Mexico!
That's the vibe I wanted there. Thank you very much. Yeah. Ramsey Bukhayam and looks like Matthew McGillivray on the warm-up bikes, but yeah, the match is in play. Cole Hauschman up against Connor O'Leary. We got Felipe Toledo, Alejo Muniz. We got Jordy Smith, Alan Cleveland Jr. coming up. I love this overlapping format. So many waves to analyze, to watch.
If you're a judge sometimes, though, you're thinking to yourself, okay, this is going to be a long one. It's going to be a long one. I mean, how many scores have they had just in Heat 6 alone?
Yeah. My advice again, don't think too hard about the overs. Just get those numbers
in.
And just really focus on the ones of consequence. 2015 Portugal champ here, Felipe Toledo, with the 77 on his back. A lucky number and also a biblical holy number as well.
Been a decade since he's won here in Portugal. Has made a final since then, losing to Griffin a few years ago, but overall, you know, still, I would say one of his better events, Kaipo, just knowing the conditions can be changing a lot at a beach break, especially the quickness factor that he has.
Yeah. And it's nice that he took a year off last year to be with the family, Koa and Mahina, his son and daughter, great family man. Comes from a great surfing family. His dad, Ricardo Toledo, also a former pro over there in Brazil.
Yep. And winning the national championship in Brazil, for those who haven't been, is a pretty big deal. And Ricardo was able to do that multiple times over there. And now having the success with the son at the championship tour level, a 2-time world champion right now. He's got a big heat on his hands, though, as the judges, they were a bit reserved with the one turn right there from Muniz, 4.67. It was a larger wave. They are really scoring the combo as well. The 5.83 of Toledo, the best of the heat so far. A close one, though, between Haushi and Connor.
Heat recap here with the two big goofy foots, starting with Connor O'Leary.
Yeah, he's got a 5.5 right here for his best. Backing it up with the 5.2. It's been all on the backhand for a lot of these two gentlemen. And we're talking about similar styles, much more experience on the CT for O'Leary. But as you said, the victory on the championship tour so far over at Bells Beach for Cole Hauschman. I like this approach, though, what we're seeing from Connor. Just big surfing, open face waves. Probably could have pushed a little bit harder to get a larger score right there. This is the best of the heat so far, though, Kaipo. 5.8. The variation from Hauschman with the air reverse. And, of course, little finger snap right at the end for the claim. The worm.
Yeah, well, he's called Rodman. I guess we're gonna expand upon Cole Hauschman's nickname, right? It's Haushi, but then there's the Rodman number, so it's the Rodman. But then Dennis Rodman being the worm. Now we could turn Cole Hauschman's nickname into the worm.
Yeah,
we'll ask him for approval on that when we get a break and stuff. But I like it.
How gnarly is his fashion style in the Red Bull Athlete Zone too? Well, got the nice jacket, got the Air Force Ones.
He's got a new sponsor, Santo Loco, and it's a fashion brand. So he's got the drip going right now when he's not in a wetsuit. And even his wetsuits right now have statements on them.
They got some stees.
Al Cleland Jr. taking a moment to center himself before his matchup.
Surfs these types of waves day in, day out, Kaipo. Really looking like Pascual is on a higher tide, a little bit onshore wind. Should be a great heat between him and Jordy.
Yeah, and what a tale of differences. You have someone who's just come on, you know, fresh call-up as a rookie on tour, and then the veteran of the entire tour, Jordy Smith. Those two coming up against each other in the next heat.
And gonna go down as one of the all-time greats, Jordy Smith, too. I'd actually say him and Taj Burrow, probably two of the greatest surfers to never win a world championship, or at least so far.
Yeah, I liked that you had so far, because I think Jordy's, I mean, hey, he came pretty close to making the Final Five last year.
Yeah,
had a great season, right? And could get back on a roll this year. There's something to be said about experience when it comes to the World Tour.
It is the most important factor there is. And, you know, for Jordy, nearly 20 years on the championship tour, we're getting to that point right now where a lot of people are thinking, okay, if you're making a run, it's got to be over the Australian leg, just like this guy. You know, you have 3 rights in a row that are predominant over there. You have Bells, Snapper, and Marks being the last event at the cutoff. O'Leary looking to do well over there at home. But so far in this heat, 3 minutes to go. He has priority, Kaipo, needing really just under his best score, a 5.48, and can do it on the right, can do it on the left. Haushi, though, he's making sure he's just kind of telling him, hey, I'm around. In case you don't want to wave, I could improve on the 5.17 as well.
Interesting point you made about the rights. So the next stop's going to be a right, and then the entire Australian treble are all rights. So if you're a goofy foot, to survive the cut, you need a mean backhand. But in contrast, the world title is going to be decided on a left.
I know.
There's no rights at club, right? You can go ahead and try. It's not going to happen.
And in contrast to regular footers at a left-hand point break, they wouldn't find it right at a left-hand point break.
Yeah.
Goofy footers would find a left at a right-hand point break. I mean, how many times have we done that in the past? We're getting places in the world, though. The majority of our broadcast team at this event is goofy footers. I'm
I
feeling
never
positive.
thought about that. Yeah, it's true.
2 minutes, though, Kaipo, and time's winding down for O'Leary right here.
He's got priorities, so that's the good news, right, Mitch? He'll have first choice out of the next set coming through, and we do see some lines.
Yeah, and how's she going to go on the... No, decides to pull back. That had opportunity on it, though. I thought somebody was going to pull the trigger. A little bit of froth on the inside section, though, and with the minute 40, Connor's got to be on something soon, Kaipo.
Yeah. Here we go. Toledo down the beach. Winds up off the bottom, snaps off the top. Looks one more time in the foam. Easy foam glide for Felipe Toledo. Dependable for the completion again. Felipe Toledo looking to build upon a 4.33, which is his current low.
And he should be doing that. It seems like he's found a flow. His last 3 waves are going to be counting scores, Kaipo. And in a solid position right now in heat number 7. Lines coming through, though. O'Leary with priority right here, Kipes. I don't know if a lot of these waves are really going to have the shape that he's looking for.
Yeah, Cole breaking away here under priority. Realizing he just has a minute to go, is going to take a right, pulls in, nothing to go in there. Attention to Connor O'Leary right now, still sitting with priority with 50 seconds. Here comes Alejo Moniz, non-priority heat. Quick up and out. Connor O'Leary still searching for a wave with 40 seconds with priority. O'Leary, the focus right now with 30 seconds to go. There he is. A little out of position, Mitch.
Yeah, and I think it was that one left that he kind of let go that went a little bit underneath him that might have had the chance for the mid-5 that he's looking for. 15 seconds, so there could be a wave right after this, and
yeah,
I don't know if it's going to break in time.
Yep.
Close heat, though, Kaipo. 10.97, 10.7. Props to Hausman. He was in second for the majority of it. Came back with a 5.8, the BOH at that moment.
And the coach for Connor O'Leary, Richard Dog Marsh, visibly disturbed over what he just saw go down. And O'Leary's going to take an equal 17th out of Portugal.
Yeah. Well, has 4 events on the backhand in a row. El Salvador, a good event for him. He's made it to finals day before, but wants to get things going as Haushi. He's into round of 16.
Yeah, we're going to see that spider web again in the round of 16. Cole Hausman moving on in the challenge of the Goofy Foots. And we're going to move on to a quick break. When we return, new heats in the water. Jordy Smith up against Alan Cleland Jr. Here at Super Tubos, the GOAT, Kelly Slater, comes into this event with the yellow jersey. He's ranked #1. And Slater introducing the world to the...
And Chris Davidson, worthy of a salute right there. May he rest in peace. That's all he could do at that point. He's like, bro, you know what? You got this heat on lock.
Look at the rookie back in 2010. Jordy Smith, his first full year on tour, came off of a win JB and was matched up in the final up against Kelly Slater.
Yeah, and Kelly just had to show everybody that he was still looking for #10 in terms of the World Championships. Ended up taking the W, but Jordy had a couple of sick airs in this event. That's when he was throwing the backside Superman's Kaipo. And goes to show you, still, more than 15 years ago, Jordy Smith, just as good as he's always been. Kelly, though, once again, on his way to a #10 world title.
Yeah, on the way to 10th world title. And Jordy Smith, 2010, finished up #2 in the world on his rookie year on the championship tour. But all the focus at Super Tubos was to the GOAT, Slater, with the funny hat and the big trophy.
The good old days. The good old days. Not much has changed, though, really.
Fashion just a little bit. Good stuff. Thanks to the WSL Vault for digging up all of that vintage footage, and we can celebrate the history here at Super Tubos. And Jordy Smith, he's still around after 18 years on the championship tour. Smith up against the rookie Alan Cleland Jr., the first surfer to represent Mexico on this world stage, opening up here with Jordy Smith.
Yeah, this came in as a 6.5, so off to a stellar start on the IC replay. Excellent combination, especially with the slide of the fins on the second one. Coming from Durban, you know, he surfs New Pier quite a bit, and those beach breaks over there tend to get pretty heavy and quite big, Kaipo, so he has experience, and now living in Cape Town, he is very used to the colder and frigid waters.
Yeah, no, he grew up in Durban and Cape Town, but actually Jordy Smith right now has a palatial manner right on the point at Jeffreys Bay. He's the king there now.
There's a couple of edits where I tried to ask him about the waves where he's been surfing. It's like, bro, they're secrets.
Felipe Toledo is in the lead in the priority heat up against Alejo Muniz. Toledo on the backhand once again. His previous left checked in at a 5.5. He paired that with a 5.83 with a strong lead over Alejo Muniz. You can see the numbers there. And the need for Alejo currently at a 6.63. Replay here.
You know, right now he's just in a flow state, and more importantly, it just seems like he's enjoying himself and having fun. That is a sharp and crisp turn under the lip right there. Great variation too. Look at the little smirk right here at the end though. He is just enjoying himself with the claim right at the end, just telling, hey, you know, I'm riding out in front of the white water, make sure that's complete. But his last 4 waves, Kaipo, he's probably going to be converting on all 4 of those. And with 15 minutes to go, just applying even more pressure to his good buddy.
Look at the non-priority heat. Look at the start for Jordy Smith. That is a absolute banger, a 6.5. That's the way to start a heat.
Yeah, it's a keeper, and anything above a 5 at the beginning of the heat is always going to be something that you're extremely stoked on.
Especially when you do that in the non-priority position, because the 6.5 is actually the biggest number from a wave from the entirety of the surfers in the water right now. So that's really impressive for Jordy to tag that one under priority.
Excellent point, especially up against a rookie like Al. But we are talking about one of the best surfers when it comes to these conditions worldwide. Growing up in Boca de Pascuales, this is just another regular day, and especially when it gets on shore, he's usually out there in the afternoon trying out different kinds of boards, now riding his own personal model too, the Allen Klein file that Scotty Metzner and Timmy Patterson have been working with him on for a couple of years now.
I love talking about boards. Let's shout out Timmy Patterson, who's been an influential shaper out of Dana Point, California for decades. Timmy coming from a incredible surf building background. Timmy's dad and uncle were some of the original workers in the Hobie factory, actually at the invent of the foam and fiberglass surfboard. So what a great heritage that he has with his equipment. Equipment for Cole Hauschman looked like it worked. That Mayhem looked money. And let's hear from Cole. He's with Strider Wazalewski.
Thanks, Kipes. Yeah, Cole, great, you know, great go this morning. It looked like it was a lot of work out there.
Yeah, it was, I mean, compared to yesterday, it was way better. But yeah, still so much power in the ocean. And yeah, I was freaking, I'm steaming right now. It's hot, a lot of paddling. I was like, can they please do jet ski assist? I was like 10 minutes on the inside. I couldn't get back out.
And you got here on a board that you rode last year.
Yeah, it's a Magic board I rode here last year, and then I rode it once in Brazil, and then I didn't ride it since. And I came down this morning, and I was like watching the waves, and I was like, oh my gosh, I have like all my old stickers, no wax on it. It's got like a ding in the nose. I was just like, didn't even watch the waves. I was just in the locker room, like sticking up the board, and like I drew on it and stuff. It's just like, but hey, it's a Magic board, so you gotta do what you gotta do.
And I saw Griffin kind of stop you and give you some love before your heat, and it looked like it kind of settled you down.
Yeah, Griff's like a brother to me, and he's really good about reading emotions and kind of just like, just good vibes, you know, and he's trying to make everyone happy, and yeah, he's really good. He kind of just like makes it lighthearted, and yeah, stoked to watch him now.
All right, well, congratulations, a big rig heat. You came out on top. Nice work.
Thanks, Strider. Good to see you guys.
Yeah, there you go. Cole Hauschman, I just wanted to confirm his new supporting sponsor, that boutique fashion brand, Santo Studio. Yeah, so Cole with some of the best drip on tour. This guy's pretty fashionable, too.
Yeah, he is.
Italo Ferreira getting revved up. He's coming up against Jorgen Kuzne in heat number 9 of this round of 32.
So highest seed going up against the lowest seed in this round right here, and Jorgen coming off of the QS 3000 win over Ramzi Boukiem in Morocco. Excellent waves over there. And Italo so far been the most consistent surfer within the first 2 events of the season. Kaipo should be a banger.
Yeah, Italo's been very impressive also on all of the warm-up sessions. So a lot of times you got the scouting report, we're watching those warm-up sessions, and Italo's been on the money. So
it's noticeable.
Yeah. See if he can carry that into the heat on a jersey. Jersey on the back of Alejo Muniz, feeling a little bit heavy right now. He's got priority, but he's got a big ask. 7.63 is what Alejo needs, just because Felipe Toledo on that last left did increase his heat total, 6.5 for Felipe Toledo on that last left. So Alejo Muniz feeling the pressure.
And I don't think that the scores that Alejo's posted so far have reflected how well he surfed in this heat. The 4.67, the one big turn on the forehand. He opened up with a good score of a 4.7 as well, Kaipo, but then just Phil, as I said before, there's 4 waves in a row where his lowest one is a 4.33, has increased and kept every single one of those last 4 in a scoreline. And just under 11 minutes right now, as you mentioned, Muniz needing one of the best scores of the day so far, 7.63. By today's standards, it's a big number. There are a couple of barrels out there, but you really need to be going to turns for that.
Up and down. So Al Cleland Jr. on his first wave, just feeling stuff out. He's going to have to shake that one off.
And paddling back out. You saw him right there splash the water a little bit. He's like, okay, made a mistake, got plenty of time, 30 minutes. It's basically a brand new heat. Just got to reset. And right now, this is where you want to make sure you're actually dialing into the kind of conditions you surfed before that are similar to these ones. Once again, growing up at that Mexican beach break, heavy water waves, not a ton of people around either. So there's times where when it's that big, you're dependent on yourself, Kaipo. So growing up with this dad over there who you know very well back in your day, former professional surfer Al Cleland Sr., they know not only what he's capable of in these waves, he's also very used to the equipment he would be riding on a similar day to there.
Yeah. And right now we have Jordy Smith, he's back there somewhere. But let's take a look at our Felipe Toledo, Alejo Muniz, and their history in competition. They've been around a long time, but they haven't really met up that many times for Felipe Toledo. And surprising stat here.
Yeah, over a decade since they've matched up the last time. That was in 2015 over at the J-Bay Open. But 2-0.
Surprising stat.
For Muniz right there, and the average heat score in his favor, also the max heat score and the max wave score. So Alejo back in the day used to be dominant against the 2-time world champ. About 9 minutes away from that changing though, but as of right now, Alejo has the upper hand when it comes to head-to-head matchups on their CT careers.
In every category.
Yeah. And
so that's when we dig into the history, that's a pretty surprising stat.
You know what's so impressive too? J-Bay is one of the best locations where we've ever seen Felipe at. He
redefined that, surfing that wave.
Has the perfect 10 over there with the double alley-oop. We've seen him win multiple times. And of course, as you said, he redefined the way you really not only approach the wave, you surf it too.
Yeah.
I was video game surfing when he did that double alley-oop.
Toledo, right now with a strong position in the priority heat. Non-priority heat, Jordy Smith is dominant right now over the rookie Al Cleland Jr.
And if you don't mind me adding something, Kaipo.
Go ahead.
Phil is so underestimated when it comes to him surfing on the backhand. I feel like people don't appreciate him or probably don't think that there's a certain standard for him going left. Him in Fiji, I feel like if it's 4 feet, he should be very, very difficult to beat out there.
Al, a solid lip glide there, just to get any type of number of substance to start his role in the non-priority heat. He's still got 27 minutes on the clock.
It's a start. You got to get your confidence up, at least try to find a rhythm right here. A lot of froth on this one and a really tricky section just to ride out of. Fins engaged right there when he was coming out of it. Had to roll the windows down just slightly. Coming out of that turn, another angle. Look at how shallow it is right there on the inside, and tide still dropping, Kaipo. It's going to get even dumpier out here at Super Tubos.
Yeah. The coefficient between the tides, though, are less every single day. When we started competition with the full moon, we had almost a 10-foot tide change. So the tide change, although is still 8 foot, is still extreme, but not as extreme as when we started this contest window. Reynolds Hayes and Italo Ferreira having a talk before they're heading out. The revving action of Italo, the high energy and the calming effect of his coach, Reynolds Hayes. It's kind of it's a juxtaposition, but it's also a perfect match. You know, when you look at the two attitudes and the two auras of these individuals.
It's peanut butter and jelly. I mean, they go hand in hand, and one doesn't exist without the other. And seriously, props to Reynolds. He's done awesome work so far in the first couple of events with Italo, and you know, as you said, I think there's a big contrast right there in personalities and the way they approach things.
There was a funny incident in stop number 2 because Reynolds was the coach for both Rio Waida and Italo Ferreira. And so they both made the final. And after the final, both Rio and Italo were mentioning to Reynolds, like, hey, dude, I heard you rooting. Like, Rio was like, I heard you rooting for Italo, bro. Like, why were you doing that? And then Italo said the same thing to Reynolds. Like, I heard you rooting for Rio, dude. Like,
he's doing his job.
I know, but it was a really funny circumstance that Reynolds was kind of sandwiched between his the two surfers that he coached.
Oh my, that's funny.
It was a funny moment.
And if you know Reynolds, he's not really like the guy to be like, yeah. He's actually like super chill and everything. So I find that really hard to believe, actually.
Well, yeah. Here we go with Felipe Toledo flowing as usual on the backhand, and that was set to be a pretty dynamic maneuver, but got bounced in the end. Doesn't matter. No harm, no foul. He'll still be in the lead. Jordy Smith here finding this left to back up that 6.5. Jordy goes complete. Mission done right there for Jordy Smith.
Oh yeah, and that's going to be a good backup to the 6.5 as well. Good timing on that. Made sure not to try to oversurf the wave for how it was. A lot of lip lines coming down on him with that onshore wind picking up just a little bit more right now. 2 kipes.
And that's the veteran factor when you look at Jordy, who's been on the tour for so long. First, look at this replay of Felipe.
That was a major turn. If you would have ridden out of it, it's just going to be
But this is a smart surfing right here. Get a backup.
Well, and don't try to overdo things. Look at the wave, realize what it's going to be able to do. That second turn's very difficult, too. I mean, he has to go up a little late and make sure that he's projecting up and over the white water. And especially for a tall dude like him, I can attest to that. There's times where your technique goes a little bit out of the window just because you're so big. Your limbs can be going up and over different kind of places.
I just thought of another story with Jordy. We caught up with Jordy yesterday checking the surf. He was just out of the water.
Oh.
And look at, surfing's popular now in Portugal, and a lot of that has to do with rip curl and the surge and exposing this place. There's hundreds of surfers, and so we're at a spot, and Jordy Smith, I'm talking about Jordy Smith, was having kind of a hard time clearing the water and finding a wave out there. Every time he paddled for a wave, 4 or 5 other surfers would paddle in every direction, crisscrossing over
Not
him.
knowing where they're going.
Yeah, it was
Brew. I don't even know which way to go out there. That's funny, though, when you see a guy still almost 20 years into his career on the Champion Tour, and he still struggles to get the right waves during the free surfs. That kind of shows you how much it's progressed, though, how much it's evolved right here in a region of the world where we've seen that evolution so far, Kaipo. 16 years since the search right here in 09?
Surfing, to 2009. And, you know, surfing's been a great attraction for tourism. Of course, there's so many other things to do, but, hey, if you're a surfer, you got to put on your bucket list, on your checklist, visit Portugal at least once, because it's an incredible place with tons of waves, friendly people, great cuisine, allowing for great surfing like we see Felipe Toledo in this heat recap.
And every single one of his counting scores has been going left. The 5.83, and then Muniz right here has a couple of 4s. They weren't surfed bad either. Nice cover up right there by Muniz. Off timing for the end section turn, though. Had to bail his board right there at the end. And you can see a good amount of size still out there in the water. This morning got super duos. Once again, though, Felipe, growing up in Ubatuba, used to surfing beach break conditions, now living the majority of the year in San Clemente. He tends to surf T Street, Oceanside quite a bit. Knows how to surf a wave similar to this, although a bit larger in size right now. Kaipo, he's dominant in this heat. 12.33 heat total with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, there's the unabridged version of what's going on in the water in their priority heat. All the waves ridden, their scores highlighted, the top 2 scores for each surfer.
And Phil only really has one throwaway, the in and out, the 05 at the beginning.
Yeah, that was just when he was feeling out his traction.
And look at how good he's been since then. Second wave, 4.33, he would still be in first place with one of the 5s in a scoreline. And overall, once again, I feel like he's not mentioned enough when it comes to great backhand surfing. Guy can do it all, Kaipo.
Yeah. Well, we've seen a 10 on the backhand from Felipe Toledo over there in Saquarema.
Yeah, at 9.8, I believe, at lowers about a decade ago with the 1 full rotation there, too. No, the guy's obviously multi-talented.
Yeah.
when it comes to different kinds of locations too, we've seen a big increase in him in terms of his talent and skill level in both Tahiti and a pipeline. Overall, though, has a couple of throwaway results, really, when we're talking about the two-time world champ. I think a lot of people were expecting him to do much better at Abu Dhabi. Was a situation over there that was out of his hands. Now going into multiple stops that are very favorable for him. Punta Roca, we know what he can do right there.
Yeah.
And of course the Aussie Lake Pipes.
Yeah. I think you're going to see Felipe Toledo on a run from here on out before the cut.
And he's won all 3 of the Australian events too. Snapper, Bells, and Marks.
That's danger.
I mean, back end of the year, you have Jebe, you have Brazil, where he's been the best surfer ever.
By the way, this year in Australia, we're going to have the Aussie Treble by GWM, where we're going to have an award of a car to the surfer that has the highest placing in all 3 of those events. So Phil would be one of those guys to look at.
You might want to put him on your fantasy team way ahead of the event even starting. Man, bummer for Alejo. After the last 4, really didn't have a chance, Kaipo, and 10 seconds to go, he's going to have to settle for 17th right here in Portugal.
Yeah. Yep, that's going to be it. And Felipe Toledo makes it look easy in some difficult conditions. Put it all together, Toledo moving on in. He's going to have to warm up, stay warm, get ready for the round of 16.
Yeah, and fortunately for him, it does seem like there will be a decrease in swell. I think we're going to see aerial antics come out to play in the next heat that he's going to surf, but a great result so far already for the former champion, looking to make it 2 in the last decade right here at Super Tubos, Kaipo.
Yeah, great numbers. There you go, 6.5, 5.83. Wonderful performance by Felipe Toledo on to the round of 16. We're going to take a break. When we come back, you want to tune in, stay tuned in. We're going to have Italo Ferreira up against the wild card, Jorgen Kuzne. By the way, Felipe Toledo, he's one to watch. Taking a look at stop number 2 at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro, Italo Ferreira on the ultimate wave machine and was the ultimate surfer throughout every single heat here. Pure performance by Italo Ferreira, riddled with multiple rail turns, incredible alley-oops, solid surfing. Italo, this is video game stuff, Mitchell.
And he's made extreme progress at the basin, was runner-up to Griffin the last time we had the event at the Surf Ranch, but a lot of alley-oops, that takes a lot out of your legs, making sure to go to the locker room, get those reps in between those waves, and the victory celebration right here with this manager, Marcos. Keep that board intact though, boys. Seems like it's the moneymaker.
I actually don't know who has the bigger victory celebration between those two, Marcos or Italo.
I think Marcos is actually the guy for that situation.
There he is, number 1 in the rankings, Italo Ferreira coming up against a wild card, Jorgen Kuzne, who's got the call up to come into competition when Ryan Callanan had to pull out due to an injury. Starting here, replay of Italo Ferreira, Mitch.
Yeah, this one just a 2.67 for number 1 in the world currently on the IC replay. Looking for the floater at the end. And just a slip right there, which is pretty uncharacteristic for the world champion. Beautiful carve right there to start things off with the Timmy Patterson underneath his feet. And right there at the end, you see right here when he finishes the floater, it seemed like he was just a little off balance, leaned a little bit too far back, and it's going to be a throwaway for him to start things off in this one, Kaipo. Oh, this might be a good ride on the inside. Nope, gonna go underneath.
Yeah, Jordy Smith with priority over the entire field here. He's in the priority heat with Alan Cleland. Jordy Smith with the lead with a 6.5 and a 4.83, and priority heat control to Jordy Smith at the moment.
And he's got the outside for the right-hander too, so with priority, as you were saying, unconditional priority over both his opponent in his heat and over the other two servers that are out there right now. Good strategy, because he's already had a good and solid heat total with just 3 waves. 11.33 has a 6.5 right off of the bat, and then the 4.83 to back it up going left. Al needs to get to work, and pretty soon, Kaipo, 8.16 his requirement at the moment. I'd say, even though he's actually not in a combination, it's still kind of a soft combo when you're considering that we haven't seen an 8 so far today.
Yeah, that's true. And this is a test for a rookie. How to come back in the back half of the heat when you are in a big deficit. And you can see Al paddling along with Jordy. Jordy's staying nice and close to Al, paying attention to the positioning of his opponent, knowing that he can flex that priority at any given time.
Well, and he knows who he's going up against. You know, despite being a rookie, really Al's been one of the stars of the free surface as well, Kaipo. Getting great waves, both barreling and maneuvers overall. I think Jordy realizes not only what he's capable of, but that he probably still wants to improve on his low score of the 4.83 at the moment. Seems like Jorgen, the Frenchman, gonna be up.
Jorgen Kuzne, and just that cut to the rail on the bottom turn. Just got to bail on that wave, but there wasn't a lot on that wave anyway, so.
Brad Duda, we had a chance to catch up with him this morning, and just talking about his experience through life, the back injury, everything, nearly qualifying a few years ago at the CS level, Kaipo. Now winning a big QS 3000 against a CT surfer and a local boy, Ramsey, over there in Morocco.
Yeah, that was fireworks in that final. Fireworks out in the water. Felipe Toledo in the round of 32. He's with Strider Wazalewski.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Toledo getting started out there. You looked really comfortable in these conditions.
Thanks. Yeah, pretty tricky. Definitely better than yesterday. A lot more opportunities, a lot more surfable. Yeah, strategy was just like get going, get started, get waves, get that rhythm, and I knew the tide was dropping. The bigger ones would have started to close out. Any corner that I could find would be a potential good score. That's what I try to do, and then I saw at the end, I was kind of far from Alejo. He was paddling towards the rip right in front of the contest. I was like, I don't know. He could be like a crazy one, or he could be like nothing, and yeah, that's pretty much what happened. He was trying to like go away from me and try to find a wave, and he couldn't. But yeah, the paddling, it's actually pretty gnarly. There's a lot of waves, sharp period, so it's like a lot of waves. Got to duck dive all of them, and there's definitely power out there. And but yeah, felt good.
It's interesting going into that heat. The stats were on his side going into it. So for wins against you, he's got you, but now you kind of got him back. Do you think about that stuff before the heat?
Not really. We already have a lot of things to worry about. I don't want one more. So at the end, after everything's done, you look at the stats and then you're kind of like, oh, okay. But yeah, before the heats, no way.
Well, congratulations. Good to have you on the glass. Hopefully you'll be back.
All right, appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, my takeaway from that interview is paying attention to the changing conditions. It is 8:52 local time here in Portugal. The tide's draining all the way till about 10:50 a.m. So we got nearly 2 hours, a little under 2 hours of the tide continuing to drain as we watch Al Cleland Jr. hatchet a couple of backhand hangers. It would have been nice if he hung on to that finish, however. Jordy Smith, who's in the lead over Al, takes a look at that one, says, nah, I'll keep priority. Italo Ferreira on the paddle, hunting for something in the non-priority heat.
And now it seems like there's a good separation in terms of distance between Jordy and Al right now, Kaipo. So Cleveland going left on that one. Jordy probably trying to get the judges' attention going right. Icy replay right here. First turn very strong. Blows the tail. We've seen this from Al many times before going left. Frothy section on the inside, and maybe just pushed a tad too hard right there at the end. So it's probably going to be one of his top 2, but shouldn't necessarily be a keeper score right there for Al.
Live action catching up with the finish for Italo Ferreira.
Pretty stock standard right there for the former world champ. Nice little hop right there for Italo.
Here's what happened.
So there's the full wave right here. A lot of speed going on. It took him a good amount of distance to cover just to be able to get to the section right here. Yeah, and by his standards, and I think by the judges' standards, that's going to be a relatively small score. Yeah. But overall, you know, he's getting his feet in the wax, and neither Jorgen nor Italo have really gotten a good score so far in the first 10 minutes of their heat.
Yeah, and you know, looking back to that Felipe Toledo interview, it's just this draining tide is going to start to affect, you know, wave quality and opportunity out there. So the surfers are going to have to really have their head on a swivel. Wave selection is going to be key. Use of priority is going to be key. The current right now is also the factor as you see the surfers paddling on the treadmill.
Well, Hauschie said that he was overheating out there. So either the water warmed up or you're just paddling a lot. And we see the replacement surfer right here from Jorgen Kuzene, replacing Ryan Callanan at this event.
So for more on Jorgen Kuzene, let's go to AJ McCord.
Have been talking about the changing conditions and how critical it is for these surfers to be aware. Always nice to have some help on the beach from their coach as well. It's Ian Martin, Jorgen's coach, is using his backup board to help direct Jorgen and where to go, because even within this heat, he's wanted him to change his position a few times. I asked him, what was the final thing you told him before going out against the current world #1? And he said he told him it's his moment. Jorgen has nothing to lose, and you deserve to be here. So he's using the board to tell him where to go. And when I was catching up with Jorgen a little bit earlier in the competition, he said the same thing. Once he saw this matchup against Italo Ferreira, it's all about switching his mindset to believing he deserves to be here and he can do incredible things against some of the world's best.
As we see live action of Jorgen Kuzene putting together a nice couple of turns on her left. And we'll be waiting for scores for both Jorgen Kuzene and Italo Ferreira and see how that affects the standings in the non-priority heat. They got 29 minutes on the clock. Al Cleland Jr. banging the lip there on the backhand, trying to get back into this matchup against Jordy Smith.
And that was the end of the wave too, so probably did at least one maneuver before that, but Junior right here, I mean, did decrease the requirement just slightly on his last wave, the 3.57 Kaipo for the one big turn going left. Now needs just under an 8. Overall, though, 8.5 minutes, with this being a beach break and the paddle back out not being as gnarly as it could potentially be, as you said, with the tide still dropping, has time. And especially with this last wave, I feel like he's going to get his best score. Italo, though, I love that combination on the forehand Kaipo. He looks quick and he looks very reactive with these kind of conditions.
Yeah, well, I mean, actually, we heard from the surfers low tide and short period swell. They got a lot of duck dives, so it looks like Al Cleland found some clear water at least. So, oh, I jinxed them. I mean, well, because look at you have an outgoing tide, you have a short period swell that equals a lot of duck diving. Here's Italo Ferreira on his last wave.
I love this combo. Goes for the layback carve and then actually gets the fins out the back on that second one. So that should be heavily rewarded. This is what we saw from Junior. That is a massive floater right there from Al. And then this is where we caught up with him. Right towards the tail end. Fit in one more. And that is strong surfing right there by the Mexican surfer. To me, that should be a strong score given the conditions, Kaipo.
100%. That's going to get him back into the heat. Here's Jorgen Kuzene.
And a late takeoff right here for the French surfer. Under the lip snap. Had to resource for, or try to take a different kind of angle right there with the carve right at the end. Ain't going to be a huge number, but it's going to be his personal best. But once again, Junior, way back in the heat right here. Kaipo needs a 7.76 at the moment. It's no doubt his best. And Jordy needs to be aware of his positioning right now and maybe try to inch a little bit closer to Cleland because he's back in the game.
Yeah, my feeling is exactly what you're saying. I think it's going to put him right back in the game. Ferreira off the bottom, slashes off the top, looking down the line for something more. Ooh. Big floater, and have paid for that one to the midsection.
Ouch. And as you said,
yeah, that will rattle you.
It's dumpy. It's dumpy, and especially with all that white water, I mean, many things can happen at any given time.
Yeah, he's still kind of recovering from that, Mitch.
Well, it takes you a while just to grab your board. You kind of have to climb your leash as we look at IC replay right here. Really just the setup carve and then not enough speed to come out of that full loader cleanly, but it seemed like his front foot just slipped off when he was coming out of it.
This is not a happy landing. This is...
Oh, man.
It was that board to the midsection, okay? You hit in the solar plex, and Italo's shaper.
Look at Reynos.
And his coach right there, both feeling the brunt of that. Tico and Teco from Silver Surfboards. Yeah. Also the guys who make the Pattersons in Brazil here on site to support Italo Ferreira.
Great dudes, by the way. Awesome people, and been able to hang out and chat with them quite a bit. And just super stoked to be here at the event. And not a bad flight when you come from Brazil to this part of the world either, as waiting on scores for Junior right here, Kaipo. They look very good and positive.
Al Cleland Jr. for this right here, got a 6.17.
Well, look at the degree of difficulty of that floater right there. I mean, just barely makes it, holding on with his tippy toes, and then somehow able to make it back to the open face right there at the end. Hit the lip line once more. Second best score of the heat, Kaipo. 5 minutes to go.
And he's back in the game.
5.17 what he needs. That is easily achievable with one turn, as you see the averages right there.
Ooh, 7-point ride getting thrown.
I don't mind that, honestly. I mean, there's just a degree of difficulty with that floater right there with the landing. How many people have fallen with that maneuver so far?
A couple judges didn't like the floater. Those sixes are standing out right there. So
floaters are underrated. I say it all the time.
Crazy, you know, tail first drop floaters like that.
The Souza, Brazil.
Yeah.
2010 Floatergate. But Andy always used to say floaters are some of the hardest maneuvers in the business, especially on the right section.
Well, and there's a lot of consequence when a floater goes wrong. Italo Ferreira looking down the line and just bounces that one away. But we saw Italo, what could go wrong on a floater in his previous wave.
Exactly.
Backhand floaters are especially scary.
The way you could potentially land on your board, the rail could come at you.
Yeah, and there we go, the support squad for Italo.
You know, when Al was probably 4 or 5, Jordi actually went to Pascuales to shoot Stranger Than Fiction over there, Kaipo.
Oh, I didn't know that. Here we go, Al setting up, looking for a ramp, searching, and that is not going to be the 5-point ride that he needs, but he read that wave. That was his only opportunity there to try to put together a score. Now he's going to have to make fast work of it. He's only got 3 minutes 40 seconds.
Yeah, 5.17 what he needs. Could easily be done with just a single maneuver. You know, Jordi right here, got to be cautious of where Junior's going to be positioning himself. Here's Italo now.
Guy catches a lot of waves, doesn't he? But throws that one away. That was wave number 6 for Italo Ferreira, and he's still in the first half of his heat.
Yeah, and considering that, you know, the run schedule for today, you probably are going to be surfing twice if conditions do allow it. So might want to keep that wave count just a little bit lower.
Can't tell that to Italo. The only place you limit Italo's Ferreira's wave count is in Surf Abu Dhabi. Yeah. That's the only time you can limit him to just 4 waves. Other than that, he's going to catch 10, 12, 47 waves. Who knows?
Guesstimate on how many coffees and how many Red Bulls he's had so far today.
Well, Red Bull gives you wings. That's why you have Italo doing so many airs.
Well, 2:45 right here, Kybson.
Let's check out a recap for Jordi Smith and Al Cleland Jr. Jordi started off with a bang with the 6.5.
He did, literally in the first few seconds of the buzzer sounding to 6.5. It's the best score of the heat so far. Just polished surfing, not trying to rush anything too. And the veteran who's made the final here before, he's looking to do one better and get his first championship right here at Super Tubos. This wave, extremely difficult to surf, has to go up and over a couple of times on the backhand. Once again, the pacing on this one has been excellent from Jordi Smith so far. And then Junior with the answer back. I'd have to say the best maneuver of the heat so far, Kaipo. 6.17 on the backhand for the Mexican surfer.
And that brings us back to live action at 2 minutes remaining between Jordi and Al Cleland. There's the entirety of the heat spelled out for you. Jorgen just throwing that away. Italo Ferreira, energized, pops it up, forces the revert, gets caught in the whitewater. Opportunity now to Jorgen Kuzne in the non-priority heat. In the priority heat, it's all about Al Cleland Jr. looking for a 5.17 in 90 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and Italo has kind of fallen into a rhythm right here where he's had 4 waves in a row, 2.9 or lower in terms of the score. And as you've said, he's struggled to really get back onto his board a couple of times with all that white water on the inside and maybe feeling a little rattled with all those wipeouts.
Most waves per heat as we expected in Portugal as we go CT by the numbers. Barron's pretty busy. No doubt that Gabe Medina's busy. And look at Jesse Mendez. He's busy out there.
Hey.
He's just doing circles, 9.3 average waves. Jesse will not settle down. I feel like he's still that way.
No, especially with his twin fins, and that's not even considering the events that we had at the QS level over there at Qashqai. So he might actually be #1 on that list, but I'm surprised Barron's up there, tied with Italo, 9.7.
35 seconds remaining. Al Cleland needs to make it happen right now, and unfortunate for Al, the tough part is he's got Jordy Smith trailing him. Jordy does have priority, so Jordy can definitely play some defense.
There is a wave outside, though.
Yeah, so this should be a simple block if Al even paddles for it. We'll see what happens.
Junior's got to go on this Kaipo. He has no other option.
Oh. And does not go, so that's going to be the end of the road for Al Cleland Jr. Taking a 17th out of stop number 3 in Portugal. Handshake to Jordy Smith. Jordy Smith is going to continue on. We're going to see the big man, the big Safa, in the round of 16. Jordy Smith with a strong start with that 6.5, never looked back, and it was a successful heat for Smith.
And experience prevailed in that one. Great start to the heat, and after that was just really playing a lot of defense. Nice surfing at the end for Junior, though. Was still needing a score, but overall there's a lot of positives to take away from this one, Kaipo.
And Ferreira, as we still are in that, now turned into a priority heat, in and out of that barrel, unable to complete that ride. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back with more action from the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. And we got a surprise guest for you, by the way. You want to stick around.
The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by Visit Portugal, Europe's best surfing destination, by EDP, official energy company of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona Cero, by IC Polarized, anchored in style, under $50, and by Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal.
Welcome back to the action here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. And we'll keep it rolling out in the water. The yellow jersey, Italo Ferreira. He's building up numbers. He hasn't gone hamad just yet. But he does have a lead over Jorgen Cousinet. We'll bring in Ramsey Bukiam, taking on Joel Vaughan. Now with non-priority heats, 40 minutes for those two to go at it. Two contrasting styles of surfing. It'll be interesting to see how they apply themselves to conditions that, yeah, a bit of opportunity, but some testing times as well. Let's welcome in Crosby Colapinto into the booth. How you feeling?
Feeling good. Out of the vent, so just watching and cheering the boys on. Al got out while I was cheering him on, and Griff's coming up, and Jackson Bunch, so, and Hashi. So yeah, just cruising.
Bummer not seeing the first couple of events this year. Must be good to be back.
Yeah, feels good to be back for sure. Definitely, it was hard watching those first couple of events, but just happy to be back and be back with the WSL family.
Nice. Well, mate, we've got lots of questions and talking points for you as well to see throughout this one. But obviously, like, the conditions here in Portugal, they're always on the change. We saw a lot happen yesterday, pretty dramatic. Things have calmed down a touch. I guess surfers in general will be fancying finding some corners out there, some lips to hit, some sections.
Europe's wild, you know, it's changing so much. Like yesterday, I was watching the girls and it was just a little bit overhead, like 4 feet. And then it came around, Jack's heat started picking up like super quick. And then by the time I got out there, the south wind came up and it was like triple overhead and just so wild. So it's just Europe and it's just surfing, you know, it just stuff changes so quick. And it was kind of just those first 3 heats were one of those heats, you know, like you saw Sammy and me, and it's just the conditions got super hard and then they called it off. But that happens to everyone, and that's just surfing, you know, for us. So that's what we do, and that's our sport, and we're dealing with the ocean. So, yeah.
Having a look here with numbers, and it's as we were really in terms of Italo and Jorgan. And that 5.5 that we've seen from Italo. Jesse, we kind of expect him every time he paddles out, he's going to get out there and start dropping hammers and doing big rotations and going 7, 8s, 9s. Hasn't really had it his way thus far.
Yeah, I know, but he kind of started off that way in the first round as well. Like, he had a very slow start, and then Jackson Bunch kind of poked him, and then all of a sudden he was going into the air and kind of landing everything he was trying. So maybe we'll see that in the second half of this heat, but so far a lot of waves ridden, but very low scoring for him. Mostly in the conditions like today, you expect him to do very well, like very punchy, kind of powerful, fast beach breaks. He can get into the air like no other, but so far a very warm heat.
French crew watching on. Jorgan with a little bit of work to do. It's not a big number that he needs at the moment. What he's really trying to do is lock in a second number. He's just sitting on that tiny throwaway score at the moment. The good news for him, Italo hasn't got much either, but an opportunity here for Cousinet, and this would be a major scalp for him too. See his camp watching on a little nervously. Well, now Italo's feeling it at the moment though, because we always think about that sort of pent-up energy from him. We're just waiting for that explosion. It feels like it's always just bubbling under the surface, Crosby.
Yeah, Italo, you never know with this guy. He's a wild card. He's always got tricks coming out of the bag, and even though it's like super hard and big, you never know could do an air at any time.
Let's see what he can do with still some time remaining in this one. Just under 14 minutes. A little bit of ruffle from that wind out of the southwest blowing in, crumbling things a touch. Priority is with Cousinet. Originally out of Reunion Island, been based in southwest France for quite a while now. Got that statement victory in the qualifying series in Morocco. It's part of the European QS, absolutely pumping conditions. Had a final against this guy, Ramzi Boukiam, a local in that part of the world. Didn't need the points, wanted to go and represent in his hometown. Did that pretty well, got atop the podium. Ramzi out there at the moment with Joel Vaughan, almost sort of polar opposites really in the way they go about their surfing, Jesse.
Yeah, it's going to be a contrast of heat. I was actually talking to Ramzi right before he was paddling out, and he looked very excited for the conditions. Like, hey, it looks very hard, but like this is the type of day that I seem to thrive. And I was like, yeah, if you can find clean waters, you know, with the power surfing that he has, he could do a lot of damage. And Italo's up and riding.
Italo loading up here.
There we go.
Rotation.
That's Italo.
It's a big one. And he ain't done yet. He'll get another to finish, and that's the exact moment that we were waiting for, right on cue.
It was a matter of time, and Ramzi up and riding.
Big wave fear for Ramzi. Solid section. Gives it a crack. Not quite arriving in time. Had to just rethink the bottom turn a touch. Was unable to get up there, but that backhand weaponry that he brings. One of growing contingent of power surfers on tour. I think we'll include you among that as well, Crosby. There are some bigger lads there throwing some water. It's really cool to see. Contrast that with the approach of Italo, and there's different ways of doing it. It's entertaining.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, there's definitely, I mean, everyone on tour I feel like is getting bigger, and it's kind of like trending, is that like bigger guys are doing well now, and here's Italo's replay. But big air. He just always is pulling that stuff out, and then even just another snap into another little pop. But he's so entertaining, you know. You never know what this guy is walking around the locker room too, and you're just like, he's just in his own world, and then he paddles out, and he's so like locked in all the time. But that was pretty sick. What do you think? Scores?
I mean, it's definitely going to be the best score of the heat. We haven't seen it in air so far, and he comboed up pretty nicely as well. Like, the wave obviously died off and lacked a little bit of energy in the end.
His girlfriend liked it.
She was fired up, yeah. Look at that. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, Ramsey's fired up. But that's going to be a very healthy score. That was a pretty lofty kind of tail high reverse. Like, his feet kind of got unglued for a second, so it's kind of dramatic, which he's very good at doing that, you know, like making things look harder than they actually are. I'm not saying it was easier, obviously. That's not what the point I'm trying to get, but he makes sure he makes it look very tricky.
817.
Big number in for Ferreira. Goes excellent. 817 drops in for him. And just rewards, really, for that kind of surfing. Just bringing it. Big section, Jesse.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, getting back, he was just trying to identify those big sections before he paddled out to the heat, and he found one right there. So far, looking good for Ramsey. But I guess we have another guest here. He was a bit late to the party right now. Strider's going to jump in with us and have a good time with Crosby and Paul.
Welcome, Strides. Hey.
Hey, jump in.
Kicking the Grom off. Grom's out. Boss is in. Let's go.
Yeah.
How's your morning going, big man?
Oh, it's been amazing.
Yeah?
Yeah, a little chilly, though. The ears are a little cold, yeah. I had a soda last night, so, you know, feeling a little bit rough around the edges, but we're okay.
What do you think about this last bit of action from Italo Ferreira? He's going to the air. He's going excellent. No major shocks there.
Well, no major shocks, but it's, you know, it's about time. We haven't had a lot of excellent scores here at this event, and I think Jack was one that, you know, the jackhammer, we call him, you know, putting him down. But, you know, Italo, I'd expect that out of him, so I'm happy to see it.
And I feel like this event, like, just by watching and then also surfing, they've been keeping the scale low, you know? Like, I feel like they really want to see big progressive surfing here because it's like punchy beach break and they want to see guys doing good stuff, you know? And they're like, I feel like they're really pushing that and it's like really making you feel like you got to rip to get a good score right now.
Italo on the backhand. Slice in the pocket. Another one. A little hung with that. And he's acrobatic and he's nimble, but even he can't quite pull down the last section. So after being fired up by the excellent number, trying to get back involved on a right. Here goes Joel Vaughan. First legit wave for him. It's super smooth. Just tearing into sections. Very nice. Combos it up. He's going to be feeling much better about things. Getting involved in the heat right there. He was waiting for that wave for a while.
Take us to this replay, Cross. I mean, this is
I like
clean.
this. Yeah, he just clean surfing, clean rails, threw a lot of water on that turn, and then just got that like projection snap there. I think that's pretty good. I think that's going to be a good score.
And then this thing right here, I mean, this guy is such an energizer bunny. He just never stops swinging for the fences. I mean, he's taken some pretty heavy wipeouts in this heat already, but it doesn't look like he's affected. Really hard to ride out of that last section, though, huh?
Yeah, there's just so much going on out there right now with like it's just so much water and rain and wind and big waves coming through. So it's just wild, you know.
Time to get the thoughts of Jordy Smith. He's with AJ.
Jordy, we were just listening to the guys describing the conditions out in the water. You just got out of them. What did it feel like?
It's difficult. There's a lot of rip, you know, so kind of pulling to one side of the beach, and the better waves are at the opposite side of the rip. So it's difficult with no ski assist to kind of get back out, get those waves, but same for everyone, I guess. Yeah.
Well, and you started off your heat incredibly strong after watching it this morning. Just what did you want to capitalize on early?
I think with the tide going lower, it just gets more closed out, and so earlier in the heat, obviously with the fuller tide, was going to be my best bet of trying to find a clean face. That was literally my first wave. I think maybe 10 seconds or 20 seconds into the heat, got like a 6.5. Yeah, I struggled to find kind of something else more than a 5 after that. So it is difficult, and then you kind of just playing cat and mouse with your competitor, trying, you know, make sure he doesn't get too much of a distance between yourself, you know, finding open face. But It's a difficult day of competition. Yeah.
But you made it through. We'll see you in the next one.
Thanks.
Kuzne into it here, in full swing. The tag and end section will need to make this, which he just about does eventually, after a couple of errors from him.
Oh, broke the board.
Okay.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe it could. Yeah, no, he needs it. Can you feel that when you break a board, like when you're riding a wave and you do a floater or something, and you come down, you just feel the little click?
Yeah, you kind of feel it and then you hear it. Like my first heat, I went for an air and I didn't make it. I landed like the transition and it just like popped. I heard it and I flipped it over. I didn't see it at first, but I knew when I landed that I broke it, and then I ducked over a wave and was kind of like feeling the bottom of it, and I was like, oh, I felt the big buckle, and then, but yeah, you can feel it.
Couple of board bags. How many rafts do you bring over with you for the event here?
I brought like 9. It's pretty nice that Griffin and I are on tour together, so it's like I bring a board bag, he brings a board bag, and then we share a board bag. You know, so it's pretty nice to have that.
Board bag and a half, he said.
Yeah.
And like shortboard step-ups, expecting a bit of juice?
Kind of, yeah, shortboards and step-ups. Kind of nothing too crazy. I brought a 6.6. That's my biggest board. Joel Vaughn. And yeah. It's just like, you really got to find those clean faces out there today, I feel like.
It does look challenging, but I feel like, you know, once they connect with those sections, like, we're nice and clean. I mean, Joel just looks he's like kind of buttery at the moment, huh? It doesn't look like the water's messing with him. Everybody else looks a little choppy, and he just looks like pretty smooth.
Yeah, he looks good. He looks good. He found that good right, and then there we go, Kuzne.
Is this the way he broke his board on? Or do it prior?
I think it was this end section here, was it?
That's it. Come through there, just that thing just took him. He pushed through. Well, he's on a new board now.
Yeah.
Does that mess with your psyche at all when you're out there in the heat? Or your backup board, you know it that well, you're just good.
For me, not really. Like I know, like my backup board will be like magic, or if not the same size. So I feel like Matt's boards right now are super consistent. So whenever I like hop on another board, I feel pretty confident with it. But who knows? Maybe some guys have backup boards that they haven't rode, and then jump on that, and it's kind of just like how they're gonna go.
Let's get an update on that equipment change with AJ.
Yeah, Paul, a difference in size out there for Jorgan right now. He went from a 6'3" to a 6'1", his coach telling me, as he was getting the backup board out. So a little bit smaller for Jorgan for the rest of the heat. We'll see how that affects him.
Thanks, AJ. He's going to need to find a big number out there at the moment. 9.34 is that requirement. Doesn't have a lot of time as well. It's going to be a tough ask for him. Meanwhile, let's check out the yellow jersey. Italo, he'll load up here, widens the stance. And a rotation that pushed out pretty wide. He'll just take that out the back for the incomplete. But he can afford to cruise here. You're in a situation, you've got 5.5 as your backup at the 8.17, a huge margin on your opponent. Meanwhile, let's check out the rookie, Joel Vaughn. And he's finding rhythm on these rides, really nice. It's smooth, it's ultra technical.
Yeah, we were just talking about how he looked really kind of like settled, and he's looking like that on this last wave, and kind of being able to ride out of those last sections, you know, and he kind of has the wingspan out and kind of he's holding on, kind of just like making sure everything's balanced, it looks like.
Yeah, I think he's doing a really good job, especially for those end sections, to like project out and not do too much. You know, kind of you gotta like place your board, but even we'll set up and like that, like he's just projecting out, because sometimes if you like push it too hard, then you get stuck back in the wave.
What's it like these first few events on tour being a rookie?
It's really exciting. It's definitely like a mindset thing coming onto the tour and being with the guys that you've watched for so long. You know, you can really feel like, oh, like, okay, I'm a rookie, you know, like this is all new for me. Here's Italo. Going big, oh gosh. But yeah, you can definitely come on and like feel the feeling of being a rookie and kind of be like looking at everyone like, oh, these guys have more experience here than me. I don't know how I'm gonna do, and like kind of just questioning it. But I think it's just getting into the right mindset and being ready for it and knowing that you're ready to beat the guys you've been watching for a while.
That didn't look fun when you go into the gutter.
Oh, Ramza.
The pirate.
Oh, he's looking for one of those Morocco walls.
He's a hammer, though, huh?
Yeah, he's a big dude. He's like second biggest guy on tier to Cole Hoshman.
Yeah.
So.
And, well, him and Connor O'Leary are pretty big.
Oh, yeah.
He's a pretty
O'Leary,
big unit, too,
yeah,
right?
O'Leary's a unit.
So, you know, we got a couple of studs on tour. You know, these guys are, man, they're thick. Those legs are walking around. You're like, whoa. These guys were jumping. I think it was Ramsey. He was warming up in the competitors area, and I was sitting on the couch, and I thought we were having an earthquake.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, everything started moving.
Yeah.
They're moving the whole area.
WSL rugby team.
Yeah.
Kuzane will boost here, and he'll put it down. Not had a great heat. He has improved with his last number. He's put his requirement down. It's under the excellent range now, but he's some way away from the score that he needs. Jeremy will watch on. And ultimately coming up against Italo Ferreira when he's in that kind of form, when excellent scores will come to him, really. I mean, we expect it to happen. More of a case of when rather than if. Jorgan has not disgraced himself at all out here, but it's been tough against the yellow jersey of Italo.
It is. Back to the scoring. You know, you were saying that the judges are kind of making you work for that score. It's got to be, you know, in another level, which is it's got an interesting conversation. You know, where you have to get to a place. Does that kind of wear on you a little bit if you're not getting excellent scores?
Yeah, it's definitely a mental thing. You know, like if you're doing some like decent surfing and it's coming in as fours, you know, it's kind of it's hard. Like that's like what you have in like a bad dream or something.
Yeah.
But I think it's good though, because then it pushes your surfing, and that's where the tour is at now. It's like you really got to be ready and push your surfing and know that you can push it and get the big scores, you know.
Yeah, I love that.
I like it.
The yellow jersey of Italo Ferreira is through to round of 16 here. We'll look forward to more entertaining performances from him. Time for a quick break. More live action from Portugal real soon.
Pretty tapped.
Welcome to the Surf City El Salvador Pro, Caitlin Simmers. Caroline Marks is up and at it. Risa, nice carve there. Gabby with a huge turn outside. Griff pulls it around. Jack, nice air reverse. Italo, Arcal, cranks it off the bottom. Iago Dora. What was that? Brian Chris, this guy's got a massive air game. Whoa! Come on now.
Italo Ferreira makes his way back up a beach, which has been a great spot for him in years past. It looks pretty good in the present as well. He looks pretty good in yellow too. And his relationship with the crowds will continue here. They love him in this part of the world, mainly due to performances, overall energy, plenty of spark. Let's check out. Coming up in heat 11, hitting the water, Rio Wider. Going really well so far this year, well inside that top 10. David Silva with a little bit to do. And two competitors, I'm thinking intensity for both of those two in how hard they compete and how much they want to win.
Well, yeah, you don't show up here to lose, do we? It's like, it hurts a little bit, right?
It hurts.
Talk about it, Crosby. Like, you know, you're on the other end of that. You took a loss. It was, conditions were really, really, really hard.
Really hard. Here goes Ramsey real quick. Oh, that was a nice turn. Clean. See if you can back it up with a little wrap. And it's just hard when these waves go into that froth. But yeah, losing, man, it's a wild thing, you know. It's like, it's really good for you. You learn from it. But it was funny. I woke up this morning. I walked downstairs. I saw Tommy Witz, and he was like, "How you feeling?" I'm like, hungover. And he's like, "Oh, you only had a couple sangrias." I'm like, "I'm hungover from losing." You know, that feeling when you wake up.
Emotional, the wear on you, right?
When you wake up the next day and it's like you realize you lost, it's a trippy feeling, you know.
Well, nobody likes it, and you know, but you're just coming back into form, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I mean it's part of the job. We lose way more than we're gonna win, and that's with any sport. So it's just, I think, learning how to lose and learning from your losses and carrying it on to the next one, and just handling it the best way you can is so important. You know, it's going to benefit you way more than tanking it in and being angry. So
look at Silva. Threw down a little front side shower for the rest of the crowd out there. Some buckets coming off the tail, huh?
This guy definitely makes it rain.
He does, huh?
Yeah,
Every time he hits the lip, he's always throwing water.
Yeah.
And that's just a compression thing in the right part of the wave where, you know, it's just cupping just enough and you can just blow it to
Yeah,
pieces.
he has great timing.
Yeah.
You know, you see Hauschman with that too. He throws a lot of water.
I saw, you know, your brother say, you know, stop him this morning before his heat and give him a little bit of a what's up, you good?
Oh, yeah.
It was really cool to see like that moment this morning in the competitors area, and you know, I think it's like one of those like camaraderie things, but also like your squad you guys have is pretty cool. You guys have a pretty rock solid crew, huh?
Yeah, so grateful for our whole crew, you know, and especially Griffin kind of like leading the way. And then just to have Hauschie on tour as well, and it's us three from San Clemente, and hopefully get Cade and Jed on tour, and Taj and some of the other boys from San Clemente. So it's just really cool that we have each other, and it's like having brothers on tour, and then also being able to like share how we're feeling before a heat, and you know, maybe if we're a little off, talk about how we're a little off, and then just get it out there. And by getting it out there, you know, you're like releasing it and feeling better before you go. So, and Griffin's always, he's almost like a veteran now on tour, you know, so it's good to have him there to check in on us and, you know, set us straight before our heats.
You know, it's interesting because it's Ramsey's brother, huh?
Yeah.
Look at him, he's just scoping the scene.
Locked in.
I love, he's so locked in. But I was talking to Cole about this, and Cole said, you know, I was scrambling this morning. I had like, you know, old stickers on my board from last year, and I was like not really together. And then Griffin noticed that. I think when he was coming out, and he was kind of like, and he stopped him and slowed him down, just like you're saying, you know, like you get it out of him, and then he put you on your way, and you feel good about it.
Yeah, that's a funny one too. Before heats, like sometimes you can get stuck with timing of having to go into so many things so quick. You know, if you like warm up, meditate, and then you're grabbing your jersey, and then you have to like watch the waves and run out for your heat. You know, sometimes it goes by super quick, and you can get stuck in that like rush state. And yesterday I kind of had that, and then I just told Tommy, I'm like, that I'm stuck in this like state of rushing, and he's like, it's okay, just slow down. And you know, so just like being able to talk about it and acknowledge that you're in that state instead of just like running out there, then you know
it helps it.
Yeah, it helps it. Oh, what? That's sick.
What? That is mental.
Wow, what legends.
That is so tight.
Wow, that's super cool. That's super cool to see that. Go Griff, huh?
That was so sick. Yeah, the boys.
Here's Rio. Cupped out section for him, quickly identifying the fact that one's going to close out. Just ejected, got out of there. Hasn't been able to connect with much thus far. Silva's got a small number. Meanwhile, someone that was posting big numbers in that last heat, Italo Freire. Looking forward to hearing from him. He's with AJ.
How did you find such explosive moments on the waves?
There's a lot of opportunity out there. If you have like a good position, you can get like a lot of waves, but it's hard to finish the wave because it's kind of like a closeout, and then sometimes it's a lot of water. And then I had like a couple wipeouts, but I had the good score on the right moment, you know, and I'm so glad to make that one, yeah.
You've been able to find so much success here in Peniche. How does a wave like this really bring out so much energy and fire from you?
I think it's the combination, you know, you can get like barrels and you can do airs like a couple tons. So it's kind of the surf that I like, you know, especially on the heat. So when I had like a barrel on a heat, but I fall on the end. But yeah, let's try on the next one and then try to go high and then get the score. But the good thing is it's so quick, and then you can change the score like every wave, and then this is making me more like excited.
Speaking of the next one, para o Brasil, como dia como isso, quando você poder surfear 3 vezes, como você preparara?
Então, realmente meu corpo é preparado para a competição, né? Eu realmente já surfo isso durante os meus dias, né? Adicionando treinos físicos, né? Então, assim, acho que competir 3 vezes no dia para mim é normal, né? Porque eu estou preparado e eu sei que eu posso pegar quantas ondas eu quiser lá dentro e eu sei que o meu corpo vai aguentar até o final do dia. Então, eu tô na vibe, né? Tentando pegar boas ondas e fazendo bons scores, né? Então, acho que agora é pensar na próxima e ir com tudo.
Parabéns.
Obrigado, gente.
Thanks, AJ. The yellow jersey of Italo Ferreira on a roll. It'll continue here in the round of 16. Getting caught up with numbers. They're looking pretty decent for Joel Vaughan. His high score certainly. He's got 7-point ride locked in. The backup he's still working on. But in that heat with Ramsey, it is the rookie out of Australia in the ascendancy at the moment. We're looking for a bit of power out of Ramsey.
Yeah, he was a little bit, he spent a lot of energy off the bottom of that wave, and it showed. He tried to bring it all the way to the top, but I mean, it was a quick whip. That was it, and it was kind of a windshield wiper. You know, he didn't really compress and push as hard as he wanted off the top.
Yep.
Did you get some beatings yesterday, Cross, when you were out there? It looked like there was,
I did.
It was kind of bombing. I mean, it was huge and out of control, but I've seen some guys having to paddle back out. Just it looked gnarly.
No, it was wild. It was all elements came into play right there. Like when I paddled out, the south wind picked up like a lot, and the waves picked up. It felt like when you're in Hawaii and the waves, like each set got bigger and bigger. And with that tide, there was just so much water moving, and it was wild. But luckily, we had jet ski assist at that time, so it was kind of nice.
I saw you calling for this.
Yeah, I know. I was watching my replay last night, and I remember after a wave, I came up, I'm just like raising my hand like crazy to get the jet ski, but that was nice to have that.
Some lines stacking up on the sandbar here at Subatuba. Under 9 minutes to go in the blue heat. Joel Vaughan, Ramsey Bukiam. And it will be Joel with priority in that one and the leads at the moment. We always know we're going to get a bit of everything here in Portugal, right? I mean, you've been coming here for a while as well and various events, and it's a busy ocean. It throws quite a bit at you. We'll just have a look and pick up Ramsey, quick in and out for him. But overall, looking at this year, and obviously improvements rather than changes to the tour, obviously snapper back as well. You must be pretty stoked the way things are lining up.
Oh yeah, I'm so excited. And then they brought back lowers, so that's a dream event for me because I've grown up like being on the beach and watching brother and cheering him on and just being down there and getting like mixed autograph and being that little Grom and like all the pros autographs when they come in. So now that it's there and we're gonna be able to compete there, is like that's what I'm like really looking forward to. And then snapper also is insane. So yeah, the tour it's a dream. We're back. It's on the dream tour.
I mean, even the next event, El Salvador.
Oh yeah.
Big right walls just coming in. I mean, warm water, some trunks on.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that event too because that wave's incredible. Who we got? David. Spray.
Fire hose out.
Yeah, but El Salvador is a sick one. That was my first time going down there last year, and I love that wave. It's kind of almost like a long, better version of a lowers right.
David put the board where it needed to be to, try and make it rain for his opponents out the back. But it it wasn't over the board enough and just, got away from him. But the guy just has great timing, like you said.
It's full challenge out there right now. It's like these are the best surfers in the world, and you still see that they're still having a hard time,
Ramsey trying to get around a section. He won't do. and he's struggling to get out of the fours at the moment.
Kind of makes me happy because
yeah,
because I'm struggling.
Strider, you'd go out there and get a barrel for sure right now.
Oh man,
you find one of those like second reef roll-ins that are coming in down at the south bank.
That was crazy yesterday. I looked at the camera in the afternoon, and there was like non-stop second reefers just rolling through, and occasionally there'd be like a surfable good one.
Yeah.
But it looked so gnarly.
It was out of control. It was honestly wild watching how fast it picked up. And then when we left, I heard like the event site down here, like the water was washing all the way up to like the fence and like blowing over the stairs and stuff. But it's just weird. It's like crazy that the ocean can just pick up that quick, you know?
It's a moody place. It's a dangerous place. And, you know, it's pretty wild, you know, if you really got into it and started thinking about it and talking about. Here we go.
Bukiam on the backhand. Needs to make a move now. Stabs it. And not loads of commitment to the second section, just realizing it's soft. And he doesn't look overly enthused, does he? He's not exactly racing out the back with his paddling either. And just not really feeling it at the moment at all. Let's recap this heat's Ramsey, the backhand tools, they're powerful. Just needs to show us a bit more.
I feel like his timing has been a little bit off, unlike this young man who seems like his timing's just on point right now, Cross.
Yeah, he's looking good. That was a really good wave to find, like clean water, and then also throwing a lot of water with his turn. So,
I mean, that was a 7-point ride that he got out of that other one, and I mean, the way he projected out into the flats right there, it's pretty risky.
Yeah.
Right? Because you could have the water come back up and hit your board and blow you off into pieces, or you could just skate off and perfectly slide out like he did.
Yeah. I mean, it's so interesting with surfing too, like especially here, because you want to be doing good turns, but you also want to be throwing water, because like when the judges see that you're throwing water, it really like makes the turn that much better, you know? But they want to see a critical turn. So it's like you got to do a critical turn while throwing water. And sometimes like Ramsey's first, was it his first 4.33 was that one turn. It was a good turn, but it didn't throw that much water.
Yeah.
You know? So it's interesting with the judging and making it look good. But, whoa, wow.
Yeah. David kind of got a little sticky right there, but
yeah.
Still there's buckets.
But it's like even like this, like look how foamy this wave is, you know? It's like snowboarding, and that just makes it that much harder to surf the wave.
Yeah. A surfer that kind of was doing what you're talking about earlier is, Miggy likes it, was Gatien. He was doing these crazy, you know, vertical in the heaviest part of the wave turns, but he wasn't throwing any water. And he wasn't getting the bigger score.
Yeah, and it's funny too, because when you're on the wave, and sometimes you can do a really critical turn and blow your fins, and it could feel like you're throwing water, but then you see the clip and you don't throw any water, and it's just like that comes into play a lot with the scoring too, and making the turn look that much better, because you got to time it, and then you also got to be like making the turn critical.
Okay, perfect.
Let's go, Marco.
Is this the next heat? This
must be, yeah.
Griffin and Marco.
It's gonna be a good one.
Yeah, it's a good heat.
This kid's been surfing really good.
Yeah, he's definitely got like the tricks that he can kind of like pull out of his back pocket, you know, kind of like.
He does that big front side 3 into the flats. Like
yeah.
He's got it pretty well down. Like those closeout sections on the QS got him there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Especially you saw it in his like first heat at Pipe too. He did that air.
That was wild.
That was like pretty impressive to do that in such a crazy section.
Just over 2 to go in the priority heat. Still Joel Vaughan with that lead. He's been patient for a while now. He sees something. He likes to look at this. It's a steep one. It's pretty meaty. And all he can really do is just surf down it. Unable to get on the attack there. He will hang on to the 4.73, which is the backup he wants to be working on. And now Ramsey with the priority. And a little bit to do to the tune of 7.4. So kind of a solid number with a couple of minutes to go. Probably will be one opportunity at best for him to try and get that. You know all about the weaponry and the power. We'll be talking that up. needs to get involved and find something here. He doesn't want to face early elimination here in Portugal, a place he knows real well. Spending so much time over here, it's just not gone his way thus far. There haven't been actually many moments, really. Joel, really good with the wave selection early on in this heat, Strider.
Yeah, I mean, was really clean surfing and got himself in a greatly comfortable place. And the waves he picked were a little bit smaller. You know, they weren't like, you know, it was just identifying the right wave, I guess. Don't really always have to have the biggest set to get the best score.
Yeah, and you've seen those kind of those insiders too. I think just today it's about finding that clean water and with like a wall that can give you at least 2 turns, you know.
Counting down, 50 seconds to go in heat number 10. And at the moment it is the rookie who's looked good in different ways actually this season. We all knew certainly the headline was the air game coming into the season for Joel Vaughan, but he's got plenty more than just that as well. He's got some competitive smarts there baked in. And he's been given a good account of himself all over the world here in Portugal. He's looking all right for round of 16 thus far. Meanwhile, big hit from Rio, covering some ground. And he's been real quiet as well in his heat. That'll feel much better for him.
Yeah, you got to really, you know, it's interesting. I didn't really kind of break it down the way that Crosby did when he was telling me about how the scores and how that pushes you as a surfer and how you have to rise to the occasion. But it's, you know, it's like you really do. You have to really go out really hard right now in order to get a score. It's pretty, I don't know, I'm glad you're here to tell us what exactly that feels like and looks like and understand it, because I wasn't really picking up on it. I just thought the surfing was at a you know, a funny level, but it sounds like they just want you to go nuts.
Yeah, they want to see big surfing. It's funny now, like the scale I feel like is so low, like on tour for the whole year and even last year, because you watch old footage of guys surfing 5 or 6 years ago, and you see them get 7s, and you're like, wow, that's a 7. Like that would be a 5 now.
Yeah,
you know, so it's crazy where surfing's going to, and then also the judging too, which I think it's good. It's going to take surfing to another level because it makes you surf under pressure like the best you can.
Another heat win for Joel Vaughan. He'll be absolutely delighted to get out of a tough heat in tricky testing conditions. More live action from Portugal when we come back. Joel Vaughan stoking out the fans. He'll be delighted to make through to round of 16.
So on the priority heat,
solid performance from him. And he'll keep it going here. Still plenty of surfing yet to come from Portugal. Day 4. There's been a lot happen in terms of what's going on in the ocean. We'll keep rolling with high quality heats. Kanoa Igarashi going good coming into this event, taking on Matt McGillivray.
What is Matt McGillivray, Jason Bourne, the guy's out of his mind. He went up to Nazare and jumped off the cliff, base jumped it. Did you see that?
Yeah.
I mean, sure. But, you know, what are you going to do this afternoon? I'm going to go jump off a cliff. This guy is, and then he's going to go belt the lip.
McGilly.
He's one of my favorite humans on tour, for sure.
Yeah, he's a character. You just don't know with him. Like, you know, it'll be like this, and there'll be like the scariest section ever, and you're like, no one's gonna hit that, and then McGilly just goes woof. You know, like he ain't scared. Oh, that was a nice turn by Rio.
Yeah, Rio. He has improved so much.
Yeah, off season he really like did a little transformation. He came back and he was just so shredded, and just like his legs grew, and he looks gnarly.
Yeah,
he looks gnarly.
He's put a lot of work in.
Man. Yeah, you can see it on his Instagram stories. He's like boxing guys at home and stuff. He's like, you know, he's really into the fighter mentality. But I love Rio on tour. He's such like a nice kid. You know, he got that like Indonesian spirit, and he's a good person to have on tour. I think this Rio.
Bang! That was sick.
Belts his first turn, nice and tight and steep. Plenty of venom in that. Throwing a big spray. That leg strength that you guys were talking about. You need plenty of that to hit the lip here.
Do you guys get into a pretty solid training program the off season?
Yeah, well, it's kind of more just like going on surf trips. Here's Rio's last one. Just went into that froth again, but yeah, we have on the off season we made sure to do some surf trips and go film. Here's Kanoa. Oh, tough. But yeah, we went on some surf trips and filmed, and then about like 2 months before, then we started training and started to really put in time in the gym and stuff.
That was a clean snap right there, but won't get credit for it, huh?
No.
Looked like he got a little in front of himself looking down the line there. Where'd you guys go surfing?
We did a little month stint, and we started in Fiji for a couple weeks, and then straight from there we went over to Indo and spent some time in Lakey Peak. So it was good. We got some footage, and we're trying to make a movie we are making a movie with Jacob Vanderwerk. So
nice.
we're gonna try and premiere it during the lowers contest.
Sick.
Yeah.
Nice work.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lakey Peak, so consistent.
Yeah, we went over there. We got Griff locked in. Wonder what he's listening to. Miley Cyrus.
Oh my! Look at him. He's just like looks like Neo from the Matrix.
What's on his playlist? What do you think he's got?
He's been every time I get in the car, I'm like, "What do you want me to play?" He's like, "Play 50 Cent Radio." So he's probably playing 50 Cent Radio.
I like it.
But he's always got a little funny get up going, doesn't he? He loves getting his like different shades, different hats. You know, he had like this month at home where he was always wearing a scarf, and that was like his thing. He would go around town wearing a scarf. I was just like, what? Where'd you get this thing? Yeah, he was all proper with it.
Not temperature related, just style.
Yeah, just style. You know, he's really into his steeziness these days.
That's a nice touch. Here goes Rio Wider, loading up for not a lot. Doesn't have much on the board. That heat's pretty even, though. They're both in the 8s. 4s for them throughout. 13 minutes to go in it. Still a bit of time. Still looking to try and find the very best of opportunities. Rio Wider, as we mentioned, pretty solid opening to his campaign this year. His learning curve is really steep, and those improvements that he's making just show that his surfing's always able to bring something different for the panel. Someone else who's shown us loads in what we've seen of him on tour in terms of what we kind of thought when he came on tour and where his skills were and what he could do. He's ticked a lot of boxes. Got a surprise package, really, Matt.
Oh, this guy, I just thought, I feel like his results don't show how good of a surfer he is. He's just such an animal. I mean, the guy's just, remember that wave in Tahiti where he just fell out of the sky and just like went sideways?
It was an 11, wasn't it? It was.
It was. There should have been another scale for a wave like that.
Yeah, I want to know like if he gets scared surfing big waves because he jumps off cliffs, like literally jumps off cliffs. So I don't know where his like, I don't know if this guy can get adrenaline from surfing.
Yeah, but there's got to be some kind of a another level of adrenaline that he's tapped into.
Yeah. I would love to go inside his mind and just like see what's going on.
Because he's pretty quiet around the area, you know. He doesn't really, you know.
Yeah, you just don't expect it. He's just mellow.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like a crazy person. You know, he's just mellow, and then you see videos of him doing the squirrel suiting, and you're just like, what, Maddie? Like that's Maddie. It's pretty classic. It's good to have like that character on tour, you know.
Kanoa Igarashi finding some elbow room. He's some way away from everyone else in the lineup, and he's got himself a left to try and juice. So north end of the sandbar here for Kanoa. Plenty of local knowledge around this part of the world, being based here, spending a lot of time over in Portugal. But right now thinking he's found something a little bit off the main part of the peak. Let's see if that does pay off for him. Silva as yet really moved the dial significantly in terms of those fours that he threw down reasonably early on in that heat. Here's another look at Kanoa.
He looks like he's just trying to like find the right wave to get started, because there hasn't been anything to really open up on the corner. You know, he hasn't found the wave to unload on.
DVD giving it about. So compact. Hammers a section, but it is just the one turn.
He's got such an interesting style. He stands like, I feel like his legs and everything on the lower body, they don't move a lot. Kind of pretty wild looking.
Let's go down and hear from Joel Vaughan with AJ.
Joel, we've heard so much about how challenging the conditions are, but how much at home did you feel compared to North Any?
Yeah, it felt pretty similar to one of the beach breaks at home. So, yeah, it was good. I just tried to find a bit of clean water and, yeah, found a fun one at the start. And, yeah, it just got super rippy at the end and didn't really get many, but, yeah, I'm stoked to make it through.
So on to this round of 16, which you've made it to every single event so far this year. What's it going to take to make it through to finals day?
I don't know. I guess just wait to see what the conditions are like and just adjust from there. And, yeah, just reset and refocus and, yeah, just enjoy myself.
And I understand you have a niece at home who may be watching Uncle compete a little bit. You want to have anything you want to say to her?
Yeah, hey Vespa, and hey to all the family back at home watching. And, yeah, thanks so much for everyone for the support.
Congrats, Joel. See you in the next one.
Thanks so much.
Joel Vaughan on a roll here in Portugal. He's delighted, but the sunshine poking through as well, brightening things up for Kanoa Igarashi on the inside. And during that interview, he did this.
Quick snap, but back into that foamy, as you said, Kraz, kind of snowboardy kind of feel. You know, you don't know exactly what's going to happen.
I like this wave. This was clean. Found that clean water. It's all about that clean water, but that was sick. I love Rio's backhand. You know, he grew up at Uluwatu and got that thing dialed in.
He is so quick on it with the backhand, just blasting away. I feel like he's just like with those legs, this new legs he put on. You know, he took the old ones off and put the new ones on. And he's just like really ready to attack.
Yeah, Rio's looking solid this year.
Under the 8-minute mark in that heat between Rio and David Silva. And a little bit of quality coming through for Rio there. 5.67. Gets the improvement he's been looking for a while. We talked about his continual improvement. A real student of the sport. And obviously getting experience as he goes around the world. Not one of those sort of people that shows up in a squad so much, is he? Kind of likes to do his own thing a little bit more, Rio.
Rio, yeah, he's got the Quicksilver crew kind of around him, right? He's got a bit of a family there, but you know, over here he's looking solid, and he's got a little squad. He's got his trainer here, and you know, I don't know. I think he's pretty happy.
Yeah, he got his brother filming him too.
Yeah, I saw his bro hanging out. It'd be interesting though. Like you get homesick pretty quick, you know.
Yeah.
And he spends a lot of time on the road. He doesn't opt to go back all the way to Indo.
Yeah. It's wild. Like we're traveling so much. you know, everyone's different. Some people are getting homesick and it's probably hard for them. But I feel like for myself, like, I love being on the road so much because the waves are always so fun. When we go back home, it's like you rarely get swells in California now. So I love being away from home and just like, this is like, I think this is like the most fun thing ever. So
Yeah.
But you can see how it would be gnarly for people who have like families and stuff, you know, like kids.
Sometimes you definitely miss them, especially when you're leaving. You miss them the most. Speaking of kids, here comes a big one.
Yep.
Griff Doggy's had some success out here. Pretty fun to watch that.
Yeah, he's definitely liking Portugal. Portugal's been treating him well over the last 3 years.
We're always watching coaches like Tommy Whitaker giving insights. We're trying to earwig in a bit, do a bit of lip reading. What's the sort of last thing he says, that last little bit of information to surfers like Griffey to hit the water?
That's kind of a secret.
Okay.
No, I'm not. I don't know. I think Tommy's really good about getting us into like a good headspace, and then also watching the ocean and just really saying things like just like adapting, being able to adapt, and especially out here, like something that was super important was just like making like good mistakes. You know, like if you make a mistake out here, it's okay because there's so many different waves coming through that sometimes you can ride a wave, but then it puts you in a position to be on like the next good wave down the beach. So it's kind of just being okay with making a mistake because it's a good mistake and just going with the flow of the ocean. But Tommy, I love working with Tommy because he's very into it with like the whole mental side of things, which is really cool. And then he's also has so much knowledge of surfing and then also traveling to all these places on tour.
4.5 to go in the red heat, which features Rio rider David Silva. And it is our surfer from Indonesia at the moment with a bit of a lead in this one. Strong start from Silva, throwing buckets.
Yeah, he was. He's not scared. He's going to go after the lip every time and, you know, try to continue to put down what he needs to get, you know, up into an excellent range. But that's been hard, as we've been talking about. I mean, getting above a 7, you know, and into the 8s, man, that's a lot of work. And I think that'd be a great kind of understanding and question for you, Cross. Just like watching these guys surf right now, you know, basically, you know, coming in at 5s, 4s, and really not really breaking up out of the average score. What is it that you really have to do that's going to give you that big score?
Well, it seems like they're really liking when you're linking like 2 clean turns together. When you do one turn and you're kind of going straight up into another one, almost like Rio's wave there. It seems like they're liking that, and they're just liking like big clean surfing and pushing your limits, I think.
Trying to do that right now. Silva, a vigorous pump from the takeoff. He's winding up for something, not a lot in the end. Bit of a road to nowhere, that one. And unable to unleash. And he's been pretty quiet in this. Not a lot of waves ridden. It's not a huge requirement that he's after at all. 5.48. But he's looked some way away from that the last couple of waves, just the sections that he's found. He's been one of that, he's bounced around a bit, right, between the CT and the CS. What's he got to try and do to kind of establish himself a bit more, other than the obvious, which is get good results?
Yeah, put up some 8s.
Yeah.
It's 8s or lates, right? I mean, you got to be on finals day. That's where it is. And I feel like for Silva, he gets kind of stuck in a one-dimensional type of surfing. And I know he's got more. I know he can do crazy airs and do other things. And I think that you know, judges really want to see you mix it up. And I feel like, you know, that's part of staying on tour, is showing that there's progression and that you can get to another level.
So I feel like sometimes we see the head drop a bit as well from him. You know, he doesn't necessarily, just from what we're looking at as well on the outside, to have that anger and be able to turn that and that energy that a lot of competitors find it from somewhere and find that drive. Sometimes he can get maybe a little bit down on himself.
Yeah, it's
easy to do, right?
Yeah,
when things aren't going your way.
It's a wild thing, you know, like surfing, you're losing so much, and you just have to be so consistent with like your mindset, I feel like, and then also showing up to each event and just like having the belief that you can do it, you know, and then being okay with like things not going your way sometimes, and then also learning from your mistakes is so important. But I feel like everyone on tour doesn't have it figured out, you know. Everyone's learning, you know. I mean, it's wild. You see the guys like Philippe and Gabriel and Griff, and they seem like they're getting it pretty dialed. Here's Kanoa.
Igarashi,
nice.
Fizz off the top with the drift and then the recovery. We'll count down towards that final minute in the heat between Rio and Silva. Will be Rio with priority out the back. Kanoa Igarashi just rode this way, gave it a good crack.
Yeah, like you said, the Fizz, that was a good comment as he slid the tail off the top and kind of did a little down the line moment where he was just trying to transfer speed and lip line, and then to get back into it to see if he could do another turn, because like you were saying, Cross, they're trying to put up two good turns, two good maneuvers to get a good score.
Strider, you've been on tour for a while. You're still learning. What's some of your recent takeaways? What are your big thoughts?
I've been learning. Yeah, we're always learning. We're always watching. I mean, at this stage in life, you would think you'd have things figured out, but there's no figuring out life. Right?
Yeah,
it gets you every time, and you do get hit with a lesson just about every day, really.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, to me, I was just thinking about it and talking about it with Crosby about the scoring and how that's actually elevating the surfing on tour, and that's something I learned today. And for me, as a student of it and how excited I get about surfing, and because I'm a huge fan, it makes me excited to really analyze that part of it, because those scores that we see that do go excellent, they are those whoa moments and the wow moment, and I was kind of just watching, thinking, okay, that was a 6 or maybe, and it comes in at a 4 or 5.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? And I'm
wild.
like, wow, okay, they really do want to see you pushing it. So I like that.
Yeah, I love surfing, and we all love surfing, and it's teaching everyone slowly, so it's amazing.
Kros, it's been epic having you in the booth, mate. Thanks for coming in. Good luck for El Salvador the rest of the season.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Rides.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
Let's do it. It's going to be fun. I feel like we got lots more to see out of you.
Yeah, I'm excited to just be back and be surfing, so grateful.
We might even catch up with him tonight.
Yeah.
We'll keep the action rolling here in the round of 32. Still waves out there. More live action from the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona Zero, real soon.
The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by MEO, your official network connection in Portugal. By Rip Curl, live the search. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Yeti, built for the wild. And by Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL.
All right, the French contingent here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. And you're here in the booth. Welcome. Kuiper Guerrero, Mitchell Salazar, men's round of 32, out on the water. We just came off of a guest, Crosby Colapinto. Older brother Griffin has now entered the water in this overlapping heat format.
Yeah, two-time champ in the last 3 years too, Griffin Colapinto. Different conditions out there that we've normally seen, I would say, the last 2 or 3 years, except that one day when Callum Robson got the perfect 10 Kaipo. A lot of size out there. The wind has picked up, and as you can see, the tide has definitely dropped this morning.
Yeah, and we still got a draining tide. Griffin Colapinto coming up against Marco MEO. So this should be an exciting heat in that the skill set of these two surfers are very similar. They're good on the face, but they also have an excellent air game on both sides. Rio Waida exiting the water after defeating David Silva and moving on into the round of 16.
And it was a close heat too, but coming off of the runner-up finish over there at Surf Abu Dhabi, wants to keep the ball rolling, talking to his coach Reynolds Hayes. And they got the Indonesian flag here this morning, Kaipo.
Yeah. Rio Waida, the first surfer to qualify from Indonesia into the championship tour, is experiencing quite a run. He made the final of the last event of the regular season last year, and then the second event of this year also made the final. So 2 runner-up finishes already under his belt. Rio Waida still seeking his maiden CT victory. He's one step closer to that after that victory over David Silva.
And finished in the top 10 last year too, in just his second year on the championship tour. Does it seem like Matty McGillivray right there? In and out real quick. Speaking of how good both Colapinto and MEO are, both of them predominantly come from a lot of beach breaks. Southern California surfer Colapinto, Marco MEO, has been born and bred really in those beautiful breaks of Sayulita, Mexico.
This happened during the break first of Griffin Colapinto, Mitch.
And this seems like it's a strong score, the IC replay. Wow, that's a strong maneuver on the backhand Kaipo. We've seen him get 2 victories here in Portugal with surfing like this. How's the combination? Excellent timing, and just seemed like the preparation that he's done leading up to this event has really translated well to his surfing.
Feeling the vibe, right? Won out here in 2022. He won out here last year. He's our defending champ, Griffin Colapinto. Seems like he's got the number on Super Tubos when it comes to dialing in his performance here. 6.5, that's a great start. One judge going as high as a 7.
Yeah, nearly unanimous right there too. 3 judges giving the 6.5. You toss out the high and the low, but once again, the consistency of the last 3 years had to defeat his good friend and mentor, Kalohe Andino, in the quarters in 2022, eventually defeated Philippe in the final, and last year defeating Ethan Ewing. It's been 2 of the top dogs of this generation that he's had to defeat at this location.
Well, clearly one of the best in the world, Griffin Colapinto. Could this be a world title year for Griffin Colapinto? The irony would be that we've moved the WSL finals from his home break over to Trestles, and maybe that's where Griffin will find them. But here comes Kanoa Igarashi. He's on the chase down the line.
Yes.
Beautiful snap there for Igarashi. Kicks the board out. Just needs a 4.01 to turn the tide on Matthew McGillivray. I think he got the job done there, Mitch.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. A transitional floater again. Real impressive stuff right there by Kanoa, especially with the below tail right at the end too. Just under 14 minutes on the clock on this one, and looking at the IC replay, look at the amount of speed he was able to carry out of that floater right there. Covered a good amount of distance, and then the blow tail maneuver right at the end. To me, it's his best wave, and you know, spending so much time here in Portugal, having a house in the area, Kipes, has really translated to all of that stuff. And look at the amount of speed he was carrying going into that turn right at the end. Excellent stuff for the Japanese surfer, Igarashi.
Kicking that JS surfboard up in the air, and that's a subtle celebration for Kanoa Igarashi. Kanoa, when we look at, you know, favorites analytically coming into this event and our CT by the numbers, look at this. This is coming into this event. Heat winning percentage very high for Igarashi, 67%.
And not surprised that Italo's leading right there. Barron at 71 with a smaller sample size. And of course, Kanoa, you know, spending a lot of time right here. Jack Robinson, he's made a final before. And Jan Gouveia, the numbers right there in his favor, Kaipo, but big member now of the JS Industries team is Kanoa Igarashi, switching from Sharp Eye now, and especially considering Visa CT Shaper Rankings JS, they're in the running.
Yeah, they sure are. Rio Waida took a heat win. Let's hear from Rio.
Well, Kaipo, you know, we've been getting down here about an hour before the call every single morning, and the person who always seems to beat even us, Rio Waida, you have been putting in so much time out here at this break. How did that pay off today?
I don't know if it's pay off, but I kind of had a rough heat, and I don't know. I'm not even happy right now because, of course, I made a heat. I should be happy, but my performance wasn't there. So even my opening round, I couldn't show my best surfing, so kind of bummed. And also this one, I was kind of weird one, so I don't know. I got to talk to Reynolds and learn more.
When you have a heat like that, where you're obviously excited that you made it through, but not happy for your performance, how do you channel that into positive energy for the next one, knowing we could be surfing again today?
No, I love it. If I have a bad heat, it means I have something to learn. So I believe next one will be better. Oh, definitely, this heat was better than my first round, so it's a positive sign, and I'm sure next one will be better. So exciting, and I don't know. I feel like I'm always grateful when I'm competing because I'm on the big stage. So I should be proud and grateful, and next one should be, I will have a bigger name, so I'm excited and pumped. So yeah, blessed.
We'll see you in the next one. Before we let you go, you have anything you want to say to friends and family back home?
Ya, terima kasih teman-teman Indonesia sudah dukung saya, dan babak berikutnya saya akan lebih semangat, jadi tetap dukung. Dan ya, saya mau ucapkan halo teman-teman di Indonesia, keluarga saya, sponsor saya, dan teman-teman. Ya, terima kasih.
See you in the next one.
Thank you.
All right, well, Rio Waida on to the round of 16. Like we said, we plan on getting into that round and still overlap heats throughout that round. We're going to get a lot of stuff done. Griffin Colapinto with the throwaway there. Still waiting for that score for Kanoa Igarashi. Actually just checked in, and he did turn the heat. Igarashi, 6.83. Turned the table on Matthew McGillivray.
Yeah, and the best of the heat so far, Matty's 5.83 was literally seconds into the heat starting, and since then hasn't been able to get a solid backup, just counting the 2.67 at the moment. But, you know, touching on Rio and how big of a competitor he is, there's a lot of room to improve right there as we look at Kanoa right here. Again on the backhand, Kipes.
Yeah, Igarashi. Well, we'll take another look at that from a straight-on angle to see the performance from Kanoa Igarashi, already turning the heat.
And looking to improve on the 4.5. There's possibilities of him doing that with just under 10 minutes to go.
Here we go. Here's what we tell what happened on this wave.
Well, that first turn really strong, still down the line with a lot of speed. Really like the aggressiveness in the pocket the entire time, and that board looks amazing, Kaipo. It just seems like he's found his rhythm in the back end of this heat right now. He's counting his two best scores on his last four, the 4.5, as it seems like Marco here.
Marco Mignot up into the lip there, and he's going to start off his campaign up against Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, working with Jason Aparicio, great surfer coming out of the Caribbean, and his father Toto right here too has got a lot of energy over there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and I would say out of the entire family might be the most energetic.
Yeah, already had a taste of competition over here. That was last year as a wild card, just had a feeling of what it was like to be on the big stage. Now he's a full-time member of the championship tour. Here's a replay.
And since then, he's won a Challenger Series event, and he's made another final too. Excellent combination on the backhand right here from Mignot. And I actually joked with him, best day ever in Sayulita. He'd be like, dude, if this were Sayulita right now, nobody would be surfing out there. But if it were half a foot, probably be 1,000 people in the lineup.
Shout out Kale Carranza.
Yeah, for real. I mean, what he's done, Diego, Adrian Rodriguez, other guy, Adan Hernandez, who was kind of supposed to be the next big thing out of Mexico, great aerialist, kind of paved the way really for Marco in his debut right here on the CT.
Edgar Grogia on the warm-up, as well as Leonardo Fioravanti in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Doug Silva, big hugs and encouragement to Seth Moniz, who's coming up next against Miguel Pupo.
Two guys that could easily win the event too. Seth in these kind of conditions is lethal. Of course, Miyagi having a great start.
Talk about deadly in these conditions. This guy right here, Griffin Colapinto, relentlessly putting up some backhand hangers. Looking for a little spicy finish. Just glides it through, looking good. Colapinto's going to get a backup for the 6.5. 99 maxing out.
Well, he's the star player in your fantasy game right there, that's for sure, because maxing out at 99, I feel like he's got to be a lot of people's power surfers right now, Kipes. Looking at the IC replay, you mentioned the consistency at this break, especially going left. Look at the strong combination right there, consecutively just fitting in maneuvers in the pocket. Always quality, not quantity, but there was a lot of quality in those quantity maneuvers right there on the backhand.
Yeah. All you playing WSL Fantasy, Griffin Colapinto was the 4th most selected power surfer. So to your logic, Mitch, a lot of people agreed.
Italo, Jack, and Ethan, 1 through 3 respectively. You know, Italo, former champ. He's obviously done very well here in the past, but just considering the 2 victories, yeah, but the 2 victories in 3 years, that kind of paints a picture for me, especially considering that he's going to have 2 good scores on his first 3 waves right here for Griff.
Matthew McGillivray trying to make a comeback here. That carve is not going to be the 6-point ride that he's looking for.
It's a bummer too, because after that carve, you're thinking he combos that up. He's probably on his way to a good score. Kanoa's just been on a roll the last 4 or 5 waves, Kaipo.
Yeah, I mean, I think the equipment change for Kanoa Igarashi has been a positive one. As we see Igarashi right here on a jam of a left. Jams it up there, but can't get back to the open face. So both Matthew McGillivray and Kanoa Igarashi in these low tide conditions illustrate there's Forrest Gump moments out there. Like life's it's a box of chocolate, but you don't know what's going to happen until you actually go.
Well,
until you bite into that chocolate, you don't even know what the center is.
What flavor it is at all. And you know, Matt's had a real bad luck after his opening ride. The 5.83 was very well surfed. It was close to being a good score in terms of the actual scoring criteria. Overall, though, the back end of the heat, and it just seems once Kanoa was able to not only gain priority, because once again, with the overlapping heats, first heat that's out there has priority over the other one. The back end of the heat has just been excellent so far by the 2-time US Open champ. Just a 1 turn right there on the IC replay, but he's been in rhythm with those bully sections.
Come some waves. Ooh, Matthew McGillivray catches the outside rail of that CI Pro, goes down. Still going to be searching for a score now under 5 minutes in his matchup against Kanoa Igarashi. Mitch, you're good friends with Kanoa. Quick little thing that people don't know about Kanoa Igarashi. Give me some insight.
Loves reggaeton. Loves reggaeton. So been to multiple Bad Bunny concerts.
Yes, yeah.
You a Bad Bunny fan?
Yes.
Oh, I'm gonna blast that tomorrow morning when we're in the car at 5:30.
I know your hardcore hip hop is a little bit too much first thing in the morning.
Shout out Big X the Plug. The kid's coming up.
But we don't need it at 5.
No, but another thing too, Kanoa's one of the hardest working men in the business. I mean, when he qualified for the finals 2022, surfed, worked out, I believe for around 10 days in a row leading up to lowers.
Yeah. Was looking for some bananas and potassium before the heat. Havana was running around looking for some preparing himself.
And you know, hung out with a couple of different artists. I believe Kanye West over there in Tokyo when he was there.
Really?
Yeah. He's one of those guys. Like,
we're getting the tea right now from you, bro. Like, thanks.
But
there's Jason Aparicio. There's Kanoa Igarashi that we're talking about. Bad Bunny fan. And the heat leader.
25-8, 25A, that's one of his songs, and it's one of the oldies, but it's a super good one. But
is that all the lyrics that he had written on one of those boards?
Yeah.
So he had a board, a favorite board, and he had and on the bottom of the board was a song, all these song lyrics, right? Here we go, Maddie trying to come back. McGillivray needs something big, not going to find it there.
The thing is, we don't go to Asia enough to cover the sport that people don't realize how big of an actual star
he's a superstar.
Kanoa is. And I'm talking about Shohei Ohtani status right there, who is one of the biggest stars in the world in terms of sports. You go to Kanoa, you see all these different kinds of ads right there in the main square in Tokyo. The guy's legit, and he goes back to Huntington, always hangs out with the same crew of friends, comes here to Portugal.
But spends a lot of time here, right? In Portugal.
Yeah.
He's got a house here.
Has his house, loves to train here. Of course, the quality of the waves and having a wetsuit, it just prepares you very well for a lot of the venues we have on tour.
Yeah, for more on Kanoa Igarashi and a little insight, you can check out Red Bull's No Contest series when they featured Portugal.
Yeah, and the IC replay right here looking to improve on the 507. A well-surfed wave. I don't know about the actual quality of the wave itself. More of a down-the-line snap, a setup. That's much better right there. Straight up invert. But then these last two, the waves just goes a little bit flat. Maybe yes, maybe no, but I feel like it's just going to fall a little short, Kaipo.
Yeah, it didn't move the needle, 4.8, but Igarashi's still in the lead, and Matty McGillivray still needing a 6-point ride. Marco Mignot puts it up and puts it down right there.
Eminem.
Eminem. That's the sign that We're getting used to that claim from him. Oh, and there's Dad.
Yes.
That's an excited father right there. Handshakes all around. Okay.
I told you, out of everybody in the family, he's the one that has the most energy. Toto, te queremos, and you know, that was a big wave.
Is Toto his nickname because his real name's Christophe?
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Toto Mignot is what everybody calls him back home.
Well, let's take a look at this again. This was tremendous.
This is a large wave, a large section, and a perfect rotation with an excellent landing. And of course, Eminem, baby, all day long. Look at the reaction. Look at Jason, too.
I absolutely love that. Okay, but let's turn our attention to the priority heat with just under a minute remaining. Kanoa Igarashi looks like he's in the fast lane to the round of 16, but Matthew McGillivray does have a chance. Only 40 seconds, however, to get away. The ocean not looking friendly for McGillivray.
Yeah, but he's had a couple of looks at those rights, similar to the one that Marco had right now, where you might just have to go for a big closeout re-entry. I probably think, okay, the air reverse is going to be the option here.
Griffin Colapinto.
He is on one, Kaipo.
Really favoring the lefts at this moment, so judges got a lot on their plate as far as numbers they owe us. 10 seconds remaining for Kanoa Igarashi and Matthew McGillivray. Countdown beginning here. And it looks like the destiny of Kanoa Igarashi is into the round of 16, and the destiny of Matthew McGillivray is an equal 17th here in Portugal. And making it official, clock is off, and Kanoa can come to the beach and prepare for another heat this afternoon.
Yeah, bummer for Matty. Just didn't really have the opportunities right there in the back end of the heat, and Kanoa made those count. Kaipo 6.83, 507, was dominant in the last 20 minutes. And as you can always say, 11 points or better in almost every single heat that Kanoa surfs. He's moving through to around 16.
Great surfing by the surfer representing Japan, Kanoa Igarashi. We take a break right now. We'll be back with more action here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. Stick around. Miguel Pupo, Seth Moniz will join Marco Mignot and Griffin Colapinto in the water. Kanoa's ripping. Yeah, it's True Surf. Download it on your mobile device. Let your fingers do the walking through every single stop on the championship tour. Pick your surfer, pick your equipment. Outperform yourself in real life on True Surf.
I wish I could surf that way.
That's what I mean. Kaipo Guerrero, Mitchell Salazar here talking you through the action, and we've had a lot of action. Geesh. With the overlapping heats, a new heat in the water right now, featuring Seth Moniz and Miguel Pupo. They have a fresh clock of 37 minutes in the non-priority heat. In the priority heat, we see just a battle between Marco Mignot and Griffin Colapinto, both putting up impressive numbers in their matchup. Look at that, 14.43 versus 13.3. Between those two, Mignot took the lead off of Griffin Colapinto, who's been looking in shape and in form. Marco Mignot did that in an excellent fashion Mitchell Salazar with an 8-point ride for one big full rotation punt.
Yeah, and when you consider who he's going up against, that is a major moment in this heat because Griffin has really surfed to another level at the moment. Just has a couple in and outs, a couple loafers, but everything else a 5.63 or better, Kaipo.
Yeah. MEO, a rookie to look out for. Let's take a look at that 8 one more time because I want to see this again and again.
Well, it's really the section that gives him the ability to project that way. Of course, the landing perfect, but as you can see, risking it in a moment of desperation, Kaipo. 8-point ride, one of the few excellent scores we've seen all event long. Another angle, the steepness to it, as you mentioned, and this is actually a different wave. Alley-oop right here from Marco MEO too, and this one actually doesn't even go into a scoreline of 5.33, but still really good surfing. He's on a roll. His last 3 waves, 5.33 or better, Kaipo.
Yeah, and the French flag getting waved in the jersey on the beach for the rookie, Marco MEO. Now, Mitchell, you and I called a lot of challenger contests, and so this is no surprise. This is some of the tools that Marco MEO used to get on the championship tour through that Challenger Series, where he was able to make really something out of not much because he has that air game.
And up until the US Open, really had throwaway results at the Challenger Series level. 17s are okay if you're counting and winning events overall. Luckily for him, he made 2 finals. Second place to Al, where he was leading the vast majority of that final over there in Huntington Beach.
And he used that same punt over and over again in HB.
Dude, and when we went to Saquarema, there were about 30 people that had the potential to qualify. Him and Jackson Baker are really the 2 best surfers out of the event. And once he had the final against David Silva, there was no doubt that that guy was the very best surfer from the first round all the way to the last heat.
And he did what he's doing right now to Griffin Colapinto throughout that event, Mitchell, in which he would be trailing in a lot of those heats, and then he would go to the air, do something so explosive that the judges couldn't deny it and had to give him the number. So Griffin Colapinto, I feel like in a position that he probably wasn't expecting in this heat, needs a 7.64. Good news for Griff, he's got priority and ample time on the clock with 14 minutes.
And the guy has not surfed bad at all. Has a 6.8, has a 6.5, 13.3. As his brother was saying, Cross, when he was in here, 13 points right now, 2 years ago probably would have been 15.
Yeah.
The scale has been quite low so far this year. Obviously, we have a lot more talent coming up. Destinations have been a little bit new and fresher. Overall, though, you're getting 13 points right now. You are still in the elite of the elite, but he is needing something close to excellence. 7.64, the 2-time champ here.
And MEO looks for something down the line. Not going to find it there. Just staying busy under priority.
And for the U.S., you know, Griffin's been at the forefront since he made his debut on the Championship Tour 2018. Had to go through a lot of big names to be able to get to the point there that he is at right now. I remember one heat he had against Matt Wilkinson at Karamas 2018. Wilco had a rodeo flip in that heat. Griffin still eventually won. He was a rookie on tour. And look at what he's been able to do in a really short period of time. Won the US Open, now has multiple CT event wins. Going to Fiji, of course, he won there already. Maybe the pressure is off because we're at a different location. He's not at home anymore. But if he loses in this round, that's already 3 throwaways by his standards.
Yeah, Griffin Colapinto, 7 years, like you said, on the championship tour, 5 CT wins for Colapinto. But yeah, in an unusual position here in 2025. Marco MEO, just surfing under the priority, keeps on throwing, you know, throwing it at the wall and see what sticks. But right now, he's got that 8-point ride with a 6.43 backup. That's a strong heat.
And that's just a testament to how good this rookie class is, too, because last 2 events that Griff has had to surf, Jackson Bunch over there at Surf Abu Dhabi, right here against Marco MEO right now. And those 2 guys are true rookies, meaning this is their very first year on the Championship Tour, Kaipo.
All right, well, we got some replays to get over. Here is another one of Marco MEO. Not going to be one of his top 2.
No, but he's definitely finding the flow state of mind out there right now. He's been on some of the better waves in this heat. And not for lack of trying right there, just back foot comes unglued for Marco on the backhand with the incomplete rotation. And the other one, Moniz and Pupo, so far, not a whole lot going on in that one. Just some small scores.
Last heat, we saw Kanoe Garashi win on a JS. Marco MEO also part of that JS Industries crew. So JS turning up the heat this year in 2025. And when we look at the Vista Shaper rankings.
The Pupo brothers also on JS.
Miguel Pupo also on JS.
So you got the unfortunate exit of Ryan Callanan due to injury right here. He's a big member of Jason Stevenson, same as Ramsey Bukim. Where they need to probably get more riders is on the female side because they have a good amount of men now, but to even things out, and that's why I think Mayhem's been so dominant the last few years, they've had a lot of great female success.
And Miguel Pupo on his second attempt just comes undone there. 31 minutes on the clock for Miggy as well as Seth Moniz. So now it's right now between Miguel Pupo and Seth Moniz, it's a typical non-priority heat where they're just finding scraps, and that's evident in the numbers right now. None of them have broken a one-point ride, either Seth Moniz or Miguel Pupo, because they're in that non-priority position where they just got to wait and see, maybe look at a different peak, but just the tide is kind of drawing everybody to the same section of the beach.
Yeah, and that current's definitely picked up too, so it seems like everybody's concentrated on that one at the moment, as you were mentioning. But it definitely does seem like both of these guys have potential to go deep into the event, Kaipo. A lot of talent in the water right now. Obviously, Heat 13, as good as it gets, and Heat 14 between Pupo and Moniz, those guys are threats.
Taking a look at our CT Shaper rankings. Sharp Eye out in front this year after 2 stops on the championship tour. Channel Islands trailing him close behind. 2-time champ Lost finds himself in 3rd position. And Borst Designs into top 5 with just 1 rider. A single rider.
And shout out to your boy, Chris Borst, originally a skater, transitioned into shaping surfboards, and with a single surfer and a small sample size, he is at number 5 in the Vizsla CT Shaper rankings right now. Also, Darren Hanley right there. He's got a couple of surfers in the event still. Ethan Ewing made the final last year at this location. And as Darren always says, wind, tide, and swell waits for nobody, Kaipo. And we're seeing that at this event in particular.
Yeah, tide definitely not waiting for anyone. We're at 10:35 right now, so we're almost at the bottom of the tide here.
Griff might have a chance. He's going.
Here we go. Griffin Colapinto looking for something big. Starts with a beautiful fins free top turn, drops into the abyss of very white water, and is unable to turn the heat with that wave.
Well, there was a chance he probably could have improved on one of the 6s with a ride out of that maneuver on this wave. Look at the size of it, Kaipo, and that is a major maneuver when we consider how heavy that section is. Unfortunately, the lip wins the battle on that one, and as we've always said, the dumpy section here in Peniche is one of the most difficult ones out of the entire CT schedule. Now looking at Seth, that's going to be the best of the heat in heat number 14. Nice combination right there to get things going, and as you said, in the non-priority heat, anything above a 4 is probably something that you're looking good at in the first end of the heat.
Just a little bit short of that goal there, 3.5 for Seth Moniz, but that's enough to give him the lead over Miguel Pupo. Let's hear from the last heat winner, Kanoe Garashi, on to the round of 16.
Kanoa, we were just talking about how often the waves seem to come, and yet how often they come and how well you can do on them is really the tricky part for you. What did you identify as the sections you could take advantage of?
To be honest, like you're out there and you're just seeing all these waves come in, and your brain's like trying to process like go, don't go, like close out, not enough wall, and I don't know. You're like thinking so much out there. You're kind of just like there's not much. You don't really know until you actually go on the wave. And there's a bunch of waves where I thought they were going to be good, but they ended up being closeouts. And then waves I thought, I'm like, oh, that doesn't look that good, but I might as well go since I don't have priority, and they turned out to be a good one. So, yeah, I have no idea what I'm doing out there.
Well, it doesn't look like you have no idea what you're doing, and it seems like there's almost, with how much time you spend at a break, you just get a little bit more instinctual. For you, have you found that to be true, given how much time you spend in Portugal?
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, at the end of the day, like, I mean, I've never surfed it like this. Like, on the day, I mean, I have a house like 45 minutes away. Like, I would never drive up for a day like today. So, you know, a lot of times, like, I only come and surf here when it's really good, you know. And so when I compete here, I get caught off guard. I'm like, wait, you know, like I live down the road, but I don't even know what it's like when it's like this. So yeah, I guess in a way it's good and bad, but you know, there's some sort of comfort of like, you know, having your own car and having, you know, your friends around and just knowing that you've been on this beach before, that kind of all comes together and it gives you some sort of comfort. So it eases the nerves a little bit, but at the same time, like every wave is different and new. So it's hard.
You have anything you want to say to friends and fans around the world?
Yes. First off, I want to say hi to all my friends and family and fans back in California. What's up, all you guys? And then I want to say hi to my family in Japan. みんないつも応援ありがとうございます。今回もすごい大切なヒート。昨日の夕方一応やると思って、大きい板6-6とか6-5とか持ってきて。でもやっぱり昨日ちょっとコンディションがちょっと良くなくなって、でまた今日またリセットして今日は普通の6-2ちょっとステップアップみたいなのを乗って、まあ、その中でやっぱりトリッキーなコンディションでいい波乗れて、また次のラウンドも頑張ります。
おめでとう。Congratulations, Kano.
ありがとうございます。
Yeah, saying that the conditions are tricky and concurring with my analogy during his heat of the box of chocolate here, where he's just like, hey, you don't know what the wave's going to do until you take off. There's keepers that go by, and you take off on ones that look good, and they just, you know, turn into a dud. It's like when you bite into those chocolates with the weird cherry soft filling.
We don't want those. Those ones go in the corner every now and then when you're just, okay, I need something a little sweet, but not too much.
We saw the recap here. Griffin Colapinto up against Marco Mignot. Griffin Colapinto off to the early lead.
No, and he was dominant in the first part of this heat too. Had a couple of great scores, 6.5 and then a 6.8, and then Marco got this one, the 6.43 to kind of get things going on his third wave of the heat. Excellent timing right there for the second turn. But this is really where he took things to a different level, Kai. But one of the few excellent scores we've seen out of the event. 8 points for the single maneuver right there. Perfect landing, perfect rotation, and of course, a steep section.
Celebration on the beach for Marco Mignot. Back to real time here with just 4.5 minutes remaining. And there is a lot of waves ridden by Marco. 10 highlighted are his top two.
Well, the 5.33 was a good wave. It was the alley-oop that we saw. Everything else, either incomplete attempts or trying to vary the maneuver selection that he was looking for on those big set waves too. Griffin had a chance to pull an air right there with the 1.13 right here at the end, but I think the landing itself was maybe just a little too difficult, Kaipo.
Yeah,
still size.
Yeah, it's just the low tide. It's tough to ride out of these. Here goes Griff.
Marco let him go too.
Yeah, well,
for a good reason.
Yeah, that's exactly why. Griffin needs a big number, 7.64.
I don't want to get ahead of myself. There's still just under 4 minutes. Recovering after these 3 early round losses, if that's what happens right now.
Gosh, yeah.
Psychologically, it can be difficult. Crosby's back. I feel like the energy that he transferred over to Griff was very positive, especially with the way he surfed in the opening round. And once again, I think this is very important to state. He has surfed great in this heat, has a couple of 6s, 13.3 heat total by today's standards. That is very good. Marco has just surfed a little bit better in this one.
Kano won the last heat with basically 12 points, right? So here's Seth Moniz. A little late to the lip, but puts it down. The Hawaiian surfer is ahead of Miguel Pupo in the non-priority heat. They got 23 minutes on the clock, just 3 minutes on the clock, however, for Griffin Colapinto to make a comeback over Marco Mignot in a high-scoring affair between those two.
Yeah, looking at the IC replay here, as you said, just a bit late on this one at the end. That is a difficult section to be able to manage the ride out at the ending, though, so nice stuff by Seth. Coach Doug loves it.
But Doug Silva making sure he's safe in the safety colors today.
Huh.
That was odd.
It was. Body language right there at the end didn't look very positive by Miggs.
So maybe a little bit of frustration if you had to read into the body language there for Miguel Pupo.
There's a lot of time, though. 22 minutes. That's basically a brand new heat, especially if you come from the QS. You're surfing 20 minutes most of the time, so you still got plenty of opportunities out there. And of course, with the tide switch right now that we should be seeing within the next 40, 50 minutes, Kaipo, should be elevating things and opportunity-wise for a lot of these surfers.
MEO with priority is going to do the block right there at the 2-minute mark on Griffin Colapinto. That was defense. He's trying a little offense. To execute that offense, he has to better a 6.43. Struggled for that landing. I don't know if that's going to change the requirement for Griffin Colapinto. I suspect the requirement for Griffin will stay at a 7.64, but that's a big number.
And it was a good block, though, because that wave had potential for the mid-7 that he's needing. So excellent read right there by Marco. Good pressure by Griffin to force him to go on that one. And now with just under 90 seconds, could potentially come down to one wave here.
Talked about the year for Griffin Colapinto, currently 19th on the rankings coming into here. He had basically a throwaway 17th at the Lexus Pipe Pro, 9th place finish at Surf Abu Dhabi, and he's staring down a potential another 17th when you look at his ranking. You only get one throwaway in these first 7 events, so you're going to count 6 of the 7 events. Top 22 move on past that final event there at the Margaret River Pro.
Yeah, and the requirement right there, 7.64. This is big moment right here in this event. He's won 2 out of the last 3 events right here, Kaipo. And Griffin looking for his first world championship, the first Californian to do it since Tom Curran in the early 90s.
Needs something gigantic, lining up for it, something exciting. Oh! Went a long way before that full rotation on the backhand. Needs a meaty number at a 7.64. You are currently, in one of your many jobs, a WSL judge. What do you think, Mitch?
I'd say no, but he made it exciting right there at the end. I think, as you said, he had to cover a lot of distance just to be able to get to that section, and section a bit smaller. He tried, though. He tried, he landed, he completed it, he made it interesting. Not sure, though. You see him kick stall right there, have to put a lot of pressure on the back foot to lose some speed and then regain it. Sick air. You know, different kind of angle, too, but didn't necessarily get super tweaked or anything, so degree of difficulty isn't necessarily there. It's kind of more of a stock standard air. And he's like, yeah, no.
Conversation on the beach with MEO's camp is shaking the head. No, that's not going to be the number. Still waiting for it, though. Oh, and it comes in under for Griffin Colapinto, 5.7, so it is Marco MEO.
Yeah! M&M is here! Guess who's back? Yeah!
Jason Aparicio quoting Eminem, praising Ja, all at the same time. He's feeling good. Marco's looking just pretty calm coming in, but he's coming into, he's going to have a great greeting on the beach, and he's on to the round of 16, Marco MEO.
That is a big confidence booster right there, Kaipo. You're beating one of the most dominant surfers here in the past and moving through into the round of 16, one of his best results at this level so far. He's looking strong, and his wave selection has been on point so far in this event here in Peniche.
And the performance, able to pull a rabbit out of the hat with that full rotation frontside air for that excellent 8. There's Dad giving him a hug on the beach. I hope you're entertained. We got more great surfing coming your way here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal right after this. We are back here in Peniche, Super Tubos Beach, MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. New matchup out in the water. Leonardo Fioravanti is coming up against the rookie on tour, Jackson Bunch, in this overlapping heat format. Already in the water is Miguel Pupo and Seth Moniz, is Kaipo Guerrero, along with Mitchell Salazar on the call here. And up and riding, JB, Jackson Bunch, quick to strike in the non-priority heat.
Yeah, Paya Maui's on, runner-up to the World Junior title in Oceanside against his good buddy, Jet Schilling. Of course, being a rookie on tour. Number 10 on the CS rankings at 24.
Yeah, but also coming off a very satisfying result in stop number 2 over there at Surf Abu Dhabi, quarterfinal finish for the rookie. This was Leonardo Fioravanti going left.
Oh, that was a mean turn right there on the backhand, and the European surfer feeling right at home in Portugal. Excellent timing for the second one. Let's see if he can ride out. He did, so that should be a solid number to open things up in this heat for the young Italian.
Another look at Jackson Bunch.
So this is the one turn right here. That was solid. Unfortunately, this wave kind of froths out in the latter part of this wave, but gets a strong combo as well. Maybe not the steepest of sections right there at the end, but good stuff. And then Miggy right here in the other heat against Seth seems to be, you know, in rhythm now with the priority standards, and he's like, yep, I completed that, guys, just so you know.
I like wily competitors like that, when you want to make it really obvious to the judges. You know, I think enthusiasm, and sometimes you just got to sell a score, you know? I mean, I don't say go overboard with a claim, but hey, look like you're excited about what you did, rather than kind of slumping over. Right. And you know, do the casual kick out, or don't ever kick out too early. You might make sure that you always ride way in front of the white water.
That's great advice, but look, realistically, there's only 5 people that you need to convince that you're the best surfer out of the 2 in the water, and those are the judges.
Fioravanti again unleashing on this left-hander down the beach. Not going to give up on this one once more.
Grinder X mentality right there. What did he say the other day? Hey, we all come from the QS. I know how to get a couple of 3s or 4s if I need to.
And now the long paddle back out, up the beach.
I like this wave, though. He seems in rhythm. A lot of enthusiasm, as you said, with the body language on this one, Kaipo. And yeah, that's obviously a big momentum shift, too, psychologically. When you're able to do that for yourself, get a finish right there. A smaller section right at the end, but still very nice and tight. And I will say, Leo, coming off of that runner-up finish over at Pipeline, you know, the best start he's ever had in his career over there. He's matched his best result, where he got second to Jack Robbo in 2023. To me, his surfing has been better than ever. And best result last year here, 5th place finish, Kipes.
Yes, a man that's comfortable almost anywhere in the world. Leonardo Fioravanti speaks multiple languages, and basically raised on tour. Jackson Bunch in his first ever CT here in Portugal.
Has done well at the CS level here, though, in Ericeira. And just looking at his results so far, very good beach break surfer as we take a look at Marco right there. It's pretty rad, inspiring the next generation of up-and-coming European surfers, Kipes.
Yeah, it's turning into a crowd favorite, Marco Mignot. On the paddle here. Just a quick look at it for Fioravanti. So looking at some of the numbers, we're still waiting for the scores for Leonardo Fioravanti, Jackson Bunch. Actually, we need a score for Seth Moniz and Miguel Pupo. So judges playing a bit of catch-up right now, and we'll report to you, and you'll also see in the scorebook once all those numbers are in. Here's Miguel Pupo going down the line. Chatters off the bottom, but slashes off the top. A couple more times for Miggy Pupo, and he kicks out. Seth Moniz right behind Miguel in their matchup. So rally back and forth between these two surfers.
Yeah, with 12 minutes to go, seems like somebody was up there briefly. But overall, Miggs has one of those careers that isn't probably talked about enough. Has the victory, and of course the victory in Tahiti, and of course multiple victories at the Challenger Series level and at the major QS level right here. So just personally think that he's not talked about enough when it comes to that Brazilian storm sensation. As you have a look at JB right there.
Yeah. All right, so with 11 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, Seth Moniz with the lead over Miguel Pupo. And Leonardo Fioravanti and Jackson Bunch still waiting for their first numbers.
Yeah, and you know, looking at the replays, of course, and you know, you get caught inside right here, like Jackson's getting in. Tough paddle back out, could definitely take some energy out of you, and at the moment, it just seems like with that draining tide, he's had a couple of sets on the head consecutively. As we look at the last of Miggy right here, seems like we're still waiting on this one. Nice combination right there, a lot of flow, great style, as we always mention about the older out of the two brothers. And then Seth with the answer back on the backhand. A little late to that one. Try to make up for it with another section here down the line. Definitely had to cover a lot of distance just to be able to get to that section, and that should be a small number for the Hawaiian surfer. And this is what we saw, the incomplete barrel from Jackson Bunch. Oh, unfortunate too, Kaipo.
So close.
That would have been a major number considering that they really like to score barrels high, despite it being a bit crumbly right there.
Yeah, I mean, and there would have been a real point of difference, right? We haven't seen
True.
a completed barrel in quite a while
Yes, sir.
today. So that was unfortunate for Jackson not to squeak out of there. And we're still kind of waiting for scores in their matchup, too, to set the situation. Checking his Minami surfboard, checking the fins, Jackson Bunch.
In comparison to some of the barrels that we have seen, that was much, much deeper, and the section was a lot steeper than we've normally seen so far. So props to JB, found a wave, nearly got the exit kite, but of course, as a Hawaiian always does, he can find a barrel anywhere worldwide.
All right, so 9:35 between Seth Moniz and Miguel Pupo. All of their numbers are in, so we can report to you that it's a very close heat between those two. To turn the heat, Miguel Pupo just needs about 4.5 point ride, and Miguel Pupo sitting with priority. Conditions continue to evolve. We've had a little bit of an onshore wind, but it's been fairly light. The draining tide has affected some of the opportunities that the waves present.
I'm trying to knock on wood right now and make sure that things stay consistent throughout the day. And, you know, looking into the round of 16, there's obviously some major matchups right there. A lot of points on the line for a crucial event. And the wind, as you said, has stayed quite consistent throughout the day, but hasn't really gotten to that point like yesterday where we're going to stop the event, because yesterday afternoon got quite brutal there with the strong onshore wind and the amount of size that we saw in the water kipes. I'm not opposed to the wind coming from the south, though. I think it opens up the option for the airs on the right. That's just me personally.
Well, we saw a giant air by Marco Mignot just in the last heat for an excellent score. So numbers have, for the opening exchange between Jackson Bunch and Leonardo Fioravanti, pretty impressive. A 6.1 for Leonardo, a 5.67 for Jackson Bunch. Judges still owe us another score between that last rally. Leonardo, hearing the numbers for his first wave, is a 6.1.
Yeah, as you said, growing up on tour, part of the young gun generation from the Quick team, and multiple years on tour. He's been on and off and has had a lot of success, really, at the 3 tiers of the WSL surfing level. The QS, the Challenger Series, and here on the Championship Tour as well. And when that day comes and he actually, you know, hangs it up, which is probably a long ways away, he has to be considered one of the most important surfers to ever make it to the Championship Tour, Kaipo. He has really done great things for the European region.
And a quick up and out, and with that up and out, let's go to the interview of the last winner. He did in a spectacular fashion, 14.43 for Marco Mignot, and on to the round of 16.
Kaipo, I thought his entire camp was going to end up in the water just after that air to celebrate your 8-point ride. How did it feel?
Oh, I felt good. That section was kind of like, am I really going for it? And I was like, hell yeah. And I just went for it, landed it. I was like, oh my God. I knew it was going to be a pretty big score. So yeah, no, it felt amazing,
You've already locked in your spot in the round of 16, which would be your best CT result if you finish there, taking out Griffin Colapinto, who has won so many times here. You told me this morning, heroes become rivals. How did you channel that today?
Like I said, it's the game, you know? You really have to want to beat everybody. You gotta be hungry. But at the end of the day, you know, Griffin is a big inspiration, and I have so much respect for him, and he helps me out a lot. So all about respect to Griffin, and I'm really happy to share a heat with him, and it was a great moment. So yeah, feels good to beat my hero.
So many fans here on the beach, but so many back at home rooting for you on as well. You have anything you want to say back to the friends at home?
Bueno, pues quiero decir a la banda de México, Sayulita, hey, esto es puro power. Et tout le monde en France aussi, merci, je sens vraiment le support. C'est vraiment incroyable, continuez comme ça. Et c'est juste le début.
See you in the next one.
Thank you.
Ánimo Kaipo, puro power.
That's a big moment right there for a rookie to come through with, you know, a two-time champ out here, an event favorite, and that's got to give Marco MEO so much confidence going into the round of 16.
And as he said, a lot of respect right there for a major source of inspiration, and one of the guys he's really looked up to once he started doing well at the Challenger Series level. Here's JB now.
Jackson Bunch, no, looks like he was going to ride away from that easily. Got a little bit ahead of himself. Streaming down the line here, Leonardo Fioravanti. Nothing there for the Italian surfer. Fioravanti in the lead over Jackson Bunch currently in the non-priority heat. Priority heat, just as 5 minutes remaining with Seth Moniz in the lead over Miguel Pupo.
That is razor close to 9.5 to 9.26 heat total, Kaipo, and it's really, you know, the big thing that's skewing that heat is the 5.83 of Seth, because his backup score isn't really that good, but out of the top two for Miggy, hasn't broken a 4.
What a seesaw this round has been. Last heat, 14.43. Griffin Colapinto lost with a 13.3, and right now Miguel Pupo's, Seth Moniz is leading with just 9.5. Leonardo searching for something. He's not going to find anything there, but he will continue to lead Jackson Bunch in the non-priority heat.
Right, but it's a tale of two tapes, as you're saying.
Yeah.
You're either in rhythm with the ocean, or you're just struggling the entire time to find a right wave.
Or it's just what is on offer. Let's go to Jesse Mendez. I believe he's out there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Pipes, what's up everyone? I guess I just came in here to give a little update. Like, there's a massive rip going through the lineup now with the tide bottoming out. Like, it gets very flat and not much water moving inside, so all those rips start to move out, and you gotta try and find just clean water. Jackson Bunch was like kind of stuck in that rip, but then it cleaned up for him and it moved towards the right of the screen for you guys, more to the north, and it is a little bit smaller, but it's where towards the other surfers, his opponent Leo Fioravanti and Miggy and Seth are surfing right now. So it's kind of a tricky one. Like with this onshore, you really got to try and find that clean water, and maybe we see right now Jackson Bunch up and riding.
Jackson Bunch, just looking for something, looking for an opportunity, not finding it there. And is going to continue to scour the lineup and try to find some clean water in between those rips, Mitch.
As you were pointing out, man, it is really tough out there with all the amount of rip that you mentioned. Not just that, it is very shallow on the inside, and still coming off of that low tide right now. Kaipo, it's still peaking way later on this afternoon, so small amount of water right there on the inside.
Seth Moniz.
Important wave.
Wants to get better than a 3.67 and increase his heat total, and I think he's on his way to doing just that. The young man out of Kuli'o'o on the island of Oahu. I think just multiple snaps on the backhand. I think that's going to be the number for Seth Moniz to improve his overall heat total in this matchup.
Well, excellent pace on the wave. Made sure to not over surf it either. At this point of the heat, you can easily do that. as we look at his results so far this year. Started off well at Pipeline Kipes, 9th, and then a throwaway result by marginal standards, 33rd over there at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, so he's going to have to make every result count from here on out. Here's Seth Moniz on the replay, doing a great job.
Well, definitely made this wave count right here. As I said, the pacing on this wave, excellent. The timing for the majority of the maneuvers was perfect. And see right here, tried not to do too much. Just go with the flow and the motion of this wave. Right there at the end, just tried to add a little bit of pizzazz, and didn't work out in his favor, but I really like the way he approached it, knowing that there's less than 3 minutes. You still want to improve on the low score, and pressure's really on your opponent. So get things going, make sure that you improve on the low 3 that you have.
Yeah.
And it seems like he will.
Apply constant pressure, right? Here we go. Jackson Bunch, good looking wave, big snap, and a lost opportunity for Jackson Bunch. That was some clean water that Jackson was looking for. Got a little too aggressive off the top.
That's 2 waves in a row now. The incomplete air reverse and this right big turn. I mean, the section was there. It just seemed like he maybe pushed slightly too hard. Yep.
Yeah.
Fins go out a little too much and catches the nose right there. Unfortunately for him, it's an unforced error. Still has a lot of time, but 60 seconds waiting on the score for Seth, because the requirement for Miguel Pupo probably going to go up. Talked about the career of Miggy. Really understated what he's been able to do for close to a decade and a half, Kaipo. Looking for a solid score right now with 40 seconds.
Yeah, he's going to have to react right now, and he's not going to know his requirement until right now. He needs a 5.28 because Seth Moniz did improve upon it, the scores at a 4.37. Here goes Miggy. Needs pretty much a 5.5 point ride. Nice snap on his way. Messy face, however. Layback has to hang through there. He's got a low road on this double up. Miguel with one more snap. Jumbled water, incomplete. Likely not going to be the number compared to the 4.37 that was just dropped by Seth Moniz.
And he had the chance right there at the end. I think he tried to do a bit too much, Kaipo, and an unforced error by Miguel. You see him with the frustration. He had the wave, though. He had the opportunity, and especially with the combination at the beginning, you see the IC replay here. First turn wasn't bad, a lot of spray, great timing, a bit down the line. Second turn was major when you consider how much froth there is on the open face. And then right here, maybe tried to go a bit too big for how the section was. He wanted to leave no doubt. I can give him that kind of credit, but as you can see, the crew right here had the same reaction as us, Kaipo.
Yeah. Unfortunate stuff there, and Miguel Pupo knows it. The score is still not dropped in, but these surfers have a feeling of what they needed to do for the score.
Well, they're the very best in the world. You should, and it's in Kipes, not enough.
Yeah, 4.2, not enough. So Miguel Pupo eliminated from competition. Seth Moniz is going to move on into the round of 16. And Mitchell, I feel it's time for us to move on to a commercial break. But stick around, because we got way more action on the way. Got a big matchup. Joining the water with Leonardo Fioravanti and Jackson Bunch is going to be Baron Mamiya and Ed.
Welcome back live to Portugal. Sun's out. Plenty of waves still in the water. Wrapping up the round of 32. A nice battle going down at the moment from Leonardo Fioravanti, Jackson Bunch. Bit more quality thus far from Leo. He's in the lead in that one, and we'll bring in a brand new one. Baz Mamiya going great. Second in the world. Edgard Gragia needs to find something here in Portugal. Good place for him to fire up, show us what he can do. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Jesse Mendes. How do you like this matchup?
I mean, this is a great match. I think this is a great opportunity for Edgar. Like, the condition suits his surfing well, you know, explosive surfing like we mentioned before. And with Baron, that, you know, it's no shy of some powerful surf and likes to go to the air. It's a nice start here for Baron. First turn. Second turn even better. Getting that coping off the lip. Getting a good board drift right there.
Reversed on the forehands and cleanly collected. Bunch looking for a number here. It's not huge. 484 his requirement. He's in a bit of a battle at the moment. He's got a decent score locked in. His backup's really low. That's why he's just on the wrong end of this right now, but he doesn't need to panic at all. We know all about the air game from him.
Just eyeing it down, that section down the line. Beautiful rotation. Getting the tail nice and high, and you just see how comfortable he is in the air. Leo, on the other hand, going a little bit more vertical. Aggressive power surfing from him. Nice start. Wraps it around. And finish it off strong. That's going to better Leo's position as well. The 4.4 is going to be long gone. So, I mean, me looking back, thinking that Jackson in a 4.84 probably was going to get it, but now with that last wave from Leo, he's going to make the requirement for Jackson Bunch higher.
Let's see how the rookies can go here. Can they rally, bring over some of the fire that Marco Migno brought? Bit of an upset, well, a major one, really. Griff dumped out of competition really early on. Place that's been so good for him in the past, and his shocker of a season continues here in Europe. Right now, Jackson Bunch in this heat with Leo. We talked about the rookies, and you don't get a lot of time to do learning on the job, right? It's pretty much fighting on arrival. You show up, you can't really feel your way through things. Obviously, with the cut pushed back a little bit this year, a few more events, but nevertheless, basically to bring it from the get-go.
Yeah, you have to. Like, you have no time, and all of a sudden, you start, like, if you have a few missed events and your seating starts to drop lower, and you just start going against the best in the world. I mean, you're already going against the best in the world, but the best of the season, so they're in good rhythm. Seems like usually their boards are pretty dialed because they're just in such a good path, so it gets harder and harder. You want to make sure you start off well.
Number for Jackson's in. He goes to first for the time being. We do have that number to come in for Leo, though. Strong chance of his improvement. Only needs a 4.8 to go back, but nice tussle now emerging in that one. Jackson with another 5 in his score. Judges will have a think about Leo's wave, give him a number. Be under 14 minutes to go in that. And then our final heat of the round with a blue one. There's Jackson in the lead at the moment. It's not a big lead, might not be there for too long. And the experience of Leo Fioravanti. Let's see how it pays off for him here in Portugal. In these kind of conditions, you'll know loads about them. He's doing all right so far. He's back in the lead right now, 5.97.
I mean, exactly what I expected. That was solid surfing. No downtime there for Leo, just picking it back up. Important wave for him. He's going to apply some pressure on top of him, even though it would have been a low score that he would be requiring. Still better to be in front.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting, these final 13 minutes in that heat. I expect Jackson to give a really good account of himself here. These sort of conditions, semi-closeouts with a bit of crumble in the lip as well. All sorts of ramps out there, and he'll look to use them. He's so sprightly and light on his feet. And it's not a huge number that he's chasing down, that 6.4. It's kind of in that range you want to aim for, because it's not a huge number that kind of daunting, like in the excellent range. At the same time, it's not a weird one down in the 4s, where you don't want to serve towards that score, but Jackson Bunch with his weaponry. Let's see how he goes about doing that. It'll be hurry up and wait for a while for him. We'll just have to sit out there with that prior for a little while.
And also, like, he knows what that looks like. He's been watching it all day, obviously. And for him being a rookie, sometimes you have those doubts because he never surfed this condition in a heat before. But he already previously has a pair of 5s, one a little bit on the higher side. So he knows he just needs to push a little bit harder than what he previously done. So it's as much as it's not an easy score for today, it seems very reachable for his mind. I feel like if I would be in his position sitting on the board right now, he already has an idea of what that 6 looks like. Sorry, a little over 6.4. So I think there's a lot of time in the clock, and we're probably going to see a few opportunities. There's been plenty of waves, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him go into the air again.
Grajia in action here. Not much on offer on that wave for him. You mentioned these sort of conditions and his skill set as well. What's Edgar got to do to fire up here?
I mean, you can't pull back. Like, when you come in as a rookie on tour, like, you have to show and prove that you deserve to be here. So in his situation, like, I have no doubt he has to go big, like big sections, big powerful maneuvers, and also if he has a chance, go to the air, because this could be a point of difference on a day like today.
Leo, bang, tears into a first turn. Tries to project for a second section, can't quite get there. First one was nice and crisp. Lead in this one at the moment. Trying to add a little more from under the priority of Jackson Bunch. I think quite prudently. So far, has just been waiting for that right opportunity. Enough time, doesn't need to panic at all. Well over 10 minutes. Here's Leo's wave.
First solid turn, lots of spray. Down the line, trying to gain speed. You get to that last section, but just a little deep. No priority, had to kind of roll the dice and try to give himself an opportunity. Never know, get that first turn, you know, maybe find a ramp afterwards, and all of a sudden you're into the 7s. Also keeping your opponent guessing, you know, like every time. Get back to that after Barons.
Here's Mamiya, slice off the top in a tricky section. It was quick in the way it was closing out. He got back up, hit it again. Combo on the end for him will feel nice. Already got the 5 locked in, and that wave will count for him. He'll have a bit of a margin of lead in the non-priority, the blue one, but plenty of time left to go in that. But building up some momentum in this.
Yeah, he is, and smart surfing. Kept it clean.
Grajia off the top. Goes over the section with the float, emerges with speed. Bit messy on the face, but he'll just keep hitting that. His best wave for sure. And he's in the heat. That'll be a first score for him. And that'll be a settler for Edgeguard.
Yeah, it will, and it'll just be a confidence booster. Obviously, we've seen it previously this morning today for Imai Kalerni Vault, finish it off a wave and kind of put himself in a rhythm. This is a tricky wave to ride. He has to kind of go over the foam. Just smaller turns because the wave didn't have the section that provided him. Finish it off nicely, clean. Bear, on the other hand, here also in a smaller section. 2-to-1 turn right there. Finish it off, put it at the bottom of that board on the lip. Nothing major for both of those surfers, you know, something in the below average rate, I would say. You know, the judges have been pretty clear about it. Needs there's a lot of waves. It's still pretty solid out there. You need to match that power, the power of the ocean right now, and this is going to be the point of difference, or going to the air.
Around about 8 minutes to go in our priority heat. Seth Meniz is with Strider.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, down here with Seth. Talk to me about, you know, from the beach, it looks really fun. You get out there, it's a different story.
Yeah, it's pretty bad out there. I mean, from the beach, it looks fun. There's peaks everywhere, but I don't know, you get out there, the tide was bottoming out in our heat, so it got pretty tricky.
Did you guys have a pretty solid game plan going into it, though? You know, was there an idea of wave that you wanted?
I mean, Portugal, to be honest, you can have a game plan, but once you get out there, that game plan kind of goes out the window. It seems like the waves change here every 10 minutes, so you kind of just have to adapt when you're out there and use your ocean knowledge.
Speaking of adapting, here, you got Doug Silva in your corner. What have you guys been getting into? What's the diet looking like? He's always about chefing.
Yeah, the guy, all he cooks is steak, avocado, eggs all day long, breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Caveman diet.
Yeah, he's kind of on the carnivore diet. He got us going. So I don't know. It's been fun here. We've just been surfing a lot on the other side of Peniche, the peninsula, and just trying to stay warm.
I know you still been getting into the rice though.
No rice. I say rice.
Yeah,
I get
you got
rice.
rice.
Yeah, I get rice. No rice for him.
All right. Well, congratulations. Can't wait to see you in the next round.
Thank you. That's right.
A little bit of momentum building for Seth Moniz. We talk about a lot of things in terms of preparation, planning. It's a bit of luck, obviously, in professional surf. And I think maybe a couple of seasons, we've seen him get a little bit unlucky multiple times. And sometimes you just need something to change. Maybe you need a low score, a wave comes to you, something like that. And then all of a sudden, things start to open up.
Yeah, and I guess we had up and riding wave here for Barron. Wow, that was a beautiful opening turn. Redirecting that board. And once again, pushing even harder on that second one. Those are two nice turns for him. He's going to be stoked with that score. Got a little hung up maybe on that second turn. Like, probably would have liked to keep the momentum forward a little bit better. And massive attempt there for Leo. Oh, board got launched out the back. He was almost having to grab it. It's an ollie-oop. Into an ollie-oop in his board. See the rotation, that back foot. Like, he didn't rotate as much as he was hoping for. Trying to keep the body on top of the board. The back foot came unglued and just makes it very unstable and tricky for you to try and put your getter back in.
Getting down towards the 5-minute mark. Still Leo with that lead. Jackson waiting a while with the priority. He's identified something here. He looks interested. Bunch goes a left. He's got plenty of momentum. A thick wall. A layback hack from him under the lip. Does pretty well to just prod that board around the section. It got a bit bumpy. Would have been hoping after waiting that long. And in the context of the score for quite a bit more, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, he was on his way. That first turn was massive. That layback got a lot of release and got a lot of power in it. But needed more. You're going to see him bottom turn right there. He's eyeing it down that section, down the line. Pushes that back foot, get the release, very technical. Actually get a little extra pop with the whitewash that his fins were going through. Lost it a little bit of the rail when he was bottom turning for the second one and mistimed. Needed a combination, and I mean, that was expected. I knew exactly Leo was going to come right on top of him after that. As he should. You don't want to leave your opponent hanging with 4 minutes left. They need a 6.4. It's not a small score for today, but still, with the ability that Jackson Bunch has, could be dangerous.
Gorgia punts. Doesn't quite get the landing. He's under a little bit of pressure from Mamiya. He's throwing down some numbers. Meanwhile, here we go. Big pop on the backhand. But again, not the landing either for Jackson Bunch. Maybe he'll be able to get away a little bit here. He's going to pop out and try and head a little wider on the bank.
I mean, he was on his way. That was in very lofty air. You're going to see him eyeing it down. He actually keeps looking to Edgar right there, second time. Looks to aim it to see where Edgar is paddling back out as he was trying to aim the lip. So that was pretty interesting to see. He was on his way. That was a 6.4. If he landed that, no doubt about it.
Big backhand rotation. He'll need something of that order. He'll also need to try and get away from Leo. I wonder, in terms of Leo letting that wave go, because he was real close to him. He obviously decided it wasn't the way, but a closeout is a mistake for someone that you know is going to take to the air. Try and do a big rotation for the numbers. It's quite hard to cover someone like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's very scary. Like, any wave could be a potential wave, and that was like, that wave was probably half the size of most of the waves we've seen in Reedon today, but anything for this guy that he can get some speed down the line, and Leo's is trying to sell him a lemon right now, and Leo didn't take it.
Once again, in position here, Bunch. He'll have a crack. Leo lets him go. Bunch looking for a number 6'4". He's got some speed. Has he got a ramp? He finds one, but gets there late. You know, it actually kind of clipped it. Just grabbed his board, didn't it?
And also just the importance of you being someone experienced like Leo.
Big pop from Grgia. Goes nice and high. He'll get bucked off, trying to control it out in the white water. What do you think of this tactic? He's just going to the air here. Why not?
He has to. I think in order for him to win this this heat, he has to go big. He has to find those ramps and apply them. Because if you try and match par to par, a guy like Baramamia, bigger in size, it's from Hawaii, he's used to the heavy waters. It's going to be tough. And here's Leo just going to work. Like, look how solid those bottom turns are. Actually, those are two massive maneuvers. If you would have came out clean of that turn, didn't have to pat the kitty so much, that would have been a much bigger score than a 6.1. Here on the backhand, you can see Jackson Bunch, very dynamic surfer. Smaller in size though, younger, much younger than Leo, so a little bit less on the power side, but he's gonna make it up on the progression. Second to none in the air. And Leo just once again, making sure he's sticking to his guns, doing some solid surfing. And with less than a minute left, you know, maybe just needs to block Jackson off of one more opportunity and attempt for maybe an air reverse.
Fioravanti in the driving seat, in this seat. In terms of scores, priority as well is with him. He's covering Jackson Bunch. He's had to make a couple of decisions. Just one in particular that very nearly made backhand rotation from Jackson. I would have been nervy watching that from out the back, and he'll go and block here. So he'll take a left. So Leo on the inside on a foamy one. Gives it a sting once again. Nice control on a heavy finish. A dredging section on the inside on a shallow sandbar. Dog enjoyed that. And he'll just scope things out and have a look, see if there's another wave. All part of that decision making. Is there another wave out the back? All of those things you've got to consider when he got priority. Looks like he's got the job done.
Yeah, he was finishing that wave already, thinking about if there's any opportunity for Jackson Bunch, because his job was done. Didn't matter that last wave, but as long as Jackson wasn't standing up on something else. But fortunately for Jackson right there, keeps his head high though, like, you know, had some very good moments throughout this event. And this is what Leo did on that last one. The wave starts off a bit flatter. Here gets it steeper, so he cracks that one up and somehow finds room to find a third one. I'm not sure if this is going to better his situation, but it doesn't really matter anyways. He already got the job done.
Yeah, all about the control, wasn't it? And been able to have that priority card and playing it at exactly the moment you look at that wave, you think about Jackson getting a load of speed, maybe doing a big alley-oop or something, and doesn't want to see anything like that. So Leo takes that wave and nails it. Fan support for him as ever. It's pretty strong over here in Europe, and he's all smiles. He's through to the round of 16. And Jackson Bunch, who's surfed well throughout the rounds here, he's competed well. He'll bow out and head to El Salvador. It'll be a good match for conditions over there. Time to go for a quick break here shortly. When we come back, we'll have the conclusion of Baramamia against Edgeguard Grgia. We'll be right back. let's get you caught up on all the best of the action from day 4 of competition. The Aussies, they're looking pretty good. The standard bearer of style on tour, Ethan Ewing, made relatively short work of Gatien Delay. Didn't have it all his own way in this heat, but as you'd expect, making good decisions and just showing sharp, incisive surfing. Also, the rookie, Joel Vaughan, looked really good. There weren't loads of quality waves that came through early on in the heat. He found them all. And when he found them, that's part of the job done. Surfed them really well. Nice and vertical, plenty of spark. Didn't need to show us any of those huge air maneuvers that we used to see from him. Looked good. Nevertheless, can anybody stop Italo Ferreira? Even after a pretty quiet start to his heat, he was into it. He was feeling it. And then he did this. Big punt.
It's crazy how much his foot disengaged right there. He was on the steepy toes. You can see the board kind of flipping and weaving through the air. He reconnected with the board and did some damage after, even though that was very fun to watch.
He went excellent, and a nice moment there for Jorgen Cousinet, and then something of an upset. Marco Mignot, he's been talking throughout about he is not here to make up the numbers. He respects his opponents on tour, but he wants to beat them. It's exactly what he did. Bundles Griff. Colapinto out of competition here. And a major upset, really. Griff's season not going great so far. And he will head over prematurely to El Salvador because it was Marco Mignot, young French surfer, who was able to get it done and showed spark. We've been talking about his air game, some of the weaponry that he's got. A meaty section for him. Super technical.
I like how he literally identified the situation. He had to go big. Like, if you're just going blow for blow against someone like Griffin Colapinto, trying to match power and being on rail, it's going to be hard for you to beat them.
Squad loves it on the beach. Marco's dad is Coach Jason. They're stoked. So that's the best of the action from today. Those are the headlines right now. We're looking at concluding this round, and it will be Baron Mamiya, of course, winner over at the Pipeline to kick things off on the championship tour. What a win that was. But he's not just a pipe specialist, all sorts of surf skills and a variety of conditions, and the way he's competing as well looks pretty solid thus far. He's been making some decent choices. He got the momentum early on in this, started getting the fives, got the ball rolling. He's got priority as well at the moment. Gurgia, he's not miles away, but he's got a little bit of work to do.
Yeah, the early start really helps you, for you to keep the momentum, build the momentum, and keep your confidence up high and put the opponent on pressure, mostly in conditions like today, where there's a lot of opportunities, but not many quality opportunities. So for Edgar right there, he's gonna just try to sniff something underneath, like a little double up or something, a little bit of substance that Baron lets it go, and maybe try to make the most of it, because Baron right now, as much as he's not a big lead, he seems like he's solid, like making the right decisions and on the right side of the corner.
This will be the last heat of the day. We'll conclude the men's round of 32, not going in to men's round of 16. They're deciding with the conditions on offer and what is happening with the wind, and also looking further in the forecast as well. Still plenty of days left in the waiting period here. We're going to call it after this heat. We'll conclude this round in around about 13 minutes time. Of course, the Corona Cero post show with all the big talking points as well.
Yeah, right before the break, we had this wave from Baron. Nice first wrap. Second one, nice as well, but just lacked intensity on that wave, lacked the criticalness. And we had a wave also from Edgar, going up in vertical, bringing that board around. Once again, even more, but this is the problem that it's happening to Edgar right now. He's actually able to identify some critical sections, but just not being able to rat it out, and that's keeping the score on the low side for him. That was a missed opportunity for Edgy. First turn was very solid, and the wave got critical. Had the opportunity to get up in vertical. Just maybe pushing a little bit too much, more than he needed.
Leo all smiles after dispatching highly rated rookie Jackson Bunch. And his season started off real well with that final over on the North Shore. Right now in home shores in Europe. Love spending time here in Portugal. Certainly enjoying the way today's panned out for him. We'll just look at the statuesque figures of Mamiya, Grgia. Real close to each other right now. Scores has got a bit of a spread. A couple of fives for Barron is decent, but definitely doesn't need to panic yet, Grgia. But we've been talking about that all event, really, in some of these sections, and basically about how hard you hit it, where the judging's going, all that sort of stuff. In terms of what's in Edgar's mind, he knows he needs to push hard and improve. At the same time, when he makes a few of those mistakes, will that start to play in his mind? Will he be maybe tempted just to hold it back a little bit?
I mean, it usually does, but I hope it doesn't in this situation. Sometimes things are going wrong. You can creep in your head, and it's harder for you to bounce back, and you start to dig yourself deeper in the hole. But there's still plenty of opportunity out there, and he doesn't need much. He needs, I mean, in my personal opinion, he needs to find a closeout and go for the air. He lands so many of those. So it's a clear path, and we still, as much as he needs a 7.1 right now, it doesn't seem like he should be needing that. Like, because Barron doesn't have those that much of a score. Just Edgar is kind of having kind of a shocker, you know, can't really find himself in the right place. And when he does, he kind of pushes a little too hard. So, and that's the problem of being, like I mentioned a few times, being 2 steps behind your opponent, you know, like as much as you're not having the best heat, maybe try and be in more rich than just being too far of a gap, because right now you're looking for a 7.1, but you probably shouldn't be looking for that big of a score with the total that Barron has.
In terms of the call, just to wrap after this heat and stop for the day here, you think the surfers would have had much involvement in that? And in your time on tour, were you someone that liked to sort of chirp up a bit about your opinion? With whether you should run or go and hold?
Well, the surfers do have, obviously, a group text with everyone, and they get pretty vocal about it and express their opinion. I feel like today, because the forecast was so tricky until like up this morning, everyone's expecting to surf a lot, or at least twice. But then I guess things started shaping up to be a little bit better down the line. But to your answer, yeah, surfers get vocal. They they express their opinions, but it's basically this. Sometimes it's just how it goes, and the forecast doesn't cooperate so much, and you have to run no matter what, even if you like it or not.
Well, it has been constantly changing throughout. We feel like maybe some of those wind forecasts that we had for later on in the week actually could be shaping up slightly more favorably. I think that's part of the reason why we're actually going to call it after this and come back. Still plenty of time left to go in this before we crown champions here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. Right now, this one's gone all a bit quiet. Mamiya leading it with Pryo as well. Grgia takes him for a little bit of a paddle down the beach. Not much on offer really down there. I think this is more just staying in motion and maybe a bit of interest here. Barron will pull the trigger. And he'll slice on a foam section. And that's the control again. And I think Jesse identifying exactly how hard he can and needs to push. Meanwhile, an important wave here for Grgia. Not what he was after.
Yeah, mistimed once again. And Barron just taking advantage, like more of a veteran, obviously, has been on tour for a few years, and just noticing, like those guys notice like that the person is out of rhythm, and they just keep applying a little bit more pressure every time they stand on the board. This was a great wave for Barron, kind of a side angle, a little bit trickier for us to identify that first turn and the second one, but it looked like there's a lot of power to it. As you're gonna see it here in the front angle, he extends that down the line and projects it through the lip. If like it was a wave a little bit on the smaller side in the first turn, the wave wasn't so critical, so I'm not sure if it's gonna better. If it does, I don't think it's gonna be by much, but that's just my personal opinion. The damage that he's previously done on the 5.6 for me and the 5.17 were better, more critical, more vertical, and more risk involved. But let's see what the judges think.
Time to catch up with Leo Fioravanti. He's with Strider.
Actually, Strider.
We were just talking about the story. We're talking about a story over here with Leo. He's got some great memories for me. Thank you for that. But I would like to get into your heat. Rock solid performance out there. It wasn't easy to finish out those waves.
Yeah, it was really tough conditions, but it's always kind of fun if you find the right one. And with my coach, Doug Marsh, we made a decision to go down the beach. And I think it was the right one because I started on a pretty good one, and then backed it up on a similar wave, and then just tried to control. And, you know, Jackson is such a good surfer, one of the best up and coming, I think. And he almost made a big air, and I was trying to hold him off, but at the same time, you can't really hold him off on every closeout. So I was, if I saw a really good ramp, then I would have, and he almost made one, but yeah, tough heat, but stoked to make it.
Well, the guys in the box want to hear the story now.
Well, the story is pretty funny. Nonna, ti voglio troppo bene. My grandma in 2017 came to watch the first ever World Tour event with me, and was at the Quick Pro France, and I asked her, because she's a huge surf fan, who do you want a photo with? Kelly, Mick Fanning, Joe Parker, all those guys were still on tour. Who do you want a shot with? She goes, nobody. I'm like, come on, John Gabriel. She goes, actually, I want a photo with Strider because he always talks good about my son, my grandson.
I love it. Thanks, man. And it looked like you had a massive support down on the beach.
Yeah, this event is always special for me. There's so many Italians always supporting, Europeans. The vibe is always fired up. It's similar to Brazil, except we're in Europe. And I love competing here, whether the waves are good or bad.
Well, congratulations. Can't wait to see you back here on the glass.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Couple of fan favorites right there, Leo and Strider. 5.5 to go in this. Mamiya still with control. Bit of a shocker for Graggia. Continues at the moment. He needs to just hit that reset button. Try and get a couple of waves if he can. One wave to the tune of 7.66 will do it. On the inside with some froth. Let's see if it pays off for him. There's the boost. And he'll put that down again. He's doing too much falling off, Jesse.
Yeah, you can't let yourself fall that many times in the heat, mostly with someone against Barron, which he bettered his score on that last one. Actually, the best score of the heat so far. Just edgy guy right there. Every air that he's trying to attempt, he's trying to find that coping, that lip line to help him out, but it's not rotating enough and landing with the back to the beach. But here's those turns that I was mentioning, a little bit more vertical, pushing that tail high, looking just solid, like just going to work. And Edgy, on the other hand, finding waves that are a little bit more white watery, losing power, so he had to squeeze a few turns in there. And Barron just always applying more pressure every time, and this is the most critical probably turn we had on the heat. That's why the judges went a little bit higher in the best score of the heat so far. Even though it's a little bit more lateral, he still hit that lip line, which has tons of criticalness and power to it. I think the only big issue for Edgy was that left that he let it go and fell. Did that first big turn, second one, pushed a little too hard, came unstuck. That was a big opportunity for him to get back in the heat.
Nothing really working for him at the moment, Graggia. He needs to find some numbers. I think, Jesse, you're the person to talk us through this graphic.
Maybe I'll leave it to you.
You're on there, mate.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's the type of stats that I would get, you know, just wave catching.
Hey, look, you're dropping nines.
I know, on how many waves I catch. Well, this is the type of place that everyone mentions, like you get through your rhythm by surfing. You know, it's not J-Bay that you just sit on your board and the set's going to come. There's waves everywhere. So that's one of the venues that I love the most, because it kind of felt like I took the pressure out of my opponents and I just try to surf and find my own peak. And usually the left bar, way far down. That's where I like to surf.
Barron Mamiya, second on that list. He hasn't been as busy thus far in this one. 6 waves ridden by him. The 2 crucial numbers, really, though, are his top scores and just that distance that he's got and that scoreboard pressure he's been able to mount on Graggia, who's been struggling, scratching around, really, and being forced into errors. Another chance here. Drawn out bottom turn, and Barron with a little glance at that wave as it shakes up on the sandbar, quickly realizing this one's going to be straight. It's going to be a closeout. And once again, playing his hand pretty well. He'll head over now when Graggia pops out. Mamiya will be keeping a beady eye. A couple of minutes on the clock, 2:20. In fact, what do you do now? You edge your guard. How do you get away?
I mean, I don't think there's that many opportunities for him to get away because Barron's right on top of him. He just got to sell him on something that looks like it's a wave of substance, and hopefully that it won't be, and then you have priority. You got to wait, just wait for the priority to swing your way. Or just hope for something that it's more of a miracle, which is Barron let a 7.66 go by and give it to you, gift it to you, so.
1:40 on the clock, a little left, will shape up on the sandbar. Mamiya turns the board around, so it's a directional paddle. It doesn't actually swing in earnest for the wave. That's why he hangs on to that priority. And Graggia also realizing not a lot on offer for him there. Just gonna have to try and get really, really lucky here, but he is in a bit of a corner. Barron Mamiya showing us something else. We talk tens and absolute perfection. We haven't seen a lot of perfection in this heat, but he has made smart decisions. Meanwhile, a chance here. Graggia needs to belt this hard. First turn, it's pretty decent. It was a meaty section. It's always running away a bit from him.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, he should have done that probably previously on the heat, you know, try to stick to a few just power hacks, and with the score that he's chasing right now, 7.66, this is not going to get even near. Needed a combination of those turns. And now with 40 seconds left, it's going to be very tricky for even him to paddle back out.
Barron Mamiya's patient approach really picking the eyes. We've had all our surfers really explaining that finding that clean water has been key to these kind of conditions out here, and that's exactly what Barron's been able to do. Consistency from his choices, and with this surfing as well, and not forced it, not tried to do too much. Crucially, just identifying maybe how many points are available. I don't need to try and go crazy, fall off. Sticking in the fives and going to the round of 16. So after an amazing start of the season for him, his campaign in Portugal very much still alive. A tough heat, end of the round, been waiting for this all day. He'll be stoked to get through and get the job done. Take some intel and some insights from what went down, bring that back into the next round. Barron Mamiya gets the win over Edgard Graggia, who'll bow out of competition here. He'll head over to El Salvador, look to try and pick up his season. Needs to get going, really, if he's going to do that. But it is well done to Barron Mamiya. And that's actually going to wrap up the action for today here in Portugal. Decision's been made not to continue. Looking at conditions that we got coming down the line, particularly looking at a bit of wind coming through. Decision's been made just to wrap up this round of 32. Be an afternoon off. Jesse, what do you got lined up?
I don't know, hope those winds really swing a little bit more to the south and we can get some waves on the other side of the peninsula.
It's always offshore somewhere, mate.
It always is.
Well, we've got loads of big talking points coming up in the Corona Cero post-show. That's coming at you right after the break.
That's right. It is the Corona Cero post show here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. Baron Mamiya coming out of the final heat of the day and into the round of 16. We called it off for the day after that round of 32. Onshore winds coming through. Crowd's still sticking around. We're having a good time. Enjoy a Corona Cero, 100% natural ingredients and 0% ABV. I'm Kaipo Guerrero. This is Jesse Mendez. That's Mitchell Salazar. Jesse, got another round done. It was pretty exciting with the overlapping heat format.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. For the fans, obviously for the surfers, sometimes they get a bit bummed because they get in a wrong rotation to it. But for us, it's very exciting. We have waves ridden all the time.
What did you think about today?
Well, plenty of waves ridden, as Jesse was mentioning. I thought there were a lot of upsets, personally, and we had one of the major ones. Two-time champ, Griffin Colapinto, he's out, but Marco MEO had his best performance ever.
We're going to get into that in this Corona Cero post show, but let's start off with taking a look at heat number 10. Was an interesting heat where we saw a rookie, Joel Vaughn, come through, and Joel, under some trying conditions, was victorious in that heat.
Yeah, and I mean, if you put it on paper, obviously you have a guy like Ramsey that is fired up to see conditions like this, chunky, very heavy conditions. And you see him starting off very well right here, very up and vertical. He likes that wave, actually. He gets fired up. But it was all about this guy just identifying the cleaner walls that gave him multiple sections and just being creative and looking flowy.
Mitchell, we got to talk. We had some time with Joel's dad, Huey, and this kid's been a project ever since he was a very young kid to become the outstanding surfer that he is.
Yeah, and with a brand new sponsor too, riding with O'Neill now, and of course, coming from the High Performance Institute in Surfing Australia, doing some great work with Jay Thompson, and overall, probably one of the best structured heats he's ever surfed out of a CT career. Short one so far. Major win against the guy who made the quarters last year at this event, Kaipo.
Yeah, Joel Vaughn, one of the rookie class. That's what you want as a result, Jesse, as a rookie, to come through those big heats and get to the pointy end of the draw.
And let me talk about also qualification. We're still a bit far, but this is a very important match. You're going against someone that it's probably going to be in that battle as well. So if you take over, it's like a double win. You take someone out that could potentially take you out in a few events to go.
I like that a lot, Jesse, because it is the race for the cut. Actually, we're at stop number 3.
This is it.
It actually begins right here because people are realizing, hey, I have one throwaway. I may have 2 throwaways. People are doing the math. It's getting really real.
Some people have 3 throwaways already.
Yes, that is true.
And heading into the Ausleg, especially, those events are dominated by usual suspects most of the time, Kipes.
Yeah, great point, Mitchell. Let's go to the last heat winner of the day, on to the round of 16. He's number 2 in the rankings. I call him the prodigy, Baron Mamiya. Baron's with another guy I call the Waz.
Thank you very much, Kaipo. Yeah, I mean, you've had a great year so far, winning pipe and enjoying the success. But in that heat right there, you had a little bit of a challenge. You broke your board, but it kept working.
Yeah, my first wave, I got like a 5-7, I think, or something. I did 2 turns, and then my next wave, I pulled into a barrel, and I started to drive through it, and then I fell. And then I paddled back out. I didn't think anything of it. And then my next wave I stood up on was like a right, and I did 2 turns, and I felt this like weird thing in my board, and my board was buckled. When I kicked out, I looked at it, I was like, oh no, it's buckled. And I was so far down the beach, and I was like, and I had priority, and I was just like, okay, I'm just gonna wait and see what happens. Like, if a good wave comes, I'm gonna surf it. If it's fine, then I'm just gonna keep surfing, because I didn't want to come in and run down the beach, then paddle back out. It was like a full kind of mission. So I just I'm just gonna keep surfing the heat, and just whatever happens, happens. And yeah, I got another score, and I kind of just sat there with him the rest of the heat.
The CI board's working so good, broken they work. That's epic. Well, it's great to see you, advancing on here in your mind. I know you don't ever want to get too far in front of yourself, but there's always the real reason of the tour is to win a world title.
Yeah, of course. In the past, I've started very, very strong. Obviously last year I won pipe too, and I started, world number 1, and then I just put all these crazy expectations. The year I qualified as a wild card, I was number 1 in the world here too, and I just put all these crazy expectations, this and that, and just started to think way too far down the line. And I think now I'm just kind of I don't have any expectations. I'm just focused on my surfing, and whatever happens is gonna happen. I really like surfing, so I just want to keep surfing and have fun, and that's what I'm doing it for. I'm not, obviously we're trying to win world titles. Everyone is. If you're on this tour, you're not trying to win world titles, then what are you doing? But I just love surfing, and I just want to get better and have fun.
Well, we love watching you mature on tour. Can't wait to see you back here.
Thank you.
Baron Mamiya on to the round of 16. One of the exciting clashes. We're going to highlight some clashes right now. One, Mitchell, you were alluding to at the beginning of this post-show, was someone from Salida, Mexico. He's a rookie on tour, and he took down a big name. I'm talking about Marco Mignot.
Yeah, and you know, the high is obviously going to be there for a day or two, depending on when we restart the competition. Once again, props to Griffin. He surfed his heart out in this heat at a 6.8 and a 6.5. 13.3 heat total and still lost, and by today's standards, that was very solid, Kipes.
Jesse, a two-time champ in the way of Griffin Colapinto. That's a big challenge for someone like Marco.
And you mentioned about the upsets today, but this is the type of condition that it's ideal for a smaller name to take out a big guy, because when you're going against them in point breaks that things are more predictable, they're just so good at. Here you can kind of, you know, apply some mistakes to their repertoire and then just come up with the Hail Mary of an air and get an 8-point ride and put Griffin in a tough position. So this is a tough start so far for Griff.
Yeah, and then having kind of the magic air in the toolbox right here, Mitchell.
That was a huge wave too, especially when you consider how shallow it is, how steep that section is, Kaipo. Eminem brought out the best in himself today.
I already like that he has his own personal claim, and his support squad went bananas on the beach. There's Dad.
Well, they should be so proud. It's so hard to beat big names like that. Like, it's almost like winning an event. For a guy like him, rookie on tour, to take it down Griffin.
In a necessary moment, as you were alluding to, Kaipo, the cut line really starts right here at event number 3.
Yeah, so tough one for Griffin Colapinto. He would have made most of the heats today with that 13.3 heat total. So that's just a tough break in the road for Colapinto, but some inspiration for Marco.
Hey, sometimes you're making heats, being lucky, and sometimes you're losing heat surfing very well. That happened to Julian Wilson a few years back. He started with the third and 17s all the way to the end, and everyone's like, what's happening? Hey, it's just a matter of time. Like, it's better for you to be losing heats, surfing very well and making smart decisions than somehow squeezing through lucky heats, because that's when you're going to the wrong side. So for Griffin, it's just a matter of time. He's going to get
eventually it'll happen.
Yeah, it would happen.
I like the mindset right there. Well, we talked a lot about the men right now, because today was all about the men's, but on the women's side of stuff, you guys, we're all the way to the semifinals for the women. Let's take a look at the bracket with just 4 remaining. Your thoughts, Jesse?
I mean, it's very tricky. I feel like we're going to have a winner from the bottom side of things, Aaron and Gabriella Bryan. It's hard to predict as well because we don't know how the conditions are going to be, but those surfers have been on form the whole time, and I think it's time for them to win an event, I think.
All 4 of these women have already won an event too.
Yeah.
I think that's really important to mention, because Erin Brooks has done it as a wild card. Gabby Bryan has multiple years of experience now on the Championship Tour. And I'd say Semi 1, we could potentially see our world champion this year out of that semifinal right there. Carolina and Molly, they're both surfing that way, Kipes.
I think any 4 of those women can go on to win a world title. So that's going to be something really to look forward to for the women's semifinal. There's a lot going on. You can see the vendor village and all the activations. And one thing that keeps it really cool in the activation, of course, is Yeti, because Yeti keeps everything cool. We got AJ McCord down there at the Yeti Center.
This has been an incredibly popular place down here at the activations at Super Tubosh. We are in the Yeti store, and of course, every event they've got this sick customized option for you. So you can come on down, get your customized option, customize it even further. As you can see, they're talking about all the things that you can add to your Yetis, and a lot of different sizes, a lot of different styles. And what's really cool about what Yeti is doing here in Peniche is they're actually giving money back to the Peniche Surfing Club. So everything made here at Super Tubosh is going to stay in the community, trying to build up the next generation of young Portuguese surfers. So come on down, make sure you get your Yeti, and it's not just the tumblers and the drinkware, it's actually everything that you see. So come on down, stock on up. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, Yeti, one of the major contributors to professional surfing. And professional surfing, one thing is we have an ever-changing playing field that we have to pay attention to. And when we pay attention to that playing field, a lot of question marks, guys. But Surfline, they got the answers for us, Jesse. Let's see what's on the radar with our friends at Surfline.
I mean, we have lack of swell. It's not going to be the problem of this event. The problem is we just have a big storm coming in with some south winds, which is not favorable for us. But maybe on the long range, we might see things changing up a little bit, and maybe the weekend we could get some cleaner conditions.
Yeah, look at this. Pretty tattered and giant for the next few days. But the back end, Mitchell, that forecast is improving.
And luckily for us, this is a mobile location too. We can definitely opt out and see different locations here in Peniche. I do think, though, several ladies are coming our way just to how the wind is looking, Kaipo. I think we're going to have plenty of surfs during the free surf sessions close to our hotel, though.
Nice. We're going to get some surf, some pastel de natas, maybe enjoy some Corona Ceros as well.
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan.
Get some good food while we're on the way, too. Our frango place over there is still open this afternoon. We gotta head over there before it starts getting too crowded.
Love you, Mitch. All right, you know what, Mitch, I'm going to let you lead off because now we're going to celebrate some of the top performances of the day. It's time for our top 5 moments. It's all about the top performers, and we're going to start here with a good friend of yours, Mitch, Kanoa Igarashi.
Yeah, he definitely looked in form in the back end of this heat. Matt McGillivray had a solid start to this one, something close to a 6-point ride. And then the body language, the confidence that Kanoa always brings to the table, especially in those clutch situations. Kaipo definitely seemed like he was on one this afternoon with a major victory against a rival that he actually surfs against quite a bit, McGillivray. So this is a big win considering that he needs to get things going, looking for a second event win at the CT level, Kaipo.
Fans love him too. Kanoa Igarashi. Number 4, we're talking about Joel Vaughn, the rookie.
I mean, so smooth. I was actually surprised on how much power this kid carries. Like, I was known him so much for the air game, but look at those turns, just beautiful, like timing. Not moving the board extra than he needed, just letting the board glide and let the board do the work. That board looks like a blade under his foot. And good surfing from Joel Vaughn right there.
Number 3, well, we expected this from a 2-time world champ, Felipe Toledo, Mitch.
Yeah, and once again, underestimated and probably underappreciated going left, too. The kid rips, obviously 2 world championships, a former event winner right here, Kaipo. Seemed like he was on, you know, the right waves at the right time, and especially at the beginning of the heat. Had a good flow with the ocean. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Phil, flying under the radar so far.
Yeah, that's what we expected. Brazilian pride on the beach for Felipe Toledo. Oh no, number 2, it's Italo.
Man, super funny. Like, so far in this event, he's been starting it off the heats kind of on a slower note, you know? Like, most of the conditions, we expect him to just come out of the gates swinging. But right there, as soon as the heat started, like with Berardi, he get that wave, massive air, almost like comes unbucked because the board, he's so extended and far from the board, somehow gets back in and finish it off strong with 2 nice turns right there.
Number 1, Marco Miño.
Yeah, arriba y viva Mexico! You know what we're talking about with Sailita up there in the water, representing France, but proudly also representing Mexico. Biggest career win so far in a CT tenure, and 3 events in Kaipo, at least securing himself a 9th place finish here in Peniche.
Yeah, solid stuff from the rookie. That's what we like to see. And great emotion and passion on the beach. It's a collective energy.
It's contagious, too. It's great.
Yeah, it sure is. Well, you know what, you guys? Thank you, Mitchell. Of course, thank you, Mitchell, and we'll find some frango. Thank you.
We make sure we'll feed you some frangos.
Hey, I need my franguinho here.
Thank you, Jesse, as always. Hey, you guys, we are going to be off for a couple of days, so check worldsurfleague.com for more updates and enjoy your Corona Cero and enjoy the end of day highlights. Cheers and aloha.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.